Good morning. I would like to convene the June 2024 Bridges and Tunnels Committee meeting. Mr. Buter, are there any public speakers?
Good morning. This morning we have 5 members of the public registered to speak. As a reminder, we ask all public speakers to adhere to MTA's rules of conduct and decorum, including speaking on topic. I would like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all, speakers will be limited to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker will be Jason Anthony, followed by Maddie Bucky's Highland.
Good morning, everybody. On the Monday after my 38th birthday. This morning I'll be wearing my Amazon employee hat. We should all remember that as of next week, congestion pricing, quote unquote, used to be starting. But our beloved governor, Kathleen Hochul Courtney, did a 180 2 weeks from Wednesday. Something that we should remind ourselves is that we need to contact our elected officials in the city council, state senate assembly, and even in the federal level. Because not only congestion pricing will have an impact in our beloved Empire State, it will have an impact nationally. According to a New York Times article, other jurisdictions like Boston, Chicago, and even in the West Coast were considering to have congestion pricing implemented. And I would want to thank New York Times reporter Anna Lay to publishing an article like this, because New York was going to be the pioneer in the U.S. of implementing congestion pricing. So we need everybody, including you guys, board members, to contact every single elected official, because it's up to us, New York, to be the pioneers on congestion pricing, because it will have a long-lasting impact nationwide to have funding for everything from accessibility to everything. So that's all I have to say for this month. I'll see you guys in Community Rails.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Maddie Bucky's Highland, followed by Joseph Morales.
Thank you, Mr. Better. Good morning, folks. I'm Maddie W. Bucky's Highland. Today, I want to speak about congested pricing. Recently, the governor pulled the brakes on congested pricing. This project has been a crucial part of it since its implementation in 2019. At that time, it was under the leadership of the MTA's Bridges and Tunnels by Danny D. Crescenzo, and by its chairman, Patrick J. Foy. Unfortunately, that could be up to the next president to decide whether or not congested pricing goes forward or not. However, I do not support nor oppose congested pricing, I think it's important that we listen to our elected officials and what their opinions are. And second, with the upcoming Atlantic hurricane season coming, and with Colorado State University saying 23 named storms, I think we should suspend any tolls in the event if there was a natural disaster for evacuation purposes. That's all I have to say for this month. God bless each and every one of you. Mr. Butter, over to you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Joseph Morales, followed by Alita Dupree.
Good morning. My name is Joseph Morales. A few things to discuss this morning. One, I'm glad to see that the customer accident rates continue to steadily decline. And with the summer travel season and fluctuating accident rates at different facilities, more concentration should be given to safety improvements at the RFK, Bronx Whitestone Bridge, Hugh L. Carey Tunnel, and Verrazano Narrows Bridge that generally had higher incident rates and collision with injury rates than other MTA facilities. Also, I feel like more NYPD, TBTA, and state police should perform highway patrols near bridges and tunnels. Getting drivers to slow down near certain stretches, especially when you have, like the Thrigslick Bridge, for example, you keep going down the highway and all of a sudden you have that curve. Getting drivers to slow down in these kinds of areas can really improve safety on bridges and in spots where, like I just said, road could really improve safety on the bridges. Also, the MTA should invest in license plate readers like those on the Outer Bridge Crossing, Goethals Bridge, and several other Port Authority facilities so that law enforcement on all levels can track vehicles that are either wanted for arrest warrants or other violations. It could also help us with our ongoing toll evasion crackdowns, and this could help to make sure that police make arrests in safe areas and don't endanger bridge users. This happened in 2019 when the Monty Hanukkah stabber was arrested in Manhattan due to readers on the George Washington Bridge. Lastly, I noticed that workforce development has substantially decreased from 173 in April 2023 to 12 in April 2024. We are also, from what the statistics looked like, on pace for 266 employees receiving training this year versus 1,065 last year. As employee accident reports are flat with decreasing lost time, more should be done to prioritize the importance of safety and continue to drive down these numbers. Thank you for your time this month.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Alita Dupree, followed by Murray Bowden.
Thank you. Good morning to the chair. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her with Team Folds. Just getting up here in Oakland. Maybe I'll turn my video on later. I'm going to talk about reports today. Good reports. Looks like we're doing very well with our revenue. About 94% recovery across the board. And also, we're looking at about 94% or so with our Easy Pass usage. So we want to continue our focus on that, help people get interested in Easy Pass and to develop more user-friendly ways for people to pay who don't have Easy Pass. I think everybody should have an Easy Pass if they live in the Easy Pass zone. But sometimes you get vehicles that come from outside the region, especially commercial trucks, large trucks. I'm going to talk more about the diversity reports. Thank you for the improvements to the diversity reports. Moving away from stereotypical colors and using really good clarifying language in our diversity reports. It looks like June is Diversity Month. And so I'm seeing this throughout our various meetings today. So don't know how many meetings I'll do, but please pass these compliments on to your other committees in that we're really doing well with our diversity reports. So overall, let's keep up this good work to ensure that we collect our revenue to keep the bridges safe. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our final speaker today will be Murray Bowden.
Well, I guess I've been doing things wrong for the last 20 years because what I used to talk about hasn't gotten solved. And since I had my 91st birthday last week, it's time to pass the charge on to you all. You all know when you get to a traffic light and it turns green, you got to honk the horn because the guy in front of you isn't paying attention. Kathy Sheridan, when she was chief engineer at Thruway, taught me one thing that's most important: consistency. Every time you look up, you have to see the same thing, and consistency promotes safety. What's up there now is the traffic engineers, 500,000 of them, have been doing it wrong for 20, 30, 40 years, and nobody can admit they've been doing it wrong. I haven't been successful. I've stood up here and talked about safety over and over again. Didn't get anywhere. And since I'm about to fade out, it's your responsibility individually When you see a traffic light and it turns green and you got to honk the horn, something's wrong. When that person looks up, they need to see white lines on the right, yellow lines on the left, regardless of what is usually done. Aggressive drivers are taking over. Distracted drivers are taking over. I can't do the job anymore. It's your turn. And if you don't take the time, then my grandchildren and my great-granddaughter I saw yesterday, they're the ones that are going to suffer. I didn't get it done. It's your turn to get it done. Why? It's the younger generation. You can see how they're changing and they do things differently. The Washington Post, one of the nation's better newspapers, may just go under. They stopped publishing ads about fossil fuel. Great loss of revenue. You don't see any fossil fuel ads anywhere anymore. How come? Somebody knows you can't tell people what they're doing because it's wrong. I can't do it anymore. It's your turn. And I want to thank all of the people here, other places, who taught me, because I didn't do this by myself. I'm not that smart, but I listen. And my job is now to encourage the next generation to take over the job, because I didn't finish it. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. That concludes public comments.
Thank you, Andy. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the May 2024 Bridge and Tunnel Committee meeting?
Move it. Second.
Second, a vote? Aye, all in favor? Thank you, the minutes are approved. President Sheridan, are there any changes to the work plan?
Good morning, Chair Barbas. There are no changes to the work plan. I would note that the first quarter 2024 Bridges and Tunnels Diversity Report is included in this month's committee materials. I've been advised there will be an MTA-wide diversity report provided at the Diversity Committee later today. I'd like to start by following up on a discussion from last month's committee meeting regarding Commissioner Albert's comments about collisions on the Verrazano Narrows Bridge. B&T's priority is safety, and the reduction of collisions on our roadways is central to that goal. We've made great strides to improve our safety record, and to put that in perspective, the data reveals collisions have been cut dramatically. Going back 5 years, we've seen nearly a 45% reduction in collisions, the rates across all facilities, and by nearly 50% at the Verrazano. And it's noteworthy, the reduction in collisions has occurred while we've had constant increases in traffic volumes. Last year was the highest ever recorded traffic for B&T. Now, this positive trend is due to a number of factors, which fall under what we call the 3 E's: engineering controls, education, and enforcement. We continue to pursue projects and initiatives which target safety improvements to the traffic environment. We raise customer awareness through enhanced signage, real-time information, and regional messaging. And our operations personnel remain engaged in traffic management and robust on-road enforcement. We are always looking for ways to build on our progress, and I'm pleased to mention 2 projects featuring major safety improvements at the Verrazano Bridge. One is well underway, and another on the horizon. The widening of the eastbound Belt Parkway from the bridge to the 8th Street exit will alleviate a congested merge point, reducing accidents in a collision-prone location, where traffic often backs up onto the bridge. A future project entails the reconstruction of ramps at the Brooklyn approach. Among the features of this work are the relocation of non-standard left exits to the right, as well as adding shoulders that were not part of the original construction. These projects in combination are expected to significantly reduce queuing and collisions on the eastbound upper and lower levels. I commend our construction and development colleagues under the leadership of Senior Vice President and Chief Engineer Joe Keane for spearheading these projects, which will further advance the positive downward trend on collisions for which B&T strives. Just in time for the kickoff of the busy recreational season, 2 newly constructed vehicular ramps touching down onto Randall's Island open in late May, months earlier than planned. The ramps are a prominent feature of a design-build project on track for substantial completion later this year, ahead of schedule and within budget. Early opening of these ramps mark an important milestone. I congratulate Joe Keane again and members of the RFK engineering team, Bill Neubauer, Armindo Montero, Ryan Caliberg, and Dave Queso for their diligent work on this project. I also want to commend our maintenance team for their work with our C&D partners to make sure everything was properly signed and clear to our customers before the first morning rush hour. It was an all-hands-on-deck team effort during the intense lead-up and all through the night, and a job well done deserves credit. Finally, earlier this month, New York State transportation agencies hosted an international technical exchange with a delegation of civil engineers and officials from the Dominican Republic. The visit focused on climate resiliency, emergency response, and preventive maintenance. I was proud to join my team representing MTA Bridges and Tunnels, along with our construction and development partners led by Joe Keane, plus the New York State Bridge Authority and New York State Department of Transportation. And we explored best practices with our distinguished guests. Last fall, the Dominican Republic experienced devastating damage from record rainfall and stormwater runoff. So we were deeply engaged in sharing expertise and lessons learned from our own experience with natural disasters, such as Superstorm Sandy. Following a tour of the B&T Operations Command Center on Randall's Island, we gave our visitors a comprehensive site tour of the Marine Parkway Gil Hodges Memorial Bridge and the Hugh Carey Tunnel, both of which saw extensive damage during Superstorm Sandy, and where we completed critical flood resiliency improvements. Collaborations like this are critical to promoting safety and improvements throughout the region and the world, and I appreciate the bond we forged during this valuable visit. And lastly, we've been providing the committee with regular updates on the Central Business District tolling program. While everyone here is aware of the temporary pause, there's been a lot of work done since last we spoke, so I'll turn it over to Chief Operating Officer Allison C. De Sereno for a brief status update.
Thank you, Kathy. As you're aware, after we received the finding of no significant impact, or FONSI, on the final environmental assessment last year, the team turned its attention to system implementation and construction, while the Traffic Mobility Review Board started the work and the very public process that led to their recommendations in November 2023. Subsequent to the recommendations in another public process, including 4 public hearings, the board adopted a toll structure and the team set to work on the NEPA reevaluation. I'd like to take a few minutes to walk everyone through the status of the team's efforts. The purpose of the reevaluation was to ensure that the effects of the adopted toll structure are consistent with the effects disclosed in the final EA, and the identified mitigation remains valid. The team reevaluated all 20 analysis areas: regional transportation, highways and intersections, transit, economic conditions, air quality, noise, and environmental justice, to name a few. In the nearly 500 pages, including appendices, the reevaluation assessed and analyzed and compared the findings to the envelope of effects described in the final EA. Table 1.1 on page 23 of the reevaluation details all those effects side by side with the original 7 tolling scenarios in the final EA. The reevaluation found that the effects are consistent with those described in the final EA. Indeed, some of the adverse effects no longer occur, and others are on the lower end of those described. Importantly, on June 14, 2024, we received formal notice from FHWA that no additional environmental analysis is warranted, as the conclusions in the final EA and finding of no significant impact remain valid. With respect to infrastructure, all 108 toll detection points have been installed, with a little over 1/3 on existing infrastructure and the remainder on new poles or mast arms at new or existing pole locations. The team has also installed over 90% of the signs. With respect to the behind-the-scenes work, the roadway toll system marked substantial completion some weeks ago. Testing is ongoing and data is being collected for the before traffic numbers and patterns, and contractor staffing has been increased to ensure that images that need review could be handled in a timely manner. The back-office system code was pushed into production and has also been active for several weeks now, with testing underway using our fleet vehicles assigned to different types of plans and payment types to ensure the system is functioning as expected. And the team completed the internal work to create the required lockbox and separate financial flows for tracking and reporting of all revenue and expenses related to the project. As part of our mitigation commitments for low-income drivers, we already removed the $10 Easy Pass tag fee for those who do not have a credit card on their account. This benefits those who have already signed up for New York Easy Pass, as well as those who may sign up in the future. With respect to the discount and exemption plans, we continue to accept and review applications and the Assessment Center for the Individual Disability Exemption Plan is still doing assessments for those who had signed up. As you can see, a lot of work has been accomplished. From early analysis, conversations with other international cities and technology assessments, to developing and issuing the RFP for the roadway system and infrastructure, to the NEPA process with its extensive early outreach, working groups, formal hearings, development of mitigation, and thousands of pages of analysis, to the TMRB process and state SAPA process with more analysis, outreach, and hearings, to the board vote to adopt that toll schedule, to the reevaluation, excuse me, to the reevaluation, to the design, development, construction, and installation and testing of the roadway technology system, to the design, development, and testing of the back office system, to designing the application materials and portals for the various discount and exemption plans, setting up assessment centers for the individual discount exemption plan, conducting more outreach on how the system will work, how to sign up for the plans, and what type of transit fare discounts are available, and more. Importantly, we could not have gotten to this point without everyone who has been involved. Nearly 600 people have been involved at some point along the way since we began in April 2019. And this doesn't really include all the contractor, customer service representatives that have been helping sign people up for discount and exemption plans, and the contractor staff that has been doing image reviews for the roadway toll system. To the team and the many others who participated along the way, we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Are there any comments or questions from any of the commissioners? Commissioner Albert.
Thank you for the update on the Verrazano. Do you have an estimated date of completion for the Belt Parkway widening from the bridge to Bay 8th Street?
I'm going to ask our construction and development folks to give an update there.
Hi, that project's expected to be completed by the end of this year. Hopefully by Labor Day, we should be opening up most of it and doing final site restoration.
Commissioner Fleischer.
Kathy, I want to thank you and your team for cracking down on ghost plates.
Thank you. Commissioner Albert.
Yeah, I have a question about, it's on page 38, I believe. It has toll collection rates, and it lists the various crossings. If there is a malfunction of the equipment to read those, does that show up on this screen, or would that be a different place? As opposed to someone trying to hide their plate or just speeding through, if it was malfunctioning equipment, how would it be reflected on this chart?
I'd have to take a look at the chart you're referring to, but we can separate it out in a granular way, so we have the data. I don't know if it's reflected in the particular chart you're looking at, but I'll get back to you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Commissioner Mack.
Andrew, I think that as soon as the system goes, if one lane goes out, immediately they close it.
Yep.
Well said, hopefully.
Okay. Finally, there are no procurements this month, and this concludes B&T's report.
Thank you, Kathy. May I have a motion to adjourn? Vote? Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
I actually love what I do. This is my 18th year on the railroad. I love instructing, which is what I'm doing now. I'm instructing student engineers. I love operating as well, so when I can, I still do operate trains, and it's just a great job to have. My name is Inade Maruga Sr. I'm currently a locomotive engineer, special duty instructor. I've been with Metro North for 5 years now.
My name is Robert Sapari, and I'm a training officer, locomotive engineer for Metro North Railroad, and I've been with the MTA for 10 years. My earliest train memory is being in the train with my dad as he was operating. I'm second generation railroad. We actually operated around the same time just before he retired, so that's probably one of my biggest memories. Responsibilities for a locomotive engineer are vast, from dealing with your crews and having a job safety briefing to checking your equipment and making sure all your safety checks are complete.
Safety plays a major role in what we do because of how many lives we're responsible for.
One of the coolest things you get to see when you're up front operating as an engineer is you'll get the best views. If there's a 4th of July, you'll see all the fireworks up and down the Hudson. You'll see eagles fly in and dip in and grab fish and fly right next to your cab.
It's cool to run the Yankees trains, especially when they win. See all those Yankee fans out there, to be able to bring them to and from the games. To just be operating the train through Harlem, to look on both sides and see the buildings and everything, it's just a great
Good morning. Welcome to the joint Metro North and Long Island Railroad Committee meeting. We'd like to begin with the public comment period. And so do we have this morning's speakers?
Good morning. We have 9 speakers from the public this morning. As a reminder, we ask all our public speakers to adhere to MTA's rule of conduct and decorum, including speaking on topic. I would also like to remind our speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware there will be a warning beep when you have 30 seconds remaining to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker will be Christopher Greif, followed by Jesse Figueroa.
Not that. Good morning, everyone. I'm Christopher D. Greif. As an advocate for people with disabilities, and some of you know me other places, but today, first, I want to thank our MTA police who are getting the fare and barriers out of the railroads. Thank you. And helping people with disabilities during the hot weather times. Now, I want to be very clear today, and I will be saying this at the other committees. I'm not upset with you guys, but I'm very disappointed with our elected officials. How they forgot about accessibility. We need accessibilities on the railroads. We need them very much because seniors, people with disabilities, yes, and veterans who have disabilities have the right to get on the train, a bus, and any proper vehicle. But the only way to do that is funding. We need to move forward, not backwards. Why should we go backwards and being so disrespectful to people with disabilities? And let's not forget baby strollers. Remember, young children who are early intervention, where mothers are traveling with their strollers onto the train, buses, need to get on safely. And they're part of accessibility as well. We need to remind all elected officials, it doesn't matter where they're from, we need the full funding for accessibilities. We need the safety. We need to get on and off our buses safely. I'm getting tired of seeing trucks, vehicles double parking, triple parking, and we can't get them off safely. We need to think future, not backwards. And I'm very disappointed with our officials because, again, they make promises when they can't keep. And as MTA said earlier, this is the new MTA, not the old MTA. Let's move forward. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jesse Figueroa, followed by Andy Pollock.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jesse Figueroa, U.S. Army veteran and member of the LAR 88 Task Force. As an advocate and a veteran with a disability, I am disappointed in Governor Hochul's decision to postpone congestion pricing. It is also crucial that we need the funding towards MTA accessibility. We are disappointed at the governor and some elected officials as we need the full funding for accessibility. Elevators, ramps, LED lighting, help point to alert the conductor for seniors and people with disabilities. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Andy Pollock, followed by Alita Dupree.
Good morning, Andy Pollock for the record, Passengers United. So let's talk about the situation at Hollis. So at Hollis, you guys are proposing to stop the project with no congestion pricing funding, which is legally on the grounds to a merit towards a Title VI lawsuit. So we need to think outside of the box here. Because if we don't think outside of the box for funding, which one idea is corporate sponsorship, then we're going to have no way to have an elevator at Hollis, which is an underserved community full of minorities. And at Forest Hills, the issue with Forest Hills is there's a lot of people with disabilities that need an elevator at that station. So again, think about what you're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Alita Dupree, followed by Charlton D'Souza.
Thank you. Good morning to the chairs. Alita Dupree for the record. She and her with Team Folds are going to talk about railroad reports today. Maybe I'll turn my video on later. I'm in Oakland, home of Capital Corridor and BART. We're doing well. I'm seeing in the reports that both railroads are tracking at about 80% pre-COVID ridership across the board. And this is excellent work, and we want to continue this playbook as we bring more people onto the trains and find new populations that can use the trains. Because when I visit New York, I find new ways to use commuter rail, and not just to go places, but in commuting to and from hotels. So that's very helpful. And it looks like we're doing pretty well with electricity. We must pay very high electric rates in Long Island, not so much in Metro North. I think we as railroads should look at buying power in our own names and being able to set our rates in the wholesale market as very large users of electricity. And I mentioned this in more detail in Bridges and Tunnels, but thank you for the diversity reports and the clarifying language and moving away from stereotypical colors. So this is very, very helpful in being able to show that our railroads and the MTA across the board is indeed respectful of diversity. So I look forward to hearing what you have to say today. Hopefully I'll be back in person with you soon. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Charlton D'Souza, followed by Joseph Morales.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Charlton D'Souza. I'm the president of Passengers United. And yet again, the MT is now pulling its games. And this is obviously aimed directly at Passengers United and me. So you guys are now suspended the Hollis LIRR station project. After it was started, and after the contractor started putting up the fencing and everything and removed part of the platform, and we were told by the MTA that the Hollis and Forest Hill station did not include congestion pricing money. So I wonder why all of a sudden the MT is using those two stations and you guys are trying to hold all of us hostage because you want to work with the lobbyists to get your little congestion pricing money. And I'm going to tell you now, in 2008, Governor Patterson said the MT owed, right? You guys had a lot of money. You guys were the fifth largest debtor in the United States, fifth largest debtor. Let's think about that. And so why would we give an agency who cannot handle money more money, right? That's why we have checks and balances in place. Do I agree with everything Governor Kathy Hochul says? No. But in this case, I'm happy she suspended congestion pricing, but we all know that it's a game, right, till after the elections, and it's going to come back. And I'm going to tell you something. Why is the MTA using all these organizations, these nonprofits, so-called nonprofits, that are just lobbyists and are getting paid by MTA contractors? Yeah, let's talk about the real truth that's going on at the MTA. That's why, for the people listening, I think the FBI, the federal attorney general, everyone needs to come in and audit the MTA. There's a lot of corruption and a lot of fraud going on, and it has to be exposed. And congestion pricing is not going to solve pollution. It's just moving pollution to other neighborhoods. Yeah, so go ahead. Hold off on the Hollis project, all right? But you guys are going to make yourselves look more stupider than it is.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Joseph Morales, followed by Murray Bowden.
All right, good morning, everyone. As you heard, my name is Joseph Morales. I am glad to see in the procurements for this month, the MTA invest in new technology for the use of CWP in Connecticut on the Metro North and on the LR. This will be critical for many projects in the Time for Connecticut Rail initiative, which aims to save riders 25 minutes a day by 2035 and increase train speeds to 90 to 110 miles an hour, as opposed to the current 80 miles per hour in most areas in Connecticut. It will also provide benefits to LIRR projects occurring in the MTA capital plan to improve efficiency with these projects, regardless of what happens with congestion pricing. You know, state of good of prayer and improvement projects, this technology will really be helpful. However, I do feel like negotiations should continue to ensure that adequate cybersecurity measures are taken by the company to ensure the safety and well-being of the new system. The work should also be done to find an additional bidder to ensure companies are more responsive to the full needs of the MTA when bidding for projects and its riders, and its riders when doing less noticed but nonetheless critical MTA work. I'm also glad that the Hartsdale Metro North Station is getting food and beverage retail that many riders can utilize for quick snacks and drinks versus the Starbucks we see in Tuckahoe that you're only going to go to if you want, a high-priced treat every now and then. However, I do feel like we should try to find the waiting area there because I know riders really wanted that when the waiting area was closed for a pretty long time. Lastly, I'm glad that the See It, Scan It, and Say It program is coming for passengers to report bathroom conditions. If successful, I feel like this should be expanded to the subway system as well as to in addition to bathrooms, all station conditions across the subway and commuter rails. I feel like because a lot of MTA technologies like the MTA app have been successful recently, I feel like that this could really help us to improve customer conditions with all departments across the system in real time faster. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Mary Bowden, followed by Brian Fisher.
Well, I have to admit, I failed. A couple of projects I took on, didn't get them done. You all know that all over the streets in New York City, there's a little box that says, "Don't block the box." Why isn't it on railroad crossings? Roaring Brook, sign says this, but the "Don't block the box" is obvious to everybody. 200 years ago, they blew the train whistle because there were no railroad stations, so they wanted people to get off the tracks. Today, a train going 60 miles an hour blows the whistle half a mile up the track. Nobody's going to get out of their way, so why do you do it? Because you always did. You have a little sign up there that says, "Train's coming in 15 seconds. Well, you've got a public address system there. Stand back from the edge, because blowing a whistle half a mile up the road is not a safety factor. I failed. This stuff didn't get done. It's your turn. I was 91 last week. I can't do it anymore. This is safety. Kathy Sheridan taught me consistency is safety. She's president of Bridges and Tunnels. Taught me a long time ago. You cannot have 6 different railroad crossings in the end of Long Island, all blowing the whistle. Nobody knows which one's which. Thank everybody who's helped me. I didn't do this by myself.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Brian Fisher, followed by Iris Kelly.
Good morning. I'm Brian Fritsch, Associate Director for the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. While the suburban driving constituency has cheered Governor Hochul's recent pause of congestion pricing, it has been crystal clear to us at PCAC how little is understood about how stopping congestion pricing and its associated revenue will decimate the current and future Metro North and LIRR capital plans and seriously jeopardize federal funding for crucial projects, some of which are already in pre-construction work. It has been lost in the public discourse and media that 20% of congestion pricing revenue was slated to go to the railroads. This represents $1.5 billion per railroad, or a whopping 26% of the current LIR capital plan, and 32% of Metro North's, both staggering blows that essentially wipe out planned capacity projects for both railroads. For the LIR, this means delaying the purchase of the new M9 cars and extending the life of the already dilapidated M3s, no electrification of the Port Jefferson branch, fewer employee facility upgrades, among other delays and cancellations. For Metro North, this means delays in station upgrades, new rolling stock, halting resiliency upgrades to the Hudson Line, and no capacity expansion projects. For both railroads, it means delaying critical ADA enhancements and other upgrades for stations, fewer signal upgrades, which will negatively impact train speeds, and a slower rollout of new ticketing machines. To the MTA board members representing the MTA Suburban Service Territory, we urge you all, as committed stewards of the MTA and advocates for better transit, to use your platforms and speak up for commuter rail riders whose transit is threatened by Governor Hochul's ill-planned pause. There is too much at stake not to express your displeasure at this incredible missed opportunity to improve the railroads by investing in capacity and reliability improvements that would have paid dividends for decades to come.
Thank you for your remarks. Our final speaker is Iris Kelly.
The railroad's doing a little bit better with the connecting trains from Brooklyn and Manhattan to get on the way home. But occasionally I find there's a train that's not connecting that should be connecting properly. You shouldn't be having a train, Brooklyn train pulling out as the Manhattan train is just pulling in. They shouldn't always have a connection there, because if you don't, the other person at the other end going for a access ride has means they change their time and go further up to get home much later than expected. Especially when the train, the next train comes in, it's the time I normally would have gotten into Atlantic, and that meant I would be home. So I'd be home after 2 o'clock in the morning, which is not good. I don't think anybody would want to be home that late, which is not good. But otherwise, it's starting to improve a little better here and there, but it needs to be done. And then with the Accessoride, I have to say that they need to have we can change our train time, our bus time for when we need for an emergency comes up. Like for instance, even when I get in earlier, since I'm getting early connections from Brooklyn and Jamaica to Atlantic, I should be able to have a time where I can say, okay, I need to change this time on the Accessoride real quick for time-wise. And you need more people get on this on demand. I'd like to be able to try this and see maybe help me out in getting home a little quicker and safer. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we have one more speaker, Jason Anthony.
Good morning, Justin, Rob, and Chief. On the Monday after my 38th birthday, let's talk about fat. Thank you, Neil, for that. Let's talk about fats. Because we heard a certain speaker that I'm not going to mention his name due to security reasons, but let's say that the Title VI claim that he did is not about accessibility. Accessibility is a thing that we should aim for, because the money that was supposedly obtained from congestion pricing is to get full accessibility. And we are going to get that no matter what. But 2 weeks from Wednesday, Governor Kathleen Hochul Courtney did a 180. And this is why me, as a journalist student, did a YouTube video about this. Because for me, it is very important that we all should contact our elected officials from the city council to the federal level. Because I ride the Long Island Railroad. I ride Metro North. And for me, it's very important to get elevators, ramps, upgrade rolling stock. And I don't want to see no more metropolitans in our system. So let's get it right, folks.
Thank you for your remarks. That concludes our public speaking session.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank the speakers that joined us today. The key performance metrics report is the next item on the agenda, and it's in your book for the board members. And moving on to the joint railroad administrative items, we will begin with the minutes of the May 20th, 2024 meeting. The minutes of the joint committee meetings have been distributed to all the members. Are there any corrections or omissions? If not, I move to approve the minutes. All in favor? Aye. The minutes are approved. Now we move on to the 2024 work plans. Justin, since there are changes to the MNR work plan, are there?
No changes.
Rob, are there any changes to the Long Island Railroad work
No
plan?
changes.
Okay. Right, the agency president's reports. We'll now hear from the president's report from both railroads. Justin, you'll go first, as the Metro North Railroad is in the lead this meeting.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So first off, happy birthday to everybody, especially my daughter. So it's an important day. In Kathy's absence this month, I will be combining the president's report with the operations report. To start, Metro North's service delivered rate for May was 99.9%, and service reliability continued to remain strong with May's on-time performance at 98.3%, and year-to-date OTP at 98.6%. As service remains strong, so does our ridership. We served nearly 5.9 million customers in May, an increase of 5.5% from April and 10.1% from May of last year. Our average weekday ridership rose 4.7%, and the average weekend ridership rose by 5.4%. We achieved a new post-pandemic ridership record last Tuesday with 242,116 customers. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday continue to be our heaviest travel days, and we set a new Tuesday through Thursday average ridership total of 227,619. Father's Day, June 16th, has been our busiest Sunday since before the pandemic, with more than 109,000 riders. The Park Avenue Viaduct replacement project moved into high gear on the weekend of June 8th, when MTA C&D successfully replaced the first segment of the century-old structure that carries Metro North's 4-track main line between the Harlem River and 97th Street. C&D and Metro North have worked hand in hand for several months on the implementation and service planning for this project, and I'm delighted to see the project moving forward according to plan and without any impact to our customers. And this past weekend, another 3 spans were successfully replaced. Metro North's commitment to safety is unwavering, so I'm especially proud that the American Public Transportation Association, better known as APTA, the leading public transit advocacy organization, awarded us 2 gold medals, one for safety and one for emergency management. We earned the Safety Award for our data optimization as part of the confidential close call reporting system known as C3RS. Thanks to this new innovative approach to utilizing the information provided by our employees, we are now able to more accurately pinpoint potential issues, allowing us to quickly respond and address any concerns. I am extremely proud of this award, as this work was done in partnership with our labor partners. And we won the Emergency Management Award for our Emergency Management Task Force, the interdepartmental group that convenes whenever we have an operational emergency. We now have a brief video to show regarding the EMTF and the APTA award. Metro North is focused on the continuous improvement of our operation, preparing to face the many challenges of climate change and other events that may impact train service. Our Emergency Management Task Force has taken on this challenge, bolstering our system resilience and setting a new standard for a safer, more reliable transit future.
During an emergency, the great thing about this Emergency Management Task Force and the processes and systems that we've put together is now the decision makers have a tool where information is readily available in one location. We now incorporate SharePoint and different systems like Tomorrow.io. We have access to videos, photos, chief's logs, and any critical information that would be valuable in ensuring quick decisions and a speedy recovery. It plays a critical role. With the retaining wall over on the Hudson line, we were notified by the Operation Control Center. There was a great amount of debris that collapsed onto our right-of-way, and the EMTF was scrambled. All decision makers were placed in a room, and we started working together to strategize how to get the railroad moving again. And within 48 hours, from having all tracks stopped to a ton of work being accomplished, we were able to start moving trains again. It's a great feeling being part of the Emergency Management Task Force. I play a part to ensure that the people in New York and Connecticut get to work and get home on time and safely. I think that's the most important.
Through the enhancements by the Cross-Departmental Emergency Management Task Force, we are not only addressing the challenges of today, but are proactively laying the groundwork for the resilient transit systems of the future. Thank you, APTA, for recognizing Metro North as a leader in the transportation industry.
Thank you. I would now like to update the committee on the first few weekends of our new ferry service pilot project connecting Haverstraw and Rockland County and Ossining and Westchester, where there's connecting service with our Hudson Line trains. We've operated this service for about 20 years during the weekdays. This year, we began a pilot project to gauge the potential demand for weekend service. The ferry operates both Saturdays and Sundays between approximately 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. We began the service on Memorial Day weekend and plan to continue operating it through November 10th, the end of the fall foliage season. On our first weekend, Memorial Day, we carried about 280 riders, and it's since grown to 800 customers. And as announced by NJT, they are increasing their fares by 15% effective July 1st. This in turn leads to an increase in fares on the Port Jervis and Pascagoula Valley service, which is operated by NJT. We are working with NJT on the final fare amounts, and more details will follow. Additionally, since NJT will now be increasing fares annually, approved at 3%, we expect to follow suit. And finally, we are taking a page out of New York City Transit playbook and will begin highlighting our own Railroad All-Stars at committee meetings to recognize employees who are going above and beyond to serve our customers. We will alternate with Long Island Railroad depending on which agency has the lead. This month, Metro North will be recognizing a group of employees from our power department. Metro North employs a catenary electrical system on our New Haven line, which powers lines between Mount Vernon East and New Haven, as well as the New Canaan branch. And it takes specially trained and qualified employees to safely maintain and repair the intricate network of power lines. And when an operational emergency occurs, these specially trained and qualified employees get the call and respond to restore service as quickly and safely as possible. This past month has been no exception, and this group has had to respond to 3 major incidents which had the potential to severely impact our New Haven line customers. On May 7th, a P&W freight train reported that one of its diesel locomotives was on fire just east of Stamford, Connecticut. The fire was significant, with its heat breaking the catenary lines and supports above the train. Nearby fire departments responded, and once the fire was extinguished and the train removed from the scene, our catenary crews quickly sprung to action. They determined that we could continue to operate service on adjacent tracks while they rebuilt and repaired the electrical wires above the freight train's tracks. Our crews worked for 2 nights to repair the damaged electrical line and restore the track to service. And then on May 20th, a train en route to New Haven reported that it had 2 damaged pantographs atop its trains. These 2 pantographs had become fouled in the overhead catenary wire due to a failed insulator rod, which caused significant damage to the catenary wires. Again, we were able to continue operating trains on adjacent tracks while the catenary department staff worked overnight to repair and restore the overhead power lines in time for morning service. And finally, on June 11th, an Amtrak Acela train reported that it had a damaged pantograph which had become fouled in the catenary wire and been torn from its mounting bracket. As with the other 2 incidents, we were able to continue operating trains on the adjacent tracks and provide service. The catenary department worked throughout the evening and overnight to repair and restore the overhead power lines. Today, we recognize 5 employees who were instrumental in the response to these incidents and ensured at least the least amount of impact to our customers. These 5 employees are Steve Walsh, Deputy Chief of Power; William Lockery, Assistant Deputy Director, New Haven Overhead Lines; Fred Merkel, Assistant Director, New Haven Catenary Department; Mike McConnell, Supervisor, New Haven Catenary Department; Carl Pissarro, Foreman, New Haven Catenary Department. Thank you for your efforts and congratulations. Please come up to accept your certificates. That concludes the President's remarks.
Thank you, Justin, and thank you, gentlemen, for a job well done.
Bianca?
Yes.
I got a question for Justin here.
I was just going to
Yeah,
ask if
and it's-
anybody had any questions.
Well,
Go ahead.
no big deal. But I just got a question on the summonses, the arrest statistics, and the which you may or may not have a feel for, but the April and May numbers. I don't really usually pay that much attention to these because I think it's a law of small numbers to some extent. But April and May are extreme deviations, especially in the other criminal summonses. And maybe you can answer it, like what was going on in April and May that, you would think those would be good months. I don't know why I would think that. I like spring. But what's the deal with that?
We can talk if you want about when I get to my report about the Part 1 crimes. But as far as the arrests and summonses, our enforcement has been through the roof. We've increased train patrols. We've increased fare evasion details. With the advent of the ADL policy, I know this goes back beyond that, but our numbers started to rise last year and continue to go up with respect to fare evasion. We deployed a lot of good new technology. We now have portable fingerprint scanners that we use on the platforms, so we don't have to take officers out of service so quickly. We can confirm their identification on the platform, which is very helpful. So what you're seeing there is just our focused intent to make sure that our railroads and our stations, our parking lots, and our trains are as safe and the perception of safety is as strong as possible.
Beautiful.
Any additional questions from the committee? If not, we will now hear the President's report for Long Island Rail from Rob Free.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. May was an incredible month for ridership at the Long Island Railroad. May was our highest post-pandemic month to date. We accommodated over 6.5 million customers. Total ridership as compared to May of last year increased by 15.6%, and year-to-date as of May increased by 17.9%. Monthly ticketed ridership also increased by 25.9% over May of last year. So it's not just non-commutation. We're seeing a high number of commutation customers coming back as well. And looking at May as compared to April of this year alone, we saw an increase of 7% in ridership. That equates to about 400,000 customers in 1 month alone. So that's very impressive numbers. Non-commutation ridership continues to do well as it increased 23.2% as compared to May of last year. So that's the 9th month in a row that we surpassed 2019's non-commutation ridership. And you've heard us often talk about reverse peak ridership and how the investments in Third Track and Grand Central Madison would greatly improve that and benefit Long Island, in particular the businesses of Long Island. And to illustrate that, as of May, AM reverse peak ridership has increased by 16%. PM reverse peak ridership has increased 25%. So an overall increase of reverse peak ridership of about 22%. So those are great numbers. And this is comparing to just January of this year. So we're seeing every month an increase in reverse peak ridership. We can't compare it to last year because we didn't have this granular data back then. But we are seeing significant increases in reverse peak ridership, and just another example of why it's critical to invest in the infrastructure. In terms of ridership, I'm going to steal some thunder from June. We had our highest day ridership post-pandemic with 264,512 customers. And even more impressive is, out of our top 10 ridership days post-pandemic, 9 of the 10 of them occurred between May 14th and June 21st. So we're really seeing robust ridership. And finally, we had our highest 7-day ridership week with over 1.53 million customers for the week. That was the week of June 3rd. In terms of on-time performance, we achieved a 95.8% on-time performance, which is very strong on-time performance, especially when we see with May, we have a high number of discretionary ridership coming with our summer service to both the South Shore and the North Shore, and a high number of events, particularly at Forest Hills, which is very challenging to our operations. So great job by our operations group. For those who couldn't make it to Eisenhower Park for the cricket championship, you missed a great event. We carried over 31,000 customers to the event safely and reliably. The team did a great job planning and executing our plan. I want to thank our operations chief, Scott Petraglia, and the rest of the group. They did an incredible job. Nice work. But I want to get a quick commercial in as it relates to this event. This service that we provided wouldn't have been possible without the Third Track in Grand Central Madison. Third Track enabled us to increase service, and not only increase the service, but not disrupt the regular service in order to provide customers to get to this location. And Grand Central Madison enabled us to provide another terminal for the trains to operate in and out of. If we just had Penn Station, we couldn't have done it because this event began and ended around the PM peak and the AM peak rush hour, so we wouldn't have had room at Penn Station. So those investments really paid off on normally on a day-to-day, but also for the significant events like this. And I'd also like to thank Board Member Mack and NICE President Jack Kazuz for their assistance and planning for this event. It was really incredible teamwork. As you know, we're always looking to improve the customer experience, which is one of our main focuses, safety, reliability, and the customer experience. And as far as our goals, it's one of our goals, improving the customer experience. I won't use the North Star theme because I know that's already taken, but we are pleased to introduce a new method for our customers to report feedback on our station bathrooms. We want to know about problems real time. That's why our customers will now be able to report bathroom-related issues directly to our stations department for attention. Luckily, we have our stations department head with us here today, Teresa Dorsey, who will provide a presentation on this initiative shortly, and I know she's just chomping at the bit to do so. On June 10th, we debuted another station becoming ADA accessible with a new elevator and related improvements. This time at Amityville Station, the second of 4 stations to become ADA accessible on the Babylon branch this year alone. Lindenhurst and Massapequa Park are next. I'd like to thank our partners at MTA Construction and Development, which we're honored to have Jamie join us today. So thank you, Jamie and Anthony. Great job by the team. And to the ADA advocates who join us in the goal of making all 126 of our stations accessible and for championing the cause of public transportation for all. On Friday, June 14th, the Long Island Railroad delivered a decommissioned M3 rail car to the Nassau County Police Department to be utilized for training at their facility at Nassau Community College campus. The rail car will be featured in Nassau County Police Department's new mock village for real-world scenario drills. The village includes a train station that features the rail car, tracks, and a platform where the first responders and other law enforcement agencies can conduct joint exercises in a variety of simulated scenarios. We are always happy to assist our partners in law enforcement and hope the rail car serves Nassau County Police Department well. We are proud to have another ABC7 MTA Hero of the Week. On May 3rd, Grand Central Madison ticket clerk Nick Appel was down on the platforms when he came upon a customer in distress, having just discovered that she had lost her engagement ring. Nick tried to help by searching the train she had just left, but the ring was nowhere to be found. Given the value of the $17,000 ring, and I did tell my wife, don't get any ideas, he took her to file a report with the MTA PD. Along the way, it became clear that she had taken off the ring on her first train. At the precinct, Officer Nindak and Sergeant Dove spoke with her and determined that her first train was currently in a yard in Brooklyn. They had officers dispatched to the yard, and thankfully, Officer Tongdon found the ring, which was returned to the customer. Congratulations and job well done to Nick and his fellow heroes from the MTA PD. On that high note, to a more somber note, this past month, we lost one of the giant figures of the Long Island Railroad's recent past. Former Executive Vice President Al Cosenza sadly left us at the age of 80, but leaves behind a legacy of brilliant leadership. Remarkably, after wrapping up a 25-year tenure at New York City Transit in 1995 as Vice President and General Counsel, Al began a 20-year stint at the Long Island Railroad. We all remember how devoted Al was to his work and to the riding public, how much he loved his wife Mary and 2 children. His trademark office podium, and I chuckle at that, I used to tease him about that a lot, and most definitely a good game of tennis. He was a phenomenal tennis player. Al was a mentor and friend, and we owe him a huge debt of gratitude for guiding the railroad through many challenges and for developing the next generation of leaders, including myself. Our prayers go out to the Cosenza family, and I'd now like to take a moment of silence in Al's memory. Thank you. That concludes my report, and I'll answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Mack?
Yeah, I want to compliment the Long Island Railroad, all of its employees. They did a wonderful job on the cricket. And a special thanks to the chief, who worked very well with our police department, Nassau County. We had no incidents, And I think that just tells you how law enforcement is so important. I want to know also, for the fourth year in a row, Nassau County is voted the safest county in the United States. I just came in from LA on business, naturally. All I can tell you is the railroad has the same problems: murders, assaults, robbery. That's all I saw on TV. Chief, keep doing a good job. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments or questions? Okay, we move forward now with our Long Island Rail Operations Report from Tom Coast.
Chair, good morning, everyone. As Rob mentioned, total on-time performance for the month of May was 95.8%, above goal of 94%, and year-to-date as of May is 96%, above goal of 94%. For the month of May, 10 branches operated at or above goal, and year-to-date as of May, 10 branches operated at or above goal. For major events which result in 10 or more late trains, there were 11 incidents for the month of May. The most significant event occurred on May 24th when there was an undergrade bridge strike at Forest Hill Station. This event resulted in 28 delays, negatively impacting on-time performance by 0.1%. For our fleet performance, the MDBF for the month of April was 195,656 miles, above goal of 150,000 miles, and MDBF year-to-date as of April is 161,222 miles, above goal of 150,000 miles. For service delivery, we completed 99.8% of our trips for the month of May, and we've completed 99.6% of our trips year-to-date. For upcoming work that will impact service, on 4 weekends, the weekends of June 29th and 30th, July 13th and 14th, July 20th and 21st, and July 20th, 7th, and 28th, ADA work will take place at Laurelton Station. Buses will replace trains at Locust Manor, Laurelton, and Rosedale for approximately 48 hours. And then again, the same 4 weekends, June 29th and 30th, July 13th and 14th, July 20th and 21st, and July 27th and 28th, a series of switch installations and piggyback activities will take place at various locations on the Port Jefferson branch between Hicksville and Port Jefferson. Buses will replace trains between Hicksville and Port Jefferson for approximately 48 hours. Please check the website and train time app for updated schedules. That concludes my report. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks, Tom. Any questions? Yes.
Just one from me. I was looking at the on-time performance by branch, and I know the goal is 94, overall is 95.8. There's one that is lower than the rest. That's the Montauk branch. It's at 91.9. Everything else is considerably higher. Can you just say a little bit about what the difference is with that branch from the rest?
Yes, so the Montauk branch, the trains are traveling a longer distance, and it's also very much impacted by our summer travel and weekend travel. There's a lot of people that travel by with suitcases and different things as they go out to the Hamptons, so a lot of different things impact that service. It's also, once you get to Patchogue, it's a single track operation, which goes a considerable distance out to Montauk, so there's only 2 locations in between Spionk and Montauk that trains can tuck in and get out of the way for additional trains to pass in the other direction. So if there's one late train, it kind of impacts the other trains basically in the schedule.
Is this a historical, I don't have all of the going back years, is Montauk always behind the rest on that basis?
It does very much impact the same time frames. During the winter, when there's less travel and there's less trains running, generally speaking, the on-time performance is a little higher. Once we get into the summer and we add the service, and then you add the summer travel, the trains are longer. There's 4-car platforms at some locations, so they have to make double stops with all the additional travelers. So it's pretty normal.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Tom. Safety reports are next on the agenda, and we will start with Shelley Prettyman, Vice President of System Safety, to provide Metro North's.
Good morning. Metro North Safety Report can be found on page 16 of the Performance Metrics book. So I'm happy to report that Metro North's customer and employee injury rates continue to show improvement over the prior reporting period. So the current 12-month reporting period ends April 2024, and it's compared to the prior 12 months ending April 2023. The reportable customer injury rate decreased from 2.08 to 1.91 per 1 million customers, and the reportable employee lost time injury rate decreased from 2.20 to 1.81 per 200,000 working hours. So this month, I'd like to highlight some of the work of the Office of System Safety's Environmental Compliance Team. The team regularly conducts environmental field inspections and audits in support of Metro North's compliance programs and initiatives. And to date, they've conducted 156 across the Metro North territory. They also, as part of their waste minimization program, they've recycled over 1,900 gallons of chemicals for the year to date, preventing their disposal. And I also want to note that the team responds to incidents with environmental impact 24/7 as needed. So that's just a few highlights from the work that they do. And that concludes my remarks. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any for me.
Thank you, Shelley.
Thank you.
Questions for Shelley? Okay, we move on to Long Island Rail Safety Report by Laura Ebbinghaus.
So our safety report, we're also reporting on our performance through April, is found on page 30. Our reportable customer injury rate was 2.29 per 1 million customers, and our reportable employee lost time injury rate was 4.31 per 200,000 working hours. And in the spirit of heroism that we've heard today, I'd like to showcase an event that we've been doing over 30 years. It's our Safety Incentive Award. We invite every year employees to nominate their fellow employees for acts that go above and beyond the course of their duties. These include things like rendering life-saving medical aid, combating fires, preventing rail incidents, preventing suicides. And we had the good fortune just recently to honor 30 employees that were nominated by their peers. Both labor leadership and Long Island Railroad management leadership gathered. Their families, in some cases, were present as well. And it was a ceremony that we look forward to every year, because there's a lot of folks out there at the railroad. They care deeply about the railroad, but they're also very cognizant of their responsibilities for safety as well. So proud to showcase their accomplishments. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for sharing this with us. Any questions? Okay, we move on to MTA Police Report presented by Chief Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the month of May 2024, we had 36 Part 1 index crimes. We had 14 grand larcenies. Again, the trend continues. Every single one of those grand larcenies was the result of unattended property. We had 9 assaults. Of the assaults, 5 of those were against police officers and 2 of those were against conductors, which is worth noting because, to Mr. Brown's point earlier, we have increased enforcement. Unfortunately, when we increase enforcement, we also will see more assaults and attacks on our police officers for doing so. We had 9 burglaries, and we had 3 robberies, and we had 1 grand larceny auto. That's for the month of May. I'm available to answer any questions.
Yes, please, Mr. Free.
Chief, I just wanted to thank the chief for all the work that they're doing out there. The amount of train rides and the police presence on board our trains and the responses has been phenomenal. As you know, we instituted a new practice, and in this past Saturday, we had 38 requests alone on Saturday for police assistance, and the MTA police responded to all of them and did a phenomenal job in handling the situation. So I wanted to thank you. And the other thing is, when we talk about safety in the fall, we did a customer satisfaction survey, and 92% of the customers reported positive satisfaction with onboard safety, overall onboard safety, and in our stations, 87%. So the customers, our most important piece of this, feel safe because they are safe. So thank you.
And I would also say, Mr. President, thank you for that. But when I give you some of the summons numbers, the men and women of the MTA PD are just nothing short of remarkable. We had 235 arrests in May 24, to Mr. Brown's point, which is an increase of 123% to May of 23. And our summons count is up as well. We issued 1,200 summonses compared to 1,036 in 23, and most of those are rules and regulations. But with that, like I said, we're up 200% in assaults against police officers. So we know that this enforcement, this precision policing model is working. We're going to stay the course. We're going to make sure that people are paying their fare. And we really appreciate the help of the Long Island Railroad and the Metro-North Railroad for helping us make this happen.
Thank you, Chief. I'll yield my time to my co-chair.
Thank you. Chief, I just also want to echo what's been said. We really appreciate your department's effort. I see the visibility on the trains as I travel. The enforcement is out there. The data may show an increase in arrests, but that's exactly what we need. I think the overall ridership is feeling safe, and your efforts are being realized. So I truly appreciate what you're doing. Please stay the course.
Thank you, sir.
I think Mr. Tessitore has a question.
Yes, more of a comment, I guess, and continued thanks to the chief, and Rob's comments are perfect, and we are making tremendous progress. I just want to highlight the importance of the change in policy that is being done, that the board should be aware of and the committee aware of, with the issuance of invoices and extending credit and the requirement for identification. That's going to continue to elevate exactly what the chief is talking about. There'll be the need for more interaction, because now the fare evaders that were taking advantage of the policy can no longer do so. So we have to be sensitive to that, to know that our frontline employees, again, now are forced to put themselves out there a little bit, because they don't just get to walk away if somebody says, I have nothing, and make up a name, and we just move on. So I think we need to be sensitive to that, and the chief's going to need the continued support and the resources to get it done. And our department is going to have to weigh in a little bit through our dispatching to make sure that everybody's on the same page, because we got to get it right now. The policy just changed. If we just let this policy go bad like the last one, would know it, that's not a derogatory statement. It's just people took advantage. We can't let them take advantage this time, and we got to make sure we stay on it while our conductors have to stay safe doing so.
Thank you. I have actually Mr. Chu and then Mr. Zuckerman.
I'm not going to repeat what's been said, but I agree with all of it. But I will take the time to say something I've said, but we can't say it enough, that we don't operate in a vacuum. All of these policies that are coming into place and the progress we're seeing, represents the MTA and all its collective components doing what it can to not only make the train safer, but also combat fare evasion. We can't do it alone. I will keep harping. I remind anyone who's listening that we still need the support to get as far as we can get with this from the entire, criminal justice vertical. That includes, prosecutions, time movement through the system, exercising laws that already are on the books for transit bans. We do not want I think we're all in agreement that if anyone has to confront physically, someone on the railroad, it should be a law enforcement professional, not a civilian personnel. But we don't want your folks to have to confront the same people over and over and over again if they don't belong on the trains. And that also extends to our friends of the legislature, who can also consider, new laws, which we're glad to have conversations about, that again could, protect our ridership and our personnel from having to cope with the same recidivist individuals over and over again that are so disproportionately, committing crime on the entire system. So, but I applaud the efforts of Chief Mueller, the whole staff, all of your force, and of course the cooperation from all the conductors that are help making the system safe. And it's also an important point to note out that data is important. We have to go through data, but it's only part of the story. And to Rob's point, I think riders feel safe. They see it. I see it. I'm a regular rider, so good job.
Yeah, thank you very much. I rode Metro North yesterday from the city, middle of the day, and the train was pretty crazy. There were a lot of people. I think they had a good old time at Yankee Stadium. A lot of the usual, heat, inebriation, and I'm sure lack of water led to it. I met a nice kid first year as a conductor named Drew. I can't remember his last name, but met Drew on the train. He was actually pretty motivated to stop fare evasion. He pulled out this little placard card he had that was given to him, I assume, by the police, and it was very bent, not only because it was in his back pocket, but because I think he has given it out a bunch of times. Says, I can't help you. I cannot give you an IOU. You're going to have to pay it, or you're going to have to get off the train and be arrested. And he was regaling me with a story about a woman who decided, in fact, she'd rather just get the handcuffs on her, was the way he described the story. Ultimately, this fare evasion problem is one where we need the public to be bought into it. Yes, I think having some form of deterrence that legal and our on-board team supports, but ultimately the public has to buy into the fact that this is everyone's problem. I have walked on the subway many, many times, twice in the last 4 days, and seen kids just walk underneath. And oddly enough, kids with their parents encouraging them to walk underneath the turnstile. We have a growing, common, pervasive, and accepted form of disobedience. And so we need enforcement, but we also need the public to understand they are robbing themselves of a need we all have. If you look at the numbers, those who will look forward to the Finance Committee meeting in a few hours, you'll see the numbers. And when you see high single-digit numbers of changes in fare box, that's not good for an organization this big. We should actually have almost no change against the actuals. So actually, Metro North is actually doing quite good relative to our budget. But the other parts of this organization are not, and we have to figure out how to stop it, because obviously this is a problem we're going to have to fix on our own in the near term. So thank you, Chief, for what you're doing. Norman, I applaud this guy. Drew did a great job. He's only got 29 years to go till he retires, so hopefully he'll stay motivated. But the public needs to help us too.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, Chief Mueller, I just want to thank you, not just for providing the statistics, but for explaining the statistics. Unfortunately, out on Long Island, we have a newspaper that likes to sensationalize everything. And I think it was last Sunday that they had the big crime on the Long Island Railroad and how terrible it was. But when you explain the statistics, most of the grand larcenies were the riders' fault. They just left packages or things unattended. The assaults are against police officers and conductors. So the riders are safe, But you bringing it out at these meetings that we understand why these statistics are saying what they're saying gives a lot more peace of mind to the ridership, because they know they are safe on the trains. And I appreciate the explanations. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jerry. Mr. Mack, and then Mr. Brown.
I listened to everything that everyone said. Again, I'll repeat, there's no deterrent like a uniform. And Chief, you got to keep hiring. That's right. If we don't have men and women out there, who knows, it could get worse. But very important that we have more men and women. In New York City, they're losing almost 200 a month. They're just leaving. So just keep this in mind. All of us support the initiation of more officers on the platform, on the train. But you can't do it without having people. So very important.
Yeah, one other thing, Chief, when you have these fingerprint readers initiated, have you kicked up any open warrants? I'm certain you have. I'm the master of asking questions I think I know the answer to, but there must be some dramatic broken windows cases there.
There are quite a bit, Mr. Brown, and we're seeing more and more of them. What we like about the portability of these fingerprint scanners is that in the past we'd have to take the person into custody and bring them back to the base and then process them there and fingerprint them there. If we're issuing a summons, we're just looking to see, who are you who you say you are, and are you wanted on a warrant? And if you are, we'll make sure that that warrant gets executed. Even so much so in the MTA PD now, we don't let the wanting agency, so for example, if the NYPD, they're wanted for the NYPD, there are times, because the NYPD is particularly busy, or could be any other police agency, when they, if they're not available to come pick the person up, the MTA is more than happy to transport the person to the extraditing agency. And we think that also is a very powerful deterrent. And just one other thing with respect to the conductors I wanted to say. We're also seeing, because we checked this data, that the calls for service and the requests by conductors have really gone up, especially on the Long Island Railroad. That makes us feel good in the MTA PD, because we know that now we're creating some real trust with our conductors and the other members of our MTA family, that they feel as though when the MTA PD shows up, we're going to take the person off the train so we don't inconvenience all the paying riders, and we're going to appropriately and deal with the fare dispute on the platform so we don't disrupt service.
Do you have another comment, Mr. Brown?
Yeah. Do some of these guys, do they find the money for the fare deep in their pockets after you show them the fingerprint reader?
We had stopped doing that. We saw that in the beginning when we looked at the process, where it was just as, it was policy the way it used to be. A lot of times the officers would show up to the train, and the conductor would ask, this person hasn't paid, then the officers, in an effort to de-escalate, I'm not criticizing, but would say, do you have the money to pay? Come on, let's pay. When we looked at this process, we thought it was not safe for the conductor to leave that fare disputee on the train for the rest of the ride. And we didn't think it was right that just because what we do then is, if we do that, we're conditioning these people to say, well, I'll hold off, and if the conductor calls the police, then I'll pay. So the fact that we're being very specific and very clear that there's a fare dispute, you get off of the train moves on with the paying customers, we will adjudicate appropriately on the platform. Could be an arrest, could be a warning, could be a summons, could be a warrant execution. But it's going to happen on the platform, and we're not going to create a dangerous situation for the conductors that have to remain on the train for the remainder of the trip.
Yeah, bravo.
One more?
Bravo,
Go for it.
bravissimo, but it, too, it builds social capital with the rest of the riders who see this happening, and are sort of proud of you guys, and proud of the conductor, and proud of the coordination that goes on between you.
Yes.
I've ridden a couple of Metro North trains recently, and the police have been on the trains, and I remember seeing one woman was very pleased to see that they were walking through, so keep up the good work. Thank you.
Any additional comments or questions before we move forward? Okay, thank you, Chief Mueller, for your presentation. All right, so now we are headed on to the special presentation for Long Island Rail. We have Teresa Dorsey, Chief Station Officer, who will be taking us through a special presentation on the station bathroom QR codes. Thank you, Teresa.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to present the newest tool for our department to better help customers with the condition of our bathrooms, our bathroom survey. To keep the station bathrooms looking as good as possible for all our customers, a bathroom survey app has been developed by the MTA IT department. This app is a quick and easy way for our customers to communicate with us when they see something problematic in our bathrooms in real time. Our objective is to improve customer satisfaction regarding the condition of station bathrooms, with a plan to respond as quickly as possible to remedy the situation. We're going to put posters inside bathrooms with a QR code for scanning. The customer scans the QR code. Thank you. The customer scans the QR code with mobile device. The survey opens for the customer. Customer relays bathroom issues to station's team, and the team responds to rectify the reported issues. So the bathroom survey will be quick and easy format for customers to relay information about the condition of the bathrooms, again, in real time. Customer scans the code, taps the issue, adds the comment and/or a picture, and then submits the survey. Once the customer submits the survey, an email is generated to the cleaning team for that location, and a team member responds as quickly as possible. We're very excited to use this and to see the responses from the customers. We plan to use this tool to make operational improvements by collecting and analyzing data. We will identify trends to make adjustments to cleaning schedules and manpower scheduling if required. There will be bathroom posters that will be put up in all the station bathrooms. Each poster has a unique code that's station specific. And to start the survey, the customer scans the QR code with their mobile device and follows the screens. Once the QR code is scanned, this screen will appear on their iPhone or their phone. Customers can pick any option or more than one option and add comments if they would like to. Customers can also add a picture. They can also type in any comment in that box, any free comment. This one, I chose the toilet needs cleaning, and there's a clogged toilet. They would then tap the next button for the next screen. They can add their email address and their name if they would like to on this screen. It's totally optional. They don't have to add anything. Then they would tap the submit survey button on the bottom. They would then receive a thank you screen. Now the response process begins. An email is being formulated for the cleaning team. Another email is being sent to the customer if they provided an email address. This is a sample email response to the customer if they provided their email address. It gives the subject line of the station that they were at, what the choice that they chose with the problem at the station, toilet needs cleaning, and a clogged toilet if they added any comments. We thank them for submitting their feedback. Each survey submitted will have a reference number for us to track it. Then we have the sample of the email that will go to the station's cleaning team. This also has the same information, the station name, the problem that the customer chose, and any comments that they wrote. This will also have the picture attached to it. The only difference on this email is that there will be a link on the bottom that the foreman can click on once the bathroom has been cleaned. This will totally close the loop for us. That's it. If anyone has any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Dorsey. I have a quick question. Will the poster and/or survey be available in different languages?
The survey itself has an option at the bottom that you can choose what language you'd like to use.
But the poster will not be in a different
It will
language?
not. No.
Yes, Mr. Brinkman.
More of a comment than a question. I'm just hoping that if this proves to be successful, that perhaps you could work with the operations department for the onboard trains, the bathrooms, if we could have something like this done. Again, I guess you're the pilot, so we could see how it works, with the station bathrooms. But as commuter council president, the complaints that I've been getting have been onboard bathrooms where the problem seems to lie. So maybe this is something we could expand further on down the line. Rob?
It's in the works.
Yeah.
We hope
Appreciate
to
it.
start putting them in shortly to do the same thing, to respond. We actually have employees doing in-service surveys themselves, the employees getting on and off and looking at the bathrooms. And part of this was me constantly checking bathrooms. And unfortunately, we do get low ratings in our bathrooms, particularly on board. So the team knows I regularly check the bathrooms and provide my own survey and get back to them. But I think this is going to be a great initiative and really provide dividends to us. So it is coming on the rolling stock, Jerry.
Greatly appreciate it. Thanks, Rob.
Yes, Randy.
Great job, Teresa. This is all an in-house app. Everything's internal.
Yes, it is.
Great initiative. Once your pilot is over, maybe Metro North can take advantage of it as well. Thank you.
So we'll be starting the pilot end of July, early August for both stations and onboard equipment.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Ms. Dorsey. I appreciate the presentation. Moving on to agency information items. Justin, do we have any items?
Both items are in the book, diversity and the Hartsdale Station lease agreement.
How about for Long Island Rail, Rob?
Same thing, Tommy touched on the track work. Anything else is in the book and the diversity report as well.
Great. Finance reports are also in the book.
Correct.
Thank you. And procurements. Omar, please take us through the Metro North Rail procurement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Both Metro North Railroad and the Long Island Railroad collectively presents to the board 2 procurement actions this month. First, Metro North requests board approval of a contract to Loram Maintenance of Way for continuous work platform services. This contract will consist of a 3-year base with 2 one-year options and will provide self-propelled mobile platform operated by Loram personnel consisting of 8 gondola cars capable of quickly and effectively performing a variety of wayside track maintenance activities such as heavy digging, rail and tie pickup, tie distribution, and the placement of riprap. It is also equipped with an onboard excavator and has a total storage capacity of 350 tons. The CWP will be primarily used to perform work in Metro North's operating territory in the state of Connecticut, while the M&R-owned CWP will continue to be used to perform work in New York. For the solicitation, a single bid was received from Loram, to which Loram took exceptions to the several terms and conditions, and this bid was therefore determined to be non-responsive. With no other viable options, Metro North chose to negotiate. Loram's negotiated price for Metro North is in the amount of $8.4 million for the 3-year base and 2-year options. Pricing for year 1 was evaluated against the historical data and determined to be in line with the CPI rate and deemed to be fair and reasonable. Subsequent years' pricings will be adjusted in accordance to that CPI as negotiated. This Metro North procurement will be funded in majority by the Connecticut Department of Transportation. Now I give way to my colleague from Long Island Railroad, Jacqueline Waddell, who will present the second action for the board.
Thank you, Omar. The Long Island Railroad procurement package also includes one action this month, the request for approval of a joint agency contract also to Loram Maintenance of Way for rail vacuum services on behalf of the Long Island Railroad and Metro North Railroad. The term for this contract is a period of 5 years, 3-year base plus 2 one-year options. The work under this contract will cover rail vacuum services using self-propelled specialty excavating and material handling equipment operated by Loram personnel that systematically removes ballast, mud, debris, and other materials that may pose safety issues from locations in electrified territory along the railway without interfering with electric operations. A single bid was submitted by Loram. Other firms, including Harsco Rail and Plaza American Corp., indicated that they did not have the manpower and rail-bound equipment capable of meeting all technical requirements. Loram took exception to several terms and conditions, and its bid was therefore determined to be non-responsive. With no other viable options, the Long Island Railroad chose to negotiate. Loram's proposed price for both railroads, including the option periods, is $44.6 million. Pricing for year 1 was evaluated against historical data and determined to be in line with the Consumer Price Index rate and deemed to be fair and reasonable. Subsequent years' pricing will be adjusted in accordance with the CPI. The final amount for this award for both railroads is approximately $44.6 million for the full 5-year term, including the option years. On behalf of the Long Island Railroad and Metro North Railroad, we submit these 2 procurements for board approval.
Thank you, Omar and Jackie. I just have a quick question going back to the first procurement that Omar spoke about. I know that the state of Connecticut will reimburse us for the work. At what point does that happen? After the entire work is completed? Do they reimburse us partially? What is the plan?
We have an ongoing relationship with the Connecticut Department of Transportation, and I do believe through ledger accounts, they bill on a monthly basis. So, but this one, we got an actual from the rail administrator of CDOT capital action form for taking care of this procurement at 75%. And the remaining 25 is for Metro North. But again, through our relationships with the Connecticut Department of Transportation, we do these monthly billings with them, and this would be just another part of that.
Great, thank you very much. Any additional questions? Yes, Mr. Garad.
Thank you. I am one of the newer board members, and so the procurement process is newer to me. So forgive me some basic questions here.
In a circumstance in which there was a single bid where the bidder took exceptions and there was no other options, and the MTA chooses to negotiate as opposed to perhaps reopening the bidding process, can you just give me a sense, at least on both of these contracts, what were the exceptions that were made, and what was the difference in the value of the contract from what was initially anticipated versus what you're asking us to approve, and substantively what the differences are?
Well, by and large, the procurement policy dictates that, this was done as competitive bid. And with several vendors, we usually go with the apparent low bidder, meeting the specification requirements. This was not the case for this scenario for both the continuous work platform and the RailVac. We had a single bid for the CWP, whereas with the RailVac, you had multiple suppliers that were invited, but only one bidder supplied a response. In terms of the exceptions, LORAM specifically took exceptions to our terms and conditions. Just to name a few, limited liability, some insurance matters, and the big primary was cybersecurity. With the MTIT folks and MTA Law, it took a long, laborious effort in trying to negotiate those terms, as well as the pricing structure of this procurement. So when you have exceptions and you deem the person in a competitive environment as non-responsive, and we only had one supplier, one bidder, it forced the railroad to negotiate it. And we need these services for continuous maintenance along the right-of-way. So we chose to negotiate as we dictated. And of course, those elements, of course, with MTA Law, as well as the cybersecurity firms, worked with LORAM and its attorneys and their folks to get to those terms and conditions. But primarily, those elements was what drove the negotiation process at this time.
Anything about those terms and conditions which deviated from other similar terms and conditions that the MTA would have negotiated with other contractors, or as it relates to limited liability or insurance or cybersecurity here? Was it pretty much the standard that the MTA would be looking to achieve in a contract like this?
Not necessarily. Procurement, both in all agencies, have experienced a huge pushback in terms of conditions, particularly since the introduction of cybersecurity. This was something new that kind of like made frame and became a necessary part of our contract terms and conditions over the last 5 years. And we've seen an uptick in a lot of challenges to terms and conditions, primarily driven by cybersecurity. So again, we have a separate group that specifically works with MTA Law to try to negotiate those elements. Some of these aspects are quite significant because based on our requirements for cyber, it does have somewhat of a commercial impact to them, some of these requirements. So yes, it's now become more commonplace to negotiate these terms, unlike what we used to do, 5-10 years ago.
In the context of cybersecurity, for a contract for work platform services, what are we talking about here? What is the vulnerability? What is the concern? What are we worried about? What are we protecting against? What is the contractor concerned about? What's the issue here?
My apologies, yes. The cybersecurity, without getting too much into the weeds of it, our policies, as you can see with our own breaches, and as you can see from hackers throughout the country, bombarding many businesses, the MTA is not immune from that as well. So one of the things of the cybersecurity requirements is to ensure that not only the contractor has better policies to protect themselves and the railroad from cyber attacks, but also their subcontractors as well. As you know, technology is everywhere, and I hear what you have to say. They're just railroad workers moving gravel around, and there's no need for any type of software or anything that could threaten us. I agree with you. But in terms of our communications with our companies like LORAM, even from emails and internet, things of that nature, there are elements of cyber influences that could create some of these breaches when it comes to transferring MTA data in that regard. So as simplistic as that, cybersecurity is a necessary evil. And yes, we even have cybersecurity for people who make track material. All they do is steel manufacturers. You may think, yes, why would I need that? But the very nature of negotiating with MTA and all the agencies, even from a like electronic standpoint, such as internet and email, these terms are quite necessary.
Okay, I understand. Really, what I'm trying to conclude here, because this will be one of my first contracts that I'd be voting on, and something that has come through a committee in which I serve. Is there any deviation here on limited liability or insurance? I understand cybersecurity may be a new phenomenon, and it is something which we're seeing, increased demand for protection as a result of what's happening. But is there anything here that is out of the ordinary that we're being asked to agree to as part of this contract relative to other contracts of this type?
I don't think there's anything out of the ordinary from the normal services that we've gotten from companies like LORAM. They've been servicing our areas for many, many years. This is perfectly normal for our normal maintenance. But in this day of cybersecurity and liabilities with lawsuits that's going on out there in the world today, a lot of these big companies that we deal with are somewhat have to try to protect themselves and their businesses, particularly when dealing with the MTA.
So
And again,
I'll just jump in. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
No, there are no deviations. We are very careful about with indemnification and liability to protect the rights of the MTA. So part of the negotiation was to make sure the rights of the MTA is protected.
Okay, good. I guess the reason why I was asking it in the way that I was is it sounded like the exceptions that were made by the prospective contractor, and it related to these issues. Is that correct?
Yeah, typically contractors make exceptions to the standard terms and conditions that are attached to our RFP and our proposals because they want to negotiate. And when they issue these exceptions, we go through it and we negotiate those exceptions. But ultimately, what we're trying to do is make sure our rights are protected and that we get the best price. And I believe that we have done that here. And so that is what is being before, that's what's before the committee.
Great. And my last question here is, were the same issues present in both of these contracts? Are we dealing with the same exceptions in both?
Yeah. Yes, specifically for cybersecurity, I know that is the same. The cybersecurity terms and conditions for both of these contracts are the same.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Great, thank you. May I have a motion in a second? Yes, Mr. Tessitore.
Just really quick, do we debate in a procurement this size buying equipment or seeing what we have available and doing the work ourselves?
Well, funny you mentioned that. The CWP, Metro North, does own its own CWP platform. Unfortunately, that one unit is not enough to cover our territory. So hence, we do still need the services of LORAM. And since this thing would be mostly funded by Connecticut, that piece of equipment will be dedicated to servicing the territory that Metro North operates, specifically in the state of Connecticut.
I would always encourage, like, when we get boxed in a corner like this, that we should think about doing things ourselves or leasing equipment or buying equipment, because we know that we're going to need that all the time. That never goes away.
Correct.
Any final questions or comments? Okay. May I have a motion and a second to accept these procurements? Second. Mr. Chu, all in favor? Motion passes. Thank you very much, Omar and Jackie, for responding to those questions. And now we adjourn. So may I have a motion and a second to adjourn? Perfect. Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody.
What does a record do?
Hi, my name is Devin Mullen. I'm an assistant maintainer at the Verrazano Bridge, and I've been with Bridge and Tunnel Authority for 5 years now. Well, basically, we make sure that anything that happens on the bridge, whether it's a collision or a disabled vehicle, contractors working, we make sure everyone gets on and off the bridge safely. Any 5-minute delay turns into 20 minutes of traffic.
The city is busy. Rush hour is tough. Roadways are congested to begin with, so we want to make sure that we can keep those roadways clear, and that's, main function of a record driver. Every day they save the day. That little disabled vehicle, if that disabled vehicle is not removed, a lot of people are not getting to work in the morning. So their quick response is going to determine how the rest of the day is going to go for a lot of people. They are the go-to guys. We depend on them on a daily basis, and they perform their job very well.
Our truck is our main tool. We make sure it works well, and then it serves us well. The light-duty wrecker is usually we use for flat tires, overheat, small vehicles. The medium duties, they're basically utility. Anything we need other than tractor trailers and heavy trucks. Anything that requires heavy boom lifting, winch outs, things like that, we're going to use the heavy wreckers. Working on the roadway, it's a dangerous condition. You have vehicles flying by you at 60 miles an hour. People aren't paying attention half the time, so you do run the risk of getting hit.
So they never know what's going to happen when they're up there. I mean, there's different types of, disables. There's all kinds of different vehicles. There's trucks. There's hazmat vehicles that are carrying chemicals. So there's always a challenge when they get up there.
We're first on scene a lot of the time. We just try to help people. We try to get the bridge moving, the traffic moving, get people where they got to go. And we try to get them there safely. It gives you a sense of responsibility, and it's satisfying at the end of the day to know that you are part of keeping this running and keeping everyone safe.
My name is Winnie Espada. I'm a car appearance maintainer, and I've been doing this job for 10 years. I work out of Shea Yard. I was interested in helping the community, the public, so when our
Morning, everyone. We're ready? Just wanted to get started. I'd like to call to order the New York City Transit Committee meeting. Can we get started with the public safety announcements, please?
Your safety is of the foremost importance to the MTA. Therefore, we ask that you listen and adhere to the following instructions. If you witness an emergency, notify emergency personnel in the room and call 911 immediately. Please follow any audible instructions provided through the public address system or visually on screens in the event of an emergency. If an alarm sounds, wait for a public address announcement and follow instructions. If told to go to another floor or to evacuate the building, leave all unessential items behind and use stairwell A just across the main hallway, or stairwell B down the hallway past the elevators. If you have a mobility disability or cannot self-evacuate, please proceed to stairwell D or E for assistance by MTA staff or emergency personnel. An automated external defibrillator, AED, for use by trained personnel is in the main hallway just past the elevators. If you need assistance during an evacuation, please tell an MTA staff member or emergency personnel. Thank you and have a safe day.
Thanks so much. Let's move to our public speakers, please.
Good morning, Chair. We have 30 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum, including speaking on topic. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker is Kara Girl, followed by Andy Pollock.
Good morning. I'm Kara Girl, Planning and Advocacy Manager at the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. First, we're excited to welcome New York City Transit Interim President Demetrius Critchlow and look forward to working together on behalf of riders. And we're deeply disappointed in Governor Hochul's decision to indefinitely pause congestion pricing. Riders around the region will suffer because of this mistake, but subway and bus riders will bear the brunt of the impacts. With 80% of the revenue slated to go towards transit projects, there will now be a major gap in funding for things like upgraded signals and accessibility projects. Congestion pricing would also speed up buses by getting cars and trucks off the street and out of bus lanes, complementing automated camera enforcement. Even with some kind of last resort funding for the MTA, riders on buses and Accessoride won't see speed improvements like they would have with congestion pricing. All of this pain for riders is coming in the name of affordability for the tiny minority who drive into Manhattan. We agree that affordability should be a priority, which is why we're working to expand fare fares in this year's city budget. PCAC released a report earlier this month showing that over 650,000 more New Yorkers from every neighborhood across the city would be newly eligible for fare fares if the eligibility threshold was raised to 200% of the federal poverty level, up from the current 120%. We found a strong correlation between fare evasion summonses and where residents would be newly eligible for fare fares. Also, that New York's fare fares has the most restrictive income requirements, despite having the highest cost of living and the highest poverty rates of major cities within comparable programs around the country. That's how you actually improve equity and affordability, by making the transit system that low-income riders and working-class New Yorkers depend on more accessible, so no one has to choose between a meal and a swipe. We're working closely with the Community Service Society, Riders Alliance, and the City Council to get fare fares expansion over the finish line this year. Riders just need Mayor Adams to agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andy Pollock, followed by Robert Whitaker.
Thank you, Lucille. Good morning, everyone. Andy Pollock for the record, Passengers United. I want to wish Richard Davey best luck in his new chapter in Massachusetts. So let's stick to what's going on in the world of New York City Transit lately. Subway surfing, yet again. What's going on? We had another teenager die, literally in the Bronx a couple of weeks ago. So something needs to be done about subway surfing because this is getting ridiculous. How many more kids are going to get killed just running on top of these trains? I mean, really. And I will mention that I have been seeing cops on the above ground platform on the 7 train, which is progress. But something needs to be done here. I mean, these kids are getting out of school beginning on Wednesday. I mean, this is going to be a repeated pattern. So again, please do something about the subway surfing because it costs people time. It costs people. I've even heard people have lost their jobs because of subway surfing incidents, which is getting ridiculous already. And one more thing before I wrap up my comments, I want to address this to Demetrius. Demetrius, why is the E and the F train going insanely fast? Because the trains are going 50, maybe even 60 miles per hour from what I've been dealing with lately. The FRA requirement is 40 miles per hour. So tell the conductors to slow down because we're going to have a derailment one day if this continues. So that's all I'm going to say for now. And I'm going to conclude my remarks. Wednesday, I'm going to talk more about congestion pricing. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Robert Whitaker, followed by Paul Dukachitz.
Good morning. My name is Robert Whitaker. I'm a local 100 bus operator that lives and works out of the borough of Brooklyn. I'm here to discuss several outstanding issues here. Bus operator safety and the wildness that is now currently on all Brooklyn buses and probably all buses throughout the city of New York. You fail to protect your operators and also the public. We need to have more security and more stringent enforcement of laws on buses. Your bus operators are also not feeling safe inside the depot, from rogue managers to rogue dispatchers and all here. Where is the responsibility to your the safety of your employees, which you guys are not doing? Workers' comp. This is what my workers' comp files is. So I'm also an injured worker, trying to get surgery to fix an injury when I had an injury on the job here. This is what it takes. This paperwork right here, this is what it takes. It's pages and pages long. Why can't we turn around and just have a more equitable ways to get your employees back to work, but actually, well, get them back to work well, and then back to work so that you could possibly meet the 201-day employee average working here. But you can't do that with the current system. I kindly ask that you look into the whole system here and that you stand up for your bus operators. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Paul Dukachitz, followed by Giancarlo.
Good morning. My name is Paul Dukachitz. I'm a resident of Washington Heights, and I live on Riverside Drive. I have a proposed change to the BX6 bus route as it heads north on Riverside Drive West. Currently, the bus makes a sharp right turning south onto the very narrow and congested Riverside Drive lower roadway. This change will alleviate many issues as well as improve safety, service, and quality of life for the neighborhood. Extending the BX6 bus route north to 165th Street will provide access to the Bronx-bound bus to the hospital, its staff, patients, and expanding ridership and revenue. The bus can either turn south from West 165th Street onto Fort Washington, utilizing the bus stops for the M4, or on Broadway, utilizing the M5 line bus stops. The bus will no longer be hindered by double parked cars on the very narrow Riverside Drive, forcing the bus into opposing northbound traffic lanes. This causes a very dangerous condition and constantly causes backups on Riverside Drive, as well as negatively affecting the schedule. The noise of the bus horn coming around the blind corner as it enters the opposite lane of traffic due to double parked cars, warning oncoming vehicles that it is coming, is constant. The sound of multiple horns blowing at all hours as the bus finds itself blocking traffic due to a double parked car and an oncoming vehicle not stopping in time to allow the bus clear passage as additional cars come to back up traffic is intolerable. Currently, as a bus route, speed humps cannot be installed and cars go speeding up and down this stretch of roadway at all times, creating a dangerous situation. Safety and improvement to the on-time performance is much more likely when a bus is able to travel down an avenue designed to handle this type of vehicle rather than a large articulated bus trying to maneuver a narrow residential street, often requiring it to pull into oncoming traffic just to get through this area of the current route. Thank you for your time, and I'd like to find out how I can get this
Thank you for your
information to
comment.
additional resources.
Our next speaker is John Carlo, followed by Joseph Morales.
All right. Good morning, folks. My name is John Padula. I'm a supervisor with Educational Vision Services from New York City Public Schools. I'm also a member of the Advisory Committee for Transit Accessibility. Very excited that we're moving forward with Phase 3 for Accessoride. But as we move forward with Phase 3 and on-demand service, we have to move forward with traditional service as well. Life for none of us is the same as it was 34 years ago. And it's unfair that Accessoride is asked to operate with infrastructure that's 34 years old. So I know there's a lot of things happening, but a couple of things I'm wondering about. Where are we with the RFP that was supposed to come out in spring for the new scheduling engine and software? New software infrastructure is vital for Accessoride to operate in today's modern day. Secondly, you know what time you're going to arrive somewhere. You know what time you have to be there. You don't always know what time you're going to get home or gonna leave. So flexibility on B and C legs, taxi authorizations would be a great solution for that. So if we can figure out how to apply that to intra-borough situations for B and C leg flexibility, that'd be wonderful. Finally, one of my very thoughtful teachers asked me, if our students receive free Metro cards, then why do our students with disabilities that have IEPs, if they have busing on their IEP, they want to stay after school for an activity and they need to schedule an Accessoride to participate, they have to pay the Accessoride fare when their counterparts still have a free Metro card to go home with. So I don't know if we can consider that, but I'd like to advocate for students that want to participate in extracurriculars, and they should have a fair fare just like their counterparts. Thanks, everybody. See you next month.
Our next speaker is Joseph Morales, followed by Miriam Fisher.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Joseph Morales. To start this month, I saw the crime report. I'm glad Chief Kemper is here. Great work with the continuing crime improvements. Not only are we continue to decline with subway crime, but we have nearly flat hate crime stats, believe it or not, between this year and last year, despite everything that's been going on overseas and what's come with that. So great work by the NYPD keeping us safe below ground. All these initiatives should continue, and I still wish that the NYPD Transit Bureau could have something kind of like school safety does, where you have constant police presence in all stations. Because like David Mack said during the LIRR Metro North Committee meeting, there is no deterrent better than a uniform. So if we can have the same presence by the same officers every day that we do in the schools, I feel like it could really make a difference with everything that we're trying to do with the subway system. And for buses, I saw the statistics for this month. It seemed that I was surprised, but not surprised. A much lower percentage of riders were satisfied with wait times than they are travel times, because those are two of the big issues we normally talk about when we do buses. So I understand without congestion pricing revenue, we may not be able to do much to increase service, but make sure we're staying diligent. We're trying to reduce bus bunching and allocate services effectively to where it's needed. That will help us to keep satisfaction as high as we possibly can. Lastly, the Omni retailer outreach at Citi Field was great, as it helped encourage retailers to sell Omni cards. We know so that more riders can take advantage. However, this should be expanded with a focus with communities with higher densities that have higher rates of unbanked and transit-dependent populations, such as Mount Haven in the Bronx and East New York and Brooklyn. Because without a bank card, it's almost impossible to use Omni. And this could lead to higher bus dwell times in these areas, as there are longer queues. Those who have to use the Metro cards use the exact change. So thank you for your time. I feel like that should be the priority.
Our next speaker is Miriam Fisher, followed by Michael Riley.
Good morning. Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are. Please speak.
Okay. Thank you. Congestion pricing. No halt on making subway stations accessible. It violates the 2020 legal agreement with the MTA making subway accessibility for all riders. Please sign the elevator maintenance lawsuit to the MTA so that people with disabilities and no other choices don't get stranded. Demetrius Critchlow, our current interim MTA president, previously testified that 88% of elevators are in service. That means 12% are out and most are privately owned. Announcements of elevator outages, auditory and visual on train and on the platform. Not everyone has cell phones, which also only work in certain locations. Here in Washington, D.C., is a digital announcement of an elevator outage. The technology is there. We announce the next train. Let's continue the service with announcing outages. Benches removed in stations where homeless congregate. They're needed by people who are pregnant, seniors, bad backs, knees. Here is, I don't know how visitable it is a leaning bench. That helps nobody. We need to sit for everybody's comfort and for their physical needs. And more bathrooms, more accessible bathrooms, signage, as Borough President Mark Levine has indicated.
Thank you for your
people
comment.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Riley, followed by Michael Ring.
Hi, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to share my thoughts. I didn't prepare any notes, but I come here to ask the MTA, to ask the powers that be to strongly use every force they have and every tool they have to and help implement congestion pricing. I'm formerly a professional driver who had the idea of congestion pricing 25 years ago, and it would just be such a benefit to. My message is this: that the sale of the congestion pricing, the selling of it, the advertising of it to the public, the messaging to the public hasn't been thorough and effective. That it will benefit drivers who choose to drive by paying a modest toll. I own a car. I also drive. I also bike. I also ride the subway and the buses, and I walk. And I would be happy to pay a modest toll to enter the congestion zone, just as I would have when I drove professionally, speeding up delivery times, allowing for traffic to flow, allowing for better access to parking for curbside deliveries. All those things have a cascading effect that causes a detriment to the city, to our health. When I was traveling via bicycle the other day, I watched an ambulance stuck in traffic for what seemed like probably 4 or 5 minutes. It may have been longer, blaring away on their siren and honking and trying to get through right near the governor's office, ironically, on 3rd Avenue. And so I encourage the MTA to use every power that they have, every strength, draw on a higher power if you must, to help push this congestion pricing forward. Thank you for the opportunity to share on this.
Our next speaker is Michael Ring, followed by Iris Kelly.
Hiya, I'm Michael Ring. If anyone needs a verbal description of my appearance, I'm just a white guy wearing a green hat that says Disabled in Action. That's the organization one of the organizations I'm representing today. I'd like to speak briefly on bus stops that are designated for accessorized vehicles. There's one right across the street, and it's great today that you have staff out there preventing placard users from parking in it or just storing their vehicles in it, while accessorized vehicles would need to pick up passengers in there. But there's like 360 other days of the year that it's being filled up by other cars. And there's 100 other accessorized bus stops that are being used by vehicles that shouldn't be in there. And now I'd like to use the next minute of my time to, I'm inspired by the governor of the state of New York to pause. Everyone has important things to do, but for the next minute, I'm going to do nothing. I'm going to stand here while everyone, I have important things to say. You have important things to do. We're all going to be stuck in traffic. We're all going to be waiting for buses longer, waiting for trains longer. So I'm going to practice that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Iris Kelly, followed by Lynn Yellen.
Yes, I believe that this would be a way to help with accessible, be able to change the time, especially if we let out early in our jobs, things have changed. We need to have changed our timing instead of having to have us wait around for our ride to go home. And that the accessible is I've been doing good with it, and the also with the railroads doing well with the better connections of our trains. Even have a chance to get in one even earlier, which is great. That helps. But we need to improve more on all these things in terms of travel. It really would be great. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lynn Yellen, followed by Ian Matthews.
Hi, my name is Lynn Yellen. In May 2017, when there were massive subway delays on an all too regular basis, I made a snap decision one morning to ride my bike to the Manhattan school where I worked. That evening in rush hour traffic, I had a crash and broke my wrist, ending my bike commuting on the day it began. My partner, an avid cyclist and lifelong New Yorker, rides for both pleasure and daily transit. He has been doored, knocked from his bike by a driver who opened his door without looking, and has faced hazardous conditions on crowded streets regularly. I worry for his safety all the time. We have been to many vigils for riders killed by cars. In October 2022, we attended one for a beloved former student of mine, Kayla Santiago. That was a devastating loss. My partner and I are in our 60s, and we plan to age in place in the city. We have never owned a car, and we rely on subways. We are both active in efforts to make New York City more livable. Safer streets, cleaner air, and better transit matter to us and all the people who live here. My mother-in-law, another lifelong New Yorker, no longer uses the subway because too few stations have elevators. I have long COVID, and while I remain active, I am more sensitive to poor air quality and heat than I used to be. This is true for many New Yorkers, especially those who already suffer from asthma. The folks we know who drive can afford to pay the fee for congestion pricing. We hope instead that they'll go back to using public transit, as many of them did before the pandemic. We deserve to have access to safe streets and public transit that meets our needs. Congestion pricing is overdue, and Governor Hochul must listen to the millions of riders who depend on public transit. With investments in transit and faster times for buses on less congested streets, we can all live better lives, ensuring that folks with disabilities can get around the city and all of us can breathe more easily. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Ian Matthews, followed by Charlton D'Souza.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please begin.
All right, good morning. My name is Ian Matthews. I'm here to speak about the service on the BX28 and BX38 bus routes. Lately, the buses in the morning rush are severely overcrowded going toward Norwood, and I feel like articulated buses are needed on the 28 at least. I don't know if the 38 is possible, as they're extremely packed and very unsafe. It's been like this since the Bronx bus redesign when the 30 was cut back to Pellet Parkway. Another thing is the Q50 bus, which runs from Pelham Bay to Flushing, should go to Co-op City all day, not just rush hours only, as it's very hard to travel from the Bronx to Queens with buses, as I would have to take 3 buses to use it. Also, I'm impressed that crime is improving on the subway, but more needs to be done, as I'm seeing teens breaking into train cabs on the F line and subway surfing on like the 7 line every day. There's subway surfers, and yeah. All right, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Charlton D'Souza, followed by Kathleen Collins.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Charlton D'Souza. I'm the president of Passengers United. So our board met yesterday, and we've decided that we are not going to be supporting the Queens bus redesign the way it's being implemented. And we feel that the public hearing that is planned for July 24th should be postponed. And we also feel that more time is needed for the current plan, for more opportunities for people to speak, and it should be extended till November. And personally, I feel that what you guys are doing, you guys are steamrolling this plan and dumping this plan in our communities. And you guys need to have another report released, and the community needs to have at least 4 months so that we have time to digest, to look at all of this stuff. Now, in terms of congestion pricing, as you all know, Passengers United does not support congestion pricing. So I have something that I want to say to all these so-called advocates that are here. Why don't we ban Uber and Lyft, right? If we want to eliminate congestion in our city, right? And why don't we make everybody get on the bus and subway, right? That would be a real congestion pricing plan. How come Uber and Lyft they don't have to pay as much as the other vehicles? I don't think that's fair. First of all, we shouldn't be, taxing middle-class families and poor people and city workers on congestion pricing. That's why we didn't support it, because all congestion pricing is going to do is it's going to shift the pollution to the South Bronx, to other underlying areas of the city, and that's not a plan. What is a plan? A plan is to have subway stations funded by corporations, having a tax where corporations pay into that, like, Amazon. That's how you get money for the MTA. So we're going to keep at this, guys, so that's it. That's all I got to say.
Our next speaker is Kathleen Collins, followed by Jason Anthony.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kathleen Collins, and I'm on the Board of Disabled in Action. I noticed in the agenda an item, New York City Transit Procurements, which refers to the renewal of several broker paratransit contracts. Those are with CTG, Arrow, Islander, and Century. These contracts are planned to be extended for 2 years. I respectfully submit that these contracts should only be extended for 1 year. This way it gives the MTA greater control over these contracts and to determine better whether they are actually providing the services that they say they are providing. I'm on the demand pilot program, and today I purposely took Accessoride because I've been advocating since 2019 for seatbelts and shoulder belts. And again, today, we had to make a makeshift shoulder belt and seatbelt. They never seemed to have the heads that you click the other piece into. I don't know why this happens, but they don't. And I don't know what I can do about this. I need to come to you. I need to come to the TLC. Somebody needs to do this before we have a major accident and somebody is seriously hurt. I don't understand why, especially Accessoride, does not have these seatbelts and shoulder belts for disabled people who use wheelchairs. I mean, it's obvious we need them. So I respectfully submit that we need to do something about that. Also, I just wanted to talk about the financial performance report. It states on page 9 that there was an excess of expense overrun, and one of the expenses was about the professional service contracts. I just submit that if you settle the elevator maintenance case, that will reduce your costs. Finally, we need funding for accessibility regardless of what happens with congestion pricing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jason Anthony, followed by Christopher Greif.
Good morning, everybody.
A special good morning to Demetrius in his new role. Congratulations. And good morning, everybody. Jason Anthony from the Long Island Railroad 88 Task Force on the Monday after his 38th birthday. I'm going to say this. It's going to be almost 2 weeks since the governor of the state of New York, Kathleen Hochul Courtney, did the 180 on congestion pricing. It's going to have a long-lasting effect not only on the state of New York, but nationwide. I'm a long-time subway user for almost 31 years out of my 38. I don't own a car, therefore, I've been using public transportation my entire life. Congestion pricing is needed more than ever. Here's why. The R46 car fleet is older than myself. It needs to go. We need more elevators, ramps, LED lighting, and everything else. We need more rolling stock. We need everything to get to the 21st century subway system. It's going to be 120 years old in October. So with this said, we need to contact every single elected official that we could think of. So with this in mind, I'll see you guys later.
Our next speaker is Christopher Greif, followed by Jesse Figueroa.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Christopher D. Greif, as an advocate for people with disability for 30 years. First, Demetrius, congratulations on your role. As I already said it, but I like to say it for the record. Second thing is to the NYPD, I want to thank them very much because there's been a lot of accessibility assistance at stations near gates. So the word's been very well. Thank you so much. Now, forgive me, everyone, that I'm going to be a little blunt today, but it's not MTA's fault. It's our elected officials. You know, we have been advocating to get more accessibility, not just elevators, not just ramps, but update our buses and our accessorized buses as well. As we've been advocating to get more safety in our transit system, we need to think forward, not backwards. And as an advocate for years and years, advocating for more accessible stations, and I'm not just saying stations, I'm going to say buses, accessorized, and make sure that LED lighting is up to date, safety for the bus drivers, safety for all MTA employees. When we pause congestion pricing, it's not just hurting one set of communities, it's hurting all communities, accessibility, seniors, disability, and our veterans. I am really disappointed with our elected officials that don't get the point. You want a station to be full accessibility. You want buses to come to the stops. Work with your communities. Work with our disability communities. Work with our seniors, especially our accessorized who need to come into the stop, as well as MTA buses. I'm encouraging that we need the full funding. And I hope all elected officials hear me very clearly. We need funding for the MTA accessibility to move forward, not backwards. Forward is the way we need to go to make sure that all our services are up to date. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jesse Figueroa, followed by Edward McGinnis.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jesse Figueroa, U.S. Army veteran and member of the MTA LIRR Accessibility Task Force. As an advocate and a veteran with a disability, I am disappointed in Governor Hochul's decision to postpone congestion pricing. It is also crucial that we need the funding towards MTA accessibility. We are disappointed at the governor herself and some elected officials as we need the full funding for accessibility. Elevators, ramps, LED lighting, new buses, Second Avenue subway extension, and Accessoride. Oh, and congratulations to Demetrius on your new position. Thank you and God bless.
Our next speaker is Edward McGinnis, followed by Hindi Schachter.
Hello, good morning, everybody. I am Edward McGinnis. I'm a semi-retired architect. I live in the Forest Hills Gardens, and my issue is having elevators put onto the Forest Hills Railroad Station. There are ways to do it other than what the MTA had proposed a year or two ago at much lesser cost. And myself, as an architect, I have 4 schemes, 4 possibilities of designs to put an elevator on the southern platform and 1 scheme for the northern platform. These elevators would be by far cheaper than demolishing the existing ramps and replacing those ramps with new ones that make it more difficult for a handicapped person to ascend the station. I have spoken to MTA, Nick Fasano, and the Forest Hills Gardens Corporation, who has ultimate control over what the MTA can do because they own the streets. I was a member of the Forest Hills Gardens Architectural Committee, and I resigned because of this issue. I have joined Achilles International, an organization of disabled persons that have actually volunteered to demonstrate to get elevators put into the station. Representative Meng has got $7 million available, I understand, to put into the elevator construction, and I am in touch with her office, and I just would like an opportunity to somebody to see some of the designs I have, which will have no impact, again, no impact on the historical landmark quality of the neighborhood. And that's my story. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hindi Schachter, followed by Kirby Kelser.
Hi, folks. I'm Hindi Schachter. I'm co-chair of Families for Safe Streets Congestion Pricing Subcommittee. Families for Safe Streets is an organization for people who have lost loved ones through traffic crashes. So you know that I am such a person. My interest in congestion pricing is it is the best way to get safe streets. It's the best way to stop the carnage, the killing of human beings, which I think we can all agree is more important than having a few people from New Jersey able to come over for $20 egg sandwiches at the Pershing Diner. Your interest is in running a safe and efficient transit system. There's a saying, comes the hour, comes the man. In our day, it's comes the hour, comes men and women and non-binary people. And all people working together have an opportunity to give us congestion pricing. You are the last hope to have safe streets and efficient, safe transit. I only hope all of you are brave, all of you are smart and intelligent, and you can do what you've been placed here to do. You can be the wall that gives us what we as a community need.
Thank you for your
Good
comment.
luck.
Our next speaker is Kirby Kelsers, followed by Murray Bowden.
Good morning. My name is Kirby Kersels. I live on the Upper East Side, and I am here this morning to speak in favor of congestion pricing. Congestion pricing will have many positive benefits for New York City and the surrounding metro area. Cleaner air, new electric buses and subway cars, upgraded subway signals, and safer streets. These benefits alone would more than justify its existence. But that is not all that congestion pricing will offer. My partner, the love of my life, is disabled and depends on elevators to access the subway. Because of the New York City subway system's abysmal level of accessibility, we are often forced to take the bus. And let me tell you, the buses in Manhattan are slow. Slower than slow, really. When my partner and I talk about congestion pricing, we are most excited about the long overdue, and need I remind you, legally mandated accessibility upgrades that it will bring to the subway system, as well as the much-needed speed boost that it will give to the buses. I read a report recently that said congestion is the worst that it ever has been in Manhattan. It is abundantly clear that the status quo is failing. It isn't working for the kids who live next to car-clogged streets and can't escape the toxic air, the bus riders on buses that can barely move, and even the drivers all alone in their personal vehicles too. No one benefits from our congested streets. I will end my remarks with a heartfelt appeal to the members of this board to do the right thing and save our city by starting congestion pricing as promised on June 30th. New York is counting on you. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope you all have a wonderful day.
Our next speaker is Murray Bowden, followed by David Kupferberg.
At the Railroad Committee meetings this morning, Chief Mueller described a new way of dealing with fare evasion. Fare evasion, not paying for the fares. Instead of asking if they had the money, he said, off the train, we'll deal with this outside the visit. That's a new concept. Somebody would say, oh, I have the money here, and he took them off the train. Changed the way we think. The Federal Highway Administration changed the rules for the manual uniform traffic control devices. They said, you are a local agency, you know what's best for your city, show us that it's proper and legal, and do it. New York City is at the mercy of New York State DOT, which uses outdated lines, and you're stuck with your buses going slower than they have to. Arrows on a Kosciuszko Bridge point up the direction you're going to. New York City, they don't give you that information. The lines are 50 years old. You, the city of New York, can take control of the streets, put in lines and signs that make sense, put in uniform arrows where you're pointed in the direction you're going in, and change it. All you have to do is ask. You're not at the mercy of that old manual. You can design streets that work for drivers and buses. The faster you get your buses going, the more people will use them. Chief Mueller changed the thinking of how to deal with fare evasion. Your responsibility is to change the thinking of how you use your streets and how you use your signs. Thank you.
Our next speaker is David Kupferberg, followed by Graham Bashai.
Good morning. My name is David Kupferberg, Vice President of Bus Advocacy, Passengers United. One of the goals of the bus network redesign should be to make more service convenient by decreasing passenger travel time. Currently, in order to travel between northeastern Queens and southeastern Queens, east of Francis Lewis Boulevard, a person would have to take 3 or 4 bus routes and spend approximately 2.5 hours traveling from point A to point B. In the Queens Bus Network Redesign new draft plan, there was a proposal that would have made service more convenient by reducing transfers and decreasing passenger travel time between the two areas by at least 50%. The Q78. It was proposed to operate between Bay Terrace and Springfield Gardens via Bell Boulevard and Springfield Boulevard. The Q78 proposal had overwhelming community support. It was pulled from the proposed final plan due to budget constraints. To add insult to injury, north-south service is now proposed to be eliminated via Bell Boulevard between Northern Boulevard and 48th Avenue. The Q78 proposal must be restored. This way, the Q27 could be rush service via Springfield Boulevard and on a trial basis extended to Merrick Boulevard. If the Q78 is not in the proposed final plan addendum, the people of Queens would be less mobile than today. And if there would be no Q78, don't call the project a redesign. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Graham Bashai, followed by Salma Alam.
Good morning. My name is Graham Bashai. I'm a resident of Bushwick, Brooklyn, and a daily rider of the MTA. 3 years ago, I moved to New York in no small part for its offer of a working transit system. I had recently sustained a serious back injury that made driving nearly impossible and severely detrimental to my recovery. Charged by a doctor with walking and biking and using as much active transportation as I could, I moved to the city where I thought I could do so, or at least I thought. In so many ways, the subway represents the promise of New York City, and my small story is a drop in the bucket of several of these stories. Every day, the subway is filled with people in community, with fellow riders taking the train, with millions of others hustling for the opportunities this city offers. So what's so absolutely jarring to me is that Governor Kathy Hochul doesn't understand this or doesn't care. This city would not last a day without a working subway system. And this system is already on its knees. Riders have been putting up with inaccessible stations, crippling delays, closed entrances, and repairs that take far too long. I use the J train along Broadway every day, and half the station entrances are not only inaccessible, but are chained shut, and have been since the 1980s. Riders are at their wits' end. That didn't stop the governor from giving a slap to the face to its most devoted users, working class people, disabled riders, while openly admitting that she works for New Jersey's suburbanites. Today, I'm asking all of you at the MTA to stand with who you work for, to reject the corruption that's corroding our city, and I hope you are not bought in the way that the governor is. The singular action you should do today is to work as in your furthest capacity to switch on congestion pricing on June 30th. Anything else is abject failure to the entire city's future, a New York that is livable. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Salma Alam, followed by Jan Benetrau.
Hello, everyone. My name is Salma, and I'm here today with Riders Alliance to speak about the importance of congestion pricing. I live in Staten Island. I ride the bus. I take the ferry. I take the buses into Bay Ridge, and I also take the express buses, which, as many of you know, cost $7. Anytime I leave my house, I have to account for at least 90 minutes to commute. The congestion pricing in Manhattan, the congestion in Manhattan can add 30 to 60 minutes to my commute. And so to save time, I usually have to connect to the subway. I'm 26 years old, and this journey can sometimes take a toll on my body. I can only imagine what our elderly community experiences, what our disabled community experiences, and the majority of us are likely to be disabled at some point in our lives. So this is our struggle, and we should all care for congestion pricing and making sure that we have a transit system that is accessible. Accessibility is not a negotiable. This is the richest city in the world. It is appalling that our transit system does not work for so many of us. Congestion pricing is truly a matter of life or death, and the millions of New Yorkers who commute every day cannot wait any longer to have the transit system that we need. Our transit system must work for the most vulnerable people in our community. Anything short of that is unacceptable and, quite frankly, discriminatory. We urge you all to do everything that you can to make sure that congestion pricing goes through as planned. On the 30th, we demand congestion pricing now. It is past due. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jan Benetrau, followed by Joe Rappaport. Jan Benetrau. Okay, we're moving to Joe Rappaport, followed by Pedro Velez Rivera.
Good morning. I'm Joe Rappaport of the Brooklyn Center for Independence of the Disabled.
45 years ago, disability advocates first sued the MTA for full access to the subways. And here we are in 2024 facing new delays in doing the job. And not just on access, but on everything that keeps our transit system running. We wish congestion pricing were moving forward, but we always knew it was a risk. What is your plan B, I kept asking. But if you don't buck the governor on Wednesday, that doesn't let her, the legislature, the mayor, or you off the hook. If you're the governor, you can blame Washington, but you've got to fix this. If you're the legislature, you can blame the governor, but you've got to fix this. If you're the mayor, you can applaud the governor, but you've got to fix this. And if you're the MTA board and leadership, you can blame forces out of your control, but you've got to fix this. How do you do that? Don't wait for the governor to come up with ideas. There are plenty of ways to fund transit. Your job at the MTA isn't only to tell us what won't happen. Your job is to propose as many non-regressive funding sources as possible, as you can imagine, and get the governor, whom you answer to put them in place. Your job should have begun on this long ago. Your job is to convince the legislature that blaming the governor won't get them elevators or cleaner buses or new signals. Your job is to convince the mayor to actually play a role beyond outside observer. We are ready to help you fix it. One more thing. We see that you've posted ridiculous new rules that ban signs at these meetings after decades of allowing them. So weak. Is that really the kind of MTA you want to be? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Pedro Velez Rivera, followed by Dana Dennis.
Good morning. My name is Pedro Valdez Rivera. I'm currently living in a Bed-Stuy Nitro development with my family since January 2016. I'm also a member of the Riders Alliance since June 2013. The decision to pause congestion pricing by Governor Kathy Hochul in the past couple of weeks will be having a devastating impact towards the New York City's economy, but also the environment, especially during the uncertain times of climate change. Sometimes, me and my family are taking the bus occasionally to our appointments, groceries, school, and work. However, my family has been diagnosed with respiratory problems such as asthma and COPD in a neighborhood with a lot of car and truck traffic. If congestion pricing goes through and the MTA gets the necessary funding, then there will be more electric city buses for clear air so I can breathe. Other times, we are taking the subway, especially for the Murder Avenue JMZ subway station to other places for the same things. These trains are overcrowded during the day. If congestion pricing goes through and the MTA gets the necessary funding, then there will be CBTC along the Jamaica, Murder Avenue, and Nassau Street lines. This will certainly make the JM and Z trains run more frequently and reliable. Therefore, me and millions of subway bus riders are demanding Governor Kathy Hochul to reverse course of her decision and hold the line to support congestion pricing. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dana Dennis, followed by Paul Medovetsky.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I have a bit of a cough and a sore throat, so I'm going to keep my mask on, but I'm going to try to project. Hopefully everyone hears me. So my name is Dana Dennis. I'm a senior organizer with the Riders Alliance. I know I can be passionate when I speak today, but I'm going to give out some thank yous, and I hope you all don't take them the wrong way. Okay, so I'm here to talk about congestion pricing. What the governor has done to us as advocates, as riders, and even as you all, because I know y'all can't say it, so I'm going to say it for you, is unacceptable. If the governor wanted to change her mind about congestion pricing, if she wanted to reassess the program, she would have been well within her rights to do so. But in this final hour, it is not okay. And I know sometimes it's hard to go against your boss. So for those of you who are in support of the program, hold the line. We are here. We will continue to fight and elevate our voices. Hopefully, come June 30th, we will not have this problem and we will continue to move forward with the program. Please do the right thing. And let me tell you, you all have been in this room time and time again, just like you were in this room earlier today, going over budgets, going over the numbers, crunching what it's going to take. So you know if we do not pass congestion pricing, right, we have a hole that will have to be filled. And it will be your duty as MTA board members, committee members, employees. You all are having the hard conversations just like us the advocates, right? You're talking to your family members, your friends who may not support it, who may not even understand what we're doing here. We know that the average rider, transit rider, and even some of the employees don't understand the difference between the operating budget and the capital plan. But you also know that we have millions of riders that depends on the accessibility of the stations, and they don't have it. And if you all are struggling with the need, I'm gonna just challenge you all to take the bus. That's where you're really gonna feel it. You may be patting yourself on the back. Myself, I do it too. I own a car. Sometimes I go, well, I'm getting on the subway. Forget about the subway. Yes, the subway has its challenges, but take the bus.
Thank you for your comment.
That's where you will find the most transit-dependent folks.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you. Our next speaker is Paul Medavetsky, followed by Danny Pearlstein.
Hello, everyone. My name is Paul Medvetsky, and I'm a resident of Great Kills in Staten Island. I want to speak in favor of congestion pricing and urge Governor Hochul to undo her indefinite pause of congestion pricing. As a lifelong bus and subway rider on the island and someone who depends on the system for commuting and mobility, I can't tell you how many times I've been stuck waiting 45 minutes for a bus that's supposed to come every half an hour, or spending time riding a train that's nearly 3 times as old as I am, or being stuck on an express bus that's caught in rush hour traffic on the Verrazano and the BQE. Staten Island only had a couple of projects that would have benefited directly from congestion pricing: the Clifton Staten Island Rail Station, the ADA accessibility upgrades for it, several stations repairs for them along the SIR, and 2 bus depots, which as a South Shore resident would have been transformative for me personally in Yukon and Charleston. Those would have represented the most immense investments in transit in my lifetime, and just for someone to indefinitely pause it just because someone over the Raritan wanted it to happen is really insulting and humiliating. As an express bus rider, I want to say also that the fewer cars on the roads would have dramatically improved my commute to the city. All of this to say that now is your moment to stand for what's right and to implement generational transit investment for riders in all 5 boroughs. The people on the South Shore, one of the most car-dependent communities in the entire city, not all of them depend on cars. 38% of Staten Islanders don't have access to a car. I am one of them. I urge you to make the right decision, implement congestion pricing on June 30th. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker and final speaker is Danny Pearlstein.
The bag says it all. Real New Yorkers ride the bus, more than 2 million of us every single day, and we are invisible, right? We know the congestion pricing critics, they don't like the subway, they're afraid of subway riders. They don't even see bus riders. And for bus riders, like everybody in New York, time is money. We know the MTA obviously is losing a tremendous amount of money to slow bus service. The Citizens Budget Commission estimates it at $268 million a year. Slow subway service, delays in subway service are also a big problem for riders. The Independent Budget Office of New York City estimates that cost at $280 million a year. So when we talk about affordability, when we talk about the cost of living, we should be talking about the cost of congestion. Everyone knows the statistic from the Partnership for New York City, $20 billion a year lost to congestion. Roughly half of that is lost time. A third of that, several $1 billion, is lost business sales. And the remaining sixth is diesel fuel, wear and tear on our vehicles. That's $1 billion in diesel fuel up in smoke into our lungs. Harvard researchers estimate that respiratory illnesses among New Yorkers caused by driving cost $21 billion a year in healthcare costs. And one of the last costs we'll mention, which is something that, goes back to the folks from Families for Safe Streets, traffic crashes, right? Traffic crashes, which come down dramatically with decongestion. We've seen them halved or cut by 2/3 with projects like the 14th Street Busway. Traffic crashes cost at least $4 billion a year. That number goes all the way back to 2010, so it's guaranteed to be higher today. There is an immense cost of congestion, an immense impact to the cost of living of a lack of congestion pricing. Thank you.
Chair, that concludes our public comment session for today's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to all our public speakers. Before I entertain a motion to approve the minutes, I just want to, on behalf of the New York City Transit Committee and all the people in the room, congratulate Demetrius on his new role. Looking forward to continue to work with you and to make the system even greater. With that being said, can I have a motion to approve the minutes of the May? Sammy, second by David. Okay, all those in favor? Oh, hold on. Yes, Sandra.
There are two corrections.
Please tell us.
On page 51, after Kathleen Collins, it should say disabled inaction instead of disable inaction. And then on page 52, under Chief Kemper's remarks, it should say at the end of this paragraph contains a complete record of Chief Kemper's remarks, not marks.
Okay. So can I re-entertain a motion to accept the minutes as amended? Sammy? Okay, David? All those in favor? Okay, ayes. Okay, let's move on. Demetrius, are there any changes to the work plan?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, great. You want to start with your president's report, please?
Good morning. So delighted to be here. All the public, those here in person and those online. It's really been a great honor to be doing this, honor to be sitting in this chair. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Demetrius Critchlow. I'm the interim president for New York City Transit. I want to give thanks to those who supported me being here. Chairman Lieber, who's shown amazing leadership in his role. Want to give thanks to Rich Davey, who continued to support transportation in New York, even though he's from Boston. He did a great job of making sure that this city was put first in his efforts. And we definitely will miss his leadership, his steady hand, and his sense of humor, which sometimes came at the wrong time. But he still had a great sense of humor. So just want to congratulate him on his role and look forward to seeing his success in the future over there. Before I start my report, I wanted to introduce Lisa Schreibman. Lisa will be taking over as the acting Senior Vice President of Subways. I've worked closely with Lisa when I was the Senior Vice President of Subways, and she was the Vice President of Capital Programs. So I'd ask Lisa to say a few words.
Good morning, all. I want to thank Demetrius for having confidence in me to take on this role. It is a great honor to serve the city of New York and all of its riders and the 4 million people who are regularly on our subway network. I also want to take the opportunity to recognize the speed team that recently received a certificate of merit from the Heavy Rail Safety Committee of APTA on their work to increase speed safely in our system. And with that, I'll hand it back over to Demetrius.
Thanks, Lisa. So over the 27 years working at the MTA, one of the things that I've cherished the most about this position, this job, has been the relationships that I've formed. There are no stronger advocates for transportation than the ones that you see walk through this door, whether it be the MTA board members, committee members, the advocates, community members, transportation advocates, everyone fighting for the same thing, to give the best transportation service that we can for the best city. And you know, that can't be understated, the real impact that the folks in this room, that come into this room, make on the city of New York. So since this is my first committee in this role, I'm going to spend a little bit of time just talking about myself. I promise it's the one time I'm going to do it. So 27 years, you know that I'm here at New York City Transit, but prior to that, I started my career at the MTA Long Island Railroad back in 1997 as an assistant signalman. So if you look at the picture on the left, that gentleman in the light beige shirt all the way on the right is a young Demetrius Critchlow who had no intention of sitting in this seat back then. This was a tower operator class back in probably 2000. and in front of the infamous PD Tower out in Patchogue. That tower is as old school as it comes. From, back then we actually used to give actual train orders, to handwritten train orders to move trains, authorized trains to move. But that tells you from where we've come, and in a little bit I'll talk about where we need to go. Eventually I was promoted from a top block operator to tower operator is the equivalent position here at New York City Transit. I've moved up the ranks to supervision, to management, had the privilege of working with the chairman, CEO, then Lee Sander, whose focus was on customer service and directly engaging with our employees, had a huge impact in making sure that employees and our operations were first and foremost in our operations. My father, who was a picture of him in the top right, was a car inspector. So while I was on the Long Island Railroad side of things, he was at Transit. He always had hope for me to come over to Transit, and that happened when I became a deputy line manager for the L line at the time. We celebrated. When I tell you he was so thrilled to have me come over to New York City Transit. And he continued to watch as I progressed, going to chief officer of field operations, chief officer of the Rail Control Center, vice president of Staten Island Railway, executive operations officer for New York City Transit, senior vice president of subways. He's watched as I progressed, and with every step has been proud of me. That solidified 3 generations of leaders, three generations of transit service. So transit is in my blood. I'm a lifelong New Yorker, and I love being in New York. I love the ability that we get to make a difference in what people see, the difference in the people what feel, and we can personally have an impact on every individual rider by what we do every day. It is a huge, huge task, but an amazing responsibility to take on. So it's clear the top 2 things for customers and our employees remains pretty consistent. The first one is safety, and the second one is service. You can do a lot of good, but it's my belief that if you focus on these 2 aspects, you will make a huge difference in what our customers and what our employees feel. It's hard work, right? It's not easy. If you target just these things, there is no big silver bullet that can improve it in a day. It is a multitude of small things that make a difference in moving the needle. It's continued efforts. It's continued pushing. There are no 2 stations that are alike, no 2 train lines that are alike, no 2 bus lines that are alike. Every station, every community is different. So you have to be varied in your attack on every single issue, because it is not the same. There is no paintbrush that you could use to cover every circumstance, but you can make meaningful difference if you target small issues, each one differently. Our partnership with law enforcement, social services, and others will be critical in enhancing our safety. And our internal collaboration will strengthen so that we can improve the service where feasible. So our employees will always be top of mind to me. There's no greater priority at New York City Transit than the safety of our operations. Employees deserve to come to work in a safe location, comfortable workplace. I firmly believe that an upgraded facility is a safer facility. Safe systems for our employees enhance the service experience of our customers. When people come to work and they're satisfied with the work with their facilities, they're happy about the locations that they come to at work, they provide better service for our customers. That's a benefit to our customers. So this is one way that we show employees that we care about them. Our continued efforts to make sure that the locations that they come to are in good repair. Because the system is 100 years old, doesn't mean that the equipment and tools that they use need to be 100 years old. Giving people the proper tools that they need to do the job. the proper equipment to be able to operate the system is paramount and be able to provide our employees with the ability to do their jobs. We want to make sure that they get the training that they need to be great at their jobs. We want our customers to come to work and return home in the same way that they came in, which means providing them a safe environment to be able to come to work. Also taking a moment, that's all it takes, one moment to express appreciation when it's due. Last week we had extreme temperatures. Everyone knows that it was hot. Our teams had to still deliver. These are the moments we don't just let go by. We have to acknowledge and say, thank you to all those who played a role, those who gave up on their comforts, gave up on the ability for them to be home with their families, the comforts of their life, to be able to promote transportation and to provide comfort for our riders. That's significant. We also want to continue to work collaboratively with Chief Kemper and NYPD. This partnership is essential. We need to sustain the positive momentum on reducing crime and keeping our customers and employees safe. Deploying additional resources and innovative solutions to improve safety, like brighter stations, pathways for our customers and employees, and safely report issues is important. We will continue our efforts on station renovations, replacing lighting, stairwell treads, handrails, and other equipment to keep the public safe. It's not just one effort. It's not just one initiative. We need to fix things one by one. It's multiple initiatives that slowly improve the safety and the perception of safety in our system. No matter the mode of transportation, customers want to get to where they're going within a reasonable time of when they intended to get there. So on the subway side, we're wrapping up a strong Q2 for on-time performance. Lisa had a strong week last week, many of the days just like the temperatures in the 90s for our rush hours. I'd love to see some more of that for the next couple of weeks. On the bus side, they've continued to deliver. They're always, there's always a bus on the horizon. Okay. They continue to provide consistently unparalleled frequency. The 12-month average for service delivery from buses has held steady at 95.3%. Service and road management work diligently to maintain that service, navigating real-time road issues, and successfully completing about 97% of the trips in May. That's delivery. All of this starts with great schedules. That's for both subways and buses. So the engine that works behind these schedules, our scheduling group, has done an amazing work on the most complicated system in the North American region. There is no system more complicated than New York City Transit, and these folks work wonders to be able to provide this service. This includes the amazing work that they're doing at Queens bus redesign. Our paratransit continues to see historically high ridership and performance metrics. Customers, month by month, are continually happy with the service that we provide. So I know I've taken this position at a difficult time, an interesting time. This week, we start the 24/7 shutdown of the G line. We'll be hearing a little bit more about that from Hugo Zamora, the person to the left and over at the podium here. But we need to look at initiatives like this to make sure that we're providing upon those commitments that we've given. Great customer service, great service for our customers. As we continue to make critical upgrades to our system, we want to ensure that the customer experience remains world-class. Our team is ready to the task. They all have the same objective in hand, and we want to make sure that our customers are clearly informed of what we're going to do. I'm also excited about the Group Station Manager Office Hours program, which is an opportunity for our station folks to talk directly with customers, hear their experiences. We want your feedback, things that we could be doing for service and their specific stations what we could be doing for improvement. We have to continue to be forward-thinking. Again, how can we make small steps to improve service? Well, that's what this was all about. On my first day in the role, I was joined by City DOT Commissioner Ydanis Rodriguez, Senior Vice President of Buses, Frank Anacaro, MTA Chief Accessibility Officer, Q Arroyo, and several advocacy organizations as we announced the expansion of the ACE program, formerly ABLE. We're fortunate and grateful to have this strong network of support. We'll now hear a report regarding ACE and several other key initiatives from the Department of Buses. Frank.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, thanks again. So there's no question that bus riders are concerned about how slowly our buses move. We've heard it from many of our public speakers, and survey after survey, we have heard it from our customers who say there is a direct correlation between satisfaction and bus speeds, which in turn is service and performance. Our bus system is a critical lifeline for millions of daily customers in New York. The question is, how can we increase bus speeds in a city as big and as dense as this city? When you have a bus system as large as ours, carrying more people than the next three largest systems combined, that's not easy. So we have embarked on multiple strategies to increase bus speeds, and we're about to tell you about some of those. But first, I'm going to hand it over to Chris, who's the Vice President, as everybody knows, of Operations Planning, and he's going to give you an overview of our bus speeds and introduce some of these strategies. Thanks.
Thank you, Frank. Okay, so we'll talk a little bit about bus speeds here. So first we'll do some table setting. Looking at some of the bus speeds over the last 9 years here, you can see that in the orange line are all of our bus routes in New York, and in the blue are the bus routes that touch the central business district and the average weekday speed. As you can see that over time, our bus speeds since the pandemic have reverted back to pre-pandemic speeds. During the pandemic, we did see a boost of about 15% in bus speed for all routes across the city, and actually up to 30% for routes that were in the CBD, thanks to much of the reduced congestion during that time, as well as the lower ridership during that period, of course. So now here we are in 2024, and bus speeds have come back down to where they were in 2019. Now, what's also interesting to note, too, is not just the speed of the vehicles, but who's on the vehicles. Buses are very critical to equity and providing transportation, serving disproportionately lower income and minority New Yorkers. Pre-pandemic survey data showed that 61% of riders who use the bus have an annual, 36% of the riders have an annual income less than $50,000 per year. Buses are also very critical to the transportation options in New York City, as 98% of New Yorkers live within a quarter mile of a bus stop. So very important for our customers to get around the city. Another way to look at the bus speeds in New York is by the roadways. So here we have a map showing the roadways of the city during the PM peak, which we define as 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. on a weekday. And you can see here that in the CBD, in the Central Business District, 81% of all bus service runs slower than 7 miles per hour, and 39% runs slower than 5 miles per hour. What's interesting to note here, too, is that although 39% runs slower than 5 miles per hour in the Central Business District, outside it's only 16%, really showing the impact that traffic congestion has and other factors on bus speeds in the CBD. Now, when we talk about bus speeds, it might be easy to look at these numbers and think of how low it might be going from 5 miles per hour to 7 miles per hour, for example. But a better way to look at it, though, is if someone is traveling 3 miles on the bus, a bus that goes 7 miles per hour can get them to their destination 10 minutes faster than a bus going 5 miles an hour. So every mile per hour increase in speed is quite critical for our customers, and like Frank said, quite critical for the satisfaction of our bus riders. Now that you've seen what you, of course, know intrinsically by riding the bus of the issues that our bus speeds are facing, we are taking on many initiatives here to address this issue and speed up our buses and improve customer satisfaction. Given the way that our buses operate, of course, in shared right-of-way for the vast majority of our bus routes and the level of congestion that is on the roadways, these initiatives are going to be very important to address the speed issues that I just highlighted in the last 2 slides. So the first initiative I want to talk about is our bus network redesign system. This is a crucial tool in our toolkit, which aims to comprehensively modernize our bus system and our bus network and improving bus service in each of our boroughs. These projects are a rare opportunity to take a fresh look at the bus network and to meet our customers where they are and their priorities of a more reliable service, faster service, better connection, and ease of use. So far, we've implemented 2 bus network redesigns successfully, one in Staten Island and one in the Bronx, with the Queens and Brooklyn being studied extensively right now, with those set to go soon. Now, in Staten Island, we were able to see a 16% increase in bus speeds thanks to the way that we looked at the routes and the stop spacing in Staten Island. In the Bronx, we also saw a 4% increase in speed. So a lot of those benefits were not only just bringing the bus routes where people want to go, but also improving the speed of their commutes. The second area that we're looking to improve our bus speed is through more bus lanes and busways. Now, this is a direct intervention that we're able to take along with our partners at the New York City Department of Transportation to provide our buses more of an exclusive right-of-way where they can travel less impeded by traffic congestion. Now, what we've seen, though, on these improvements is a very large increase in speeds for the routes that have been benefited from them. On average, our bus lanes get about a 10% average speed increase. And busways, which would be like 14th Street here in Manhattan, have a 20% increase in average speed. Although there are some all-stars here that are below, seeing some significant increases during the PM peak period on Main Street, Archer Avenue, and Jamaica Avenue. So we're very proud of the 164 miles of bus lanes in our network so far. But the truth is, it just represents 7% of the 2,500 miles of streets with bus service. So we want to continue to push on these and the other interventions to improve our speeds. So now I'm going to hand this back over to Frank to discuss some of our other critical initiatives to improve speeds. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. So moving on, another tool we have at our disposal is to pay particular attention to the stubborn, historically low-performing routes. Essentially take a tactical approach to after these. And later on, we're going to recognize some of the heroes here from buses who have actually helped make this happen. So last year, we presented to this board a new initiative that we focused on 29 of the worst-performing bus routes across all 5 boroughs. And we identified specific tactical strategies to improve service. This included reallocating personnel to better monitor and adjust service at the problematic locations and coordinating with our partners like NYPD and the Traffic Bureau and DOT to systematically enforce bus lanes. Improving these routes would benefit not only the 20% of our customers who ride them, but thousands of other daily customers who actually ride other routes that traverse through these corridors. These routes had been historically low performers, stubbornly resistant to improvement, but with this initiative, we were finally to be able to move the needle, improving customer satisfaction, wait times, and service delivery. At the end of the last year, 10 of these 29 routes essentially graduated out of the program due to significant improvements in key performance indicators. And we've continued this program this year, working closely with our partners, and we are already seeing initial success with over 30% of the 2024 routes selected improvement in 3 or more key categories. Enforcement of traffic regulations to clear the right-of-way for our buses is a surefire way to improve bus speeds. To that end, we work closely with our partners at NYPD as part of multiple initiatives, including those targeting the low-performing routes. Essentially, we perform blitzes with NYPD, traffic enforcement, and the MTA road observations. And then at the end of last year, announced right here, NYPD Traffic Enforcement Division launched a bus lane enforcement task force to address illegally parked vehicles in bus stops, bus lanes, busways along these 20 priority corridors. The initiative is being conducted across these corridors to improve bus mobility, traffic safety for all users, and as a result, over 60,000 tickets have gone out to stop drivers from blocking our bus lanes. We also know that camera enforcement is one of the most efficient and effective tools at our disposal. Since 2019, we have had the ability to automatically detect bus lane violations thanks to onboard cameras, allowing City DOT and the Department of Finance to review the photos and issue fines when appropriate. This has dramatically increased the pace of enforcement and led to an average increase of bus speeds of 5% across all routes equipped with ABLE. And over the 4 years of this program, they've been in operation, we've only seen a 9% recidivism rate, and that we've also seen a benefit of a 20% reduction in collisions. I want to put a special spotlight on 181st Street. We were out there last week when we made the announcement for ACE. A clear example how the implementation of busways combined with effective traffic enforcement has made a huge difference is 181st Street in the Bronx. 181st Street was one of the slowest corridors in the city. 3 miles per hour was the average bus speeds. With the implementation of the busway in April 2021, we saw a 21% speed improvement. And when we introduced ABLE in May of 23, we saw an additional 17% increase in speeds. So that essentially is a 38% increase in speeds, and we saw a 60% reduction in volume of bus lane blockages. As mentioned just last week, in partnership with DOT, we launched another enforcement measure to build upon ABLE, ACE, Automated Camera Enforcement, which will be transformative. While ABLE could only detect vehicles that were blocking bus lanes, thanks to ACE, our cameras can now detect vehicles that illegally parked, double parked, or illegally parked in bus stops along the route, not just bus lanes themselves. So far, we have activated ACE on 14 routes, but we will be increasing dramatically in the next few weeks. This is a real game changer for speeds, safety, accessibility, and emissions. It is clear that our efforts to improve speeds make a huge difference in the lives of New Yorkers, and we are incredibly grateful to this board, New York City DOT, NYPD, the New York State Legislature, and all our stakeholders in supporting us as we try to accomplish these critical initiatives. Thank you very much, and now I'm going to pass it back to President Critchlow.
Thank you, Frank and Chris. There's one thing that always stands out to me when you hear any person from an operational organization is their commitment to improving upon performance. And as I said earlier, it takes a multitude of small changes in order to improve performance. But you can see those small changes that they've made over the last 6 months to a year, and some as recently as last week, continue to have a real impact on our customers and their ride. So that's what we hope to continue to do, to make improvements, small improvements, to be able to have a longer, larger impact for our customers long term. Now this week, the G line will receive some much needed tender affection, some love. And so to do that, we're going to shut it down in phases. To talk about that, I'm going to turn it over to C&D Deputy Chief Sean Fitzpatrick and our G-Train czar, Hugo Zamora.
Thank you, President Critchlow. I'm Sean Fitzpatrick, Deputy Chief of Staff at MTA Construction and Development. Proud to be partnering with Hugo and the entire New York City Transit team for us to get this critical work done on the G and meet our customers' needs in the meantime as best as we can. So I'll start with just a few slides briefly describing the project, and from there I'll turn it over to Hugo to talk through the way in which customers in Queens and Brooklyn are going to be able to get around this summer while we're doing this work. So the G project was awarded in the end of 2022. It's going to replace the antiquated 1930s Franklin Roosevelt era signal system that's in place there with modern communication-based train control, fitting the same themes that you've talked about. We're going to be resulting in a safer, more reliable, faster G train for our customers. So I'll start with just a reminder of what communications-based train control is. The animation here reflects on the top our legacy signal system. It's a marvel of early 20th century engineering. It is the way that we get the vast majority of our 4 million customers plus around the subway system, but it's a marvel of early 20th century engineering. And so there are significant challenges and drawbacks to that system. You see trains occupy what are called fixed blocks of the right-of-way, and there's a buffer in place between trains to allow us to operate safely. That limits the amount of trains that we can have in a given section of track and in order to run it safely. With CBTC, the trains themselves are communicating directly with each other and with our central control system, meaning that we can run trains more quickly, more closely together, just as safely. And that's a great benefit. It also has a lot of knock-on effects that allow us to have less equipment actually on the right-of-way, making it easier for us to maintain and keep the system running in the long term. It's a modern standard that the MTA has been a worldwide leader in leapfrogging to, and we're very excited to be bringing it to the G. Along the G, we'll be doing that work to upgrade the entire line all the way from Church Avenue in Brooklyn to Court Square in Queens. We'll be installing that new signaling equipment. You folks will have already seen some of the preparation work underway at the affected stations as we put up a cable management system to install the new cables and equipment. We're behind the scenes. We're constructing new signal rooms that will be the sort of modern state-of-the-art facilities for us to maintain and keep our signal system going for the next 100 years of service. We'll also be, while we're there, replacing 30 miles of track along the entire right-of-way and more than a dozen switches. Those switches are some of the most frequent, or some of the oldest in the system, also dating back to the 30s and 40s, and are frequent pain points, challenges in operating the system. After we're done with the physical construction, we'll go through an extensive process to integrate and test the new system to make sure that when we cut over and switch to the new CBTC, we've ironed out as many of the growing pains as possible and are able to deliver better service from day one. So I'll talk, to close it off, talk about why we're prioritizing the G train. The answers are fundamentally the reasons you might expect. Age is a significant driver. This equipment, as I've said, dates back all the way to the 1930s. It's amazing and is a testament to the work Subways does every day that they're able to run the service they do with such dated equipment. This is some of the oldest stuff in the system. We're very excited to bring it up to speed, in part because that has impacted the reliability of the G train. The G is among the lowest performing lines going back over the last couple of years with service below the system-wide average. The trains that have been upgraded to this CBTC system, the L train and the 7 train chief among them, have had on-time performance in the 90s consistently since that transition has happened. And so that's the level of service that we're looking to provide for G train customers. That being said, in order to do this work, and especially to do some of the intensive track and switch replacement work, we are going to need extensive outages over the course of the summer, and that's why we've been working very closely with our partners at Transit, including the G-Train czar, Hugo Zamora, seated next to me, to coordinate and make sure that we have all the tools in place to be able to make sure that while we do this intensive work in the most efficient, cost-effective, and ultimately least impactful way over the course of the summer, that we're providing ample alternate travel options for our customers to make sure that although there's a little bit of pain this summer, it's not so bad, and that folks are, when folks are able to take full advantage of the G when it's back in service this fall. So with that, I'll turn it over to Hugo.
Thank you, Sean. Good afternoon, everyone. So how are we going to get this done? It sounds very daunting. You have 160,000 daily commuters on the G line. How do we get these folks from a nice, speedy train onto a bus system while we do this key work? So one of the things that was mentioned this morning is the collaboration amongst the different groups, and that has certainly been one of the key aspects to making this project work. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be operating a shuttle bus service during the time that we replace the trains. Chris's team has provided excellent framework for the type of service we're going to be providing. So bus service during the weekdays are going to be running every 1 to 4 minutes during the peaks. A late evening and overnight service every 5 to 10 minutes, very robust. Saturdays and Sundays, again, every 3 to 5 minutes for daytime service in evenings, and overnight service 5 to 10 minutes on Saturdays and 6 to 10 minutes on Sundays. This is an example of the service that we will be providing. The project will be operating in 3 phases over the summer. First phase is beginning this Friday, June 28th until July 5th, where we're going to be shutting down 3 stations on the northernmost limit of the G line and providing shuttle bus service. So customers will be able to get on a shuttle bus from Nassau Avenue and make their way up to Court Square for continuing service, and train service will continue to run normally from Nassau Avenue to Church Avenue. Second phase, running from July 5th to August 12th, we're going to expand the shuttle bus service, Court Square to Bedford Nostrand, where customers will be able to board back on the train and continue their service to Church Avenue. By August 12th, the first 2 phases will be complete. The whole northern section will be nice and spanking brand new, and we're going to shut down the southern section. So bus service will be operating from Bedford Nostrand down to J Street, where customers will be able to get back on the F train to continue their service to the church. And we'll be providing train service from Court Square to Bedford Nostrand Avenues. This is also a PDF version of the pamphlet that's been being distributed since last week and all of this week to all these stations along the G line, giving the customers a concise and very detailed outlook of the project. So how do we keep the buses moving during these projects? That's the discussion, and that's the challenge. So along with Frank and Chris providing the schedules, and Frank with his great bus things that he's been providing, some of the same things are going to be applying to this project. So we're working together with the DOT and NYPD colleagues. We're going to be doing clear spacings for new stops and layovers for the shuttle buses, daylighting in certain areas along the route to make sure that the buses can make the safe turns from one avenue to the next. Turn restrictions. This is a very aggressive thing that we've partnered with DOT. They're going to be providing 6 locations that were very detailed by DOT that shows that by doing restrictions at these 6 intersections is going to alleviate 50% of the traffic along the route on Manhattan Avenue, which again is going to help the buses progress to their destinations a lot quicker. Loading zones. Loading zones is something else that has been pushed by the neighborhood and the community, and we're going to have that along with DOT. They're going to have 10 locations along Manhattan Avenue, where they're going to create loading zones for trucks. So that's one of the big things along Manhattan Avenue, a lot of double parked cars and trucks loading and unloading folks and products. So along with DOT, we've been able to identify these 10 locations where they're going to have dedicated space for trucks and cars to be able to load and unload during daily hours from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Again, freeing up space along the main thoroughfare so that buses can get to where they're going quickly and safely. And none of this, of course, will be possible without the monitoring and enforcement aspect of it. Again, we're partnering with NYPD and the local 94th Precinct. They will be providing personnel at these key locations and these intersections to make sure that everyone is aware of the new restrictions and the cars keep moving and the buses keep moving as well. This is our one of the things we're going to do is the clear customer communications. We've been out there with the community since January, doing community boards and things of that nature. These are a sample and examples of the signage that will be in place during the work, alerting everyone as to what's happening. First, to the left is the station signs that will be going outside the stations, alerting the customers before they enter, and the bus wayfinding signage that will be in place at Nassau Avenue and Court Square and at the other locations, Bedford Nostrand, when the time comes, alerting customers how to get to the bus boarding areas quickly and efficiently. Accessible travel as well. These are the signs going up at the stations that are affected by accessibility. Customers looking for the accessible connections will have options just beyond, in addition, from the trains to the shuttle buses. For example, a customer traveling to Metropolitan Avenue from Lorimer to Greenpoint could take a B62 bus to North 7th and Driggs and transfer to the L. These options are clearly printed on the signage, and we also have on the back of those brochures that I mentioned earlier is a chart that shows end-to-end travel from all accessible stations along the G line. Finally, one of the things we like to do is take advantage of the outage. So one of the things we're going to be doing, working with our stations and station facility partners, will be doing the station renovations. The 5 stations are currently planned to be participating in the program. We're going to be going to Flushing Avenue, Greenpoint Avenue, Metropolitan, Court Square, Clinton, Washington, and Classen Avenues will receive a full renovation treatment. The other 8 stations along the line will be receiving slightly less, but they're still going to get full power washing, LED lighting upgrades, and other small minor things that can bring the station up and will improve the experience. So when the customers come back at the end of the summer, they're going to come back to a brighter, cleaner, and refreshed G line. And these are some snapshots of the actual work that's going on. The renovations, as you can see on the photo on the left, require a little more track access. When we do full painting of the columns, the stations, the ceilings, replacing the bench in the middle, that looks like an installation on the lower picture of a French drainage system, which allows the water to flow a little better during those stations that have flood-prone conditions. And again, these are going to be done to 5 stations along the G line during the shutdown. So once this work is completed, we're not going to be completely done. The work will continue into the remainder of the year, into early next year. We're going to have some additional overnight shutdowns and additional weekend shutdowns to complete the work. So in summary, we are doing this work. The G train is getting the modern CBTC system, replacing 1930s era signals in order to provide a faster and more reliable ride for customers on the G service. This work does require long-term outages in the summer, again, to be able to accomplish the work more efficiently and more quickly. And during the outage, again, the MTA, along with their partners with DOT and the MTA NYPD police, we will be providing support to make sure that these shuttle buses get everyone to their destination as quick as possible. And thank you.
So thank you, Sean. Thank you, Hugo. Hugo, can you explain to me what daylighting is?
Certainly. Daylighting is where they take a corner of the particular intersection and they take away maybe 1 or 2 parking spots, enough to have visual turning so that when a bus comes around, they can clearly see people that don't, dart out in front of a car or dart in front of a bus. And it's a safety feature. Not just for this project, but I'm sure you've seen it around. It's DOT selects locations that are safety issues, and they incorporate this to make the customers and people crossing the street a lot safer, and also safer for the bus drivers and the pedestrians.
Great, thank you. Anyone else have any questions for Hugo, for Sean? Lisa? Oh, for Frank, okay.
I have one comment regarding the G train. Just a plug, in addition to the handouts that are being distributed and the posters, we also are encouraging our customers to subscribe to the new G train newsletter so they can also receive updates, as well as using our MTA app, as well as signing up for other text and email alert for proper trip planning.
One other thing I wanted to mention, we also partnered with City Bike and Lyft to provide a initial free bike ride with using the code GTrain24. So anybody that, and it's not just for the G line, so anywhere you go, you punch in that G line 24 code and you'll get a free city bike ride to your destination. So that's another positive way that partnering has benefited this project.
Thank you. Lisa, you have a question for Frank?
I do. I meant to ask this last week when I was regarding the ABLE, which I'm thrilled about. The camera system that's installed for ABLE, does it work like an Easy Pass where it snaps the pictures and the licenses of the cars? Or is it an ongoing camera system where somebody has to go back and check? I'm just curious. And does it include those mopeds and delivery that are semi-legal on the blocking lanes?
So it actually snaps pictures, right? But with ACE, it's actually using artificial intelligence to identify those in there, right? And it will capture if mopeds are blocking, but in the event they actually have a plate. So, but what?
Any other questions for Hugo, Frank, Sean? Okay. If not, Demetrius, we move on.
So just one quick plug about what Hugo does. What he does is do an amazing job of living in the life of a customer, right? When we have folks on the subway side who do a great job at running trains, right? We have folks on the bus side who do a great job of running buses. Shuttles are in between. We have ops planning folks who are out there at our bus stops. We have folks that put up signage. We have folks that make announcements. All of these folks are doing a great job at doing what they do great. But there is not one tie that ties them all together until now. So what Hugo does is he rides the system from start to finish and looks for ways to improve upon what our current service is. It doesn't matter if it's a subway issue. It doesn't matter if it's a poster issue. It doesn't matter if it's a bus shuttle issue. It doesn't matter if it's a pedestrian issue at the street. He's looking at the whole perspective to see how we could provide better service to our customers. That is a key benefit to having Hugo in his role, and I want to thank you for what you've done. So now, in closing, I'd like to recognize C&D President Jamie Torres Springer for joining us today, and he's going to speak a little bit on congestion pricing news, which impacts transit. So Jamie, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Demetrius. Glad to be here today. I actually just came by to be at the committee in case there's any questions from the board members on this topic. But I will say that everyone is aware, read the news and aware that we're dealing with the impact of the pause on congestion pricing on the MTA's capital program. We have a budget team and a whole group that's working with the budget team to identify how we need to prioritize to ensure that we're supporting state of good repair work in the system. All the improvements and all the service that we've been talking about today, that's dependent on the basics of this massive system that we have. We need to have structures for trains to run on, track on the structures, power and other key signal systems, and then rolling stock. And so if you just back up from everything that we're talking about, that's what we have to make sure we keep in a state of good repair. So we have a team that's working very hard on that, and we have a full presentation being prepared for the full board on Wednesday to go through and give an update on where we stand.
Thank you, Jamie. We look forward to the details on Wednesday. Are we now moving on to the safety report? All right, Chief. I know it's been a long day, afternoon, but thank you for sticking it out with us, and please give us the safety report.
My pleasure. So first off, good morning. Good afternoon. What time is it? Wow. Good evening, Chair Mahaltis and members of the board, and special good morning to President Critchlow. It's a pleasure to see you in that seat and at the helm of the New York City Transit. You know, just as policing is in my blood, 3 generations of cops in my family, transit is in yours. And that's 3 generations of service is a remarkable legacy. So congratulations, Demetrius, and I look forward to working closely with you moving forward. To Lisa Schreibman, congratulations on your elevation, and I look forward to working with you and your team closely. I'd also like to recognize Rich Davey, and thank him for his partnership and his friendship over the last 19 months of me sitting in this seat. I wish him well. Members of the board, I'm pleased with the figures you have before you, which show for the month of May, crime in the New York City subway system was down 10.6%, reflecting 21 less victims of crime. That reduction was driven mainly by a decrease in felony assaults, the very type of violent crime that weighs so heavily on our riders' perception of safety. I'm pleased to report we had a 31.7% drop, reflecting 19 fewer victims of felony assault. This drop in subway crime for the month of May continues the year-to-date downward trend we've been seeing since February, when City Hall and NYPD leadership made impactful investments in transit safety through the continued deployment of uniform officers into the subway system. In front of you, you have the latest crime figures through the end of May, which show an overall 6.1% drop in crime year-to-date. This is progress that we're encouraged by, and we will capitalize on this momentum through the second half of this year. To that, and what you don't have in front of you, are June's crime numbers. A little sneak peek, considering it's positive. I'm pleased to report that overall crime is down 10% for the first 3 weeks of the month of June when compared to last June. Subway crime has historically accounted for just a sliver of the overall crime in our city. So when we're talking about such low figures, every crime counts, every less victim matters, and every engagement by officers is meaningful. The credit for these tremendous strides in subway safety belong to the men and women who are out there every day. It is not easy working 12 hours on your feet in sometimes grueling temperatures, delivering security and comfort to the city within a city that is our subway system. I am very proud of the important work our cops do every day, 24/7. But the credit also belongs to you, our partners. The other day, the doors closed behind me as I stepped on board a train. The announcement of officers patrolling a train car was soon heard on the PA. A few stations later, as riders were streaming in and out, an announcement was made of police officers being on the platform. And finally, as I stepped off the train at Union Square, an announcement was made of a transit police facility present at that very station. Announcements at the push of a button. Yes, these are simple things and simple reminders, but they speak of the MTA's commitment to do their part to highlight officers' presence, a presence that sometimes gets lost on a bustling platform or inside packed train cars. And I want to take you back to those last few train patrols I did. As buried in their devices as most subway riders are, I noticed a few give pause as the announcements were made. And you know what really gave them more pause? Overhearing the police chatter from my radio as I stepped from train car to train car. We fully understand the comfort a uniformed presence brings to our riders. I see it firsthand every time I ride the rails. So our investments will continue. Our focus on subway safety will remain, and the commitment of our officers will be steadfast through the busy summer season. And finally, to all, and to especially everyone with children, I want to wish each of you a happy summer break as the school year comes to an end. This ends my remarks, and I'll welcome any questions or comments.
Before I go to David, Chief, I'm glad to hear that things are going in the right direction and going down. So thank you and the hardworking men and women of the NYPD for keeping our system safe. David, you have a question.
Thank you.
Well, more of a comment. First of all, I'd like to congratulate you for what you've done. When I started on this board, I guess 9 or 10 years ago, the main function was at the fare gates and not on the trains and platforms. And I think, you know, this shift in direction to really make people feel more comfortable where they are is a great progress for you. And congratulations for it.
Thank you very much. And we speak about this all the time, and I mean this. I'm speaking with all sincerity. It's a balance. We've got to find that right balance. It's not easy. And, you know, just proper deployment is so critically important if we are going to have success. And so much of our success depends on our riders seeing us. And we speak about that all the time, the value just from our riders seeing a police presence. I want to say this also while I got this opportunity. We have cops there out there in plain clothes, so whoever's listening to me, we're out there in force 24/7 citywide working plain clothes. But I appreciate your kind words very much. Thank you.
Any other questions for Chief? Lisa.
Amazing job. Thank you so very much. So, and I know this is like a hot topic, but I think what's left to concern, because you see the officers, and I love it. I was on the train yesterday for many hours. The mentally unstable individuals that walk through the cars, stand in front of passengers. I had that experience yesterday. Step 2, 3, wherever that is, how do we see that being addressed in the near future?
It's a great question. And we talk about this all the time also, fear, perception. Crime numbers are the crime numbers. What does that mean to a rider who comes onto or uses our subway system that comes across someone acting erratic in the midst of a mental health crisis? And we often say the subway system is not a psych hospital. It's not. You know, and it's 2024, and people suffering either from homeless or mental health or both should not have to be reduced to living or spending a lot of time in the subway system. We can do better. So where we stand right now, and why I said it's a great question, and I might be a little premature speaking of this, but so be it. We're in the midst of very high level, directed from right from City Hall Mayor Adams directly and his team. And what we're doing is literally reimagining the way we tackle or confront homeless and mental health in the subway system. So we're working closely with our city partners, other city agencies, DHS, BRC, DOHMH, and what we're doing is a lot of good. We've removed hundreds of people and taken them for help. The help that they deserve or need and that we can provide. But we're always thinking, can we do better? And we think we can, and we think we have a plan, a blueprint of a plan that I think in the near future will be announced, having to do with everything we're talking about right now.
Again, thank you, Chief. Demetrius, we move on?
Sure. So we have some transit all-stars that we want to recognize. We have folks on the right side of the room. So first we'll mention General Superintendent Pedro Delgado. Now, Pete is the Service Diversions and Coordination Team, has been celebrated as Transit's All-Stars for their contributions to improving subway weekend service. A marked jump in on-time performance last month to 84.2%. One of the things about Pete is his ability, his innate ability to remain calm, even under difficult circumstances. So, and that's especially the case when you're running multiple general orders for a weekend. So thank you, Pete. Next, we have Superintendent Sonia Hill. Where's she at? All right. Also from Subways, she's part of the Service Diversions and Coordination Team. She performs quality control before and during the service change, making sure all station customer touch points have adequate signage and the necessary detailed information, including where to find the shuttle bus service. Next, we have Platform Controller Sakina Clerk, who went beyond, Sakina. She went beyond her crowd control duties to help reunite a special needs child with their parents when they got separated on a number 7 train. Not only did Ms. Clerk work fast to get help from NYPD and bring the family back together, but she and her fellow platform controllers were able to manage the impact to service with only minimal delays to customers who were on board. Thank you, Ms. Clerk. Next, we have Anthony Storniolo. He's Subway's Assistant Chief of Infrastructure. Anthony and his team in infrastructure and service delivery have been working on a solution to improve platform safety and have implemented platform barrier program on several stations. To date, more than 200 barriers were constructed and installed at 4 stations. You may not know this, but over the weekend, Anthony and his team gave a pleasant surprise to our First Avenue customers this morning who came back to see barriers on their station. So thank you, Anthony, for working tirelessly through the weekend to make sure that we continue to provide service. And now from the bus team, we have a group of individuals who have been instrumental in improving performance on the B12, part of the bus's route improvement program and one of our historically low-performing bus routes. In fact, since the program began in January 2024, service delivery on the B12 has improved by 4.1%, and customer journey time improved 10%. So first we have Sharon Watson. She's a superintendent, a 23-year bus veteran who has become very good at making adjustments on the fly because of the road conditions. Thank you, Sharon, for all of your work. Next, we also have Robert Averill. He didn't show up today.
Robert's on vacation this week.
That's all right. We'll allow him to have a vacation. One. Robert oversees 5 routes in the area and is currently stationed at Bolton Street. We have Kevin Malaro. Hey, Kevin. Kevin's a dispatcher who supervises buses that arrive at the Parkside and Ocean Avenue terminal. And next is Lynn Guliam, who's a dispatcher that manages service from the Bus Command Center. And last, but certainly not least, we are celebrating a newcomer to New York City Transit, Stephen La.
Welcome.
He's a project manager at Paratransit who hit the ground running after joining New York City Transit immediately after college and has been a key contributor to Paratransit's notable 16% improvement in customer dropped off on-time performance for the non-dedicated service partners. Thank you, Kevin.
Great.
Stephen. Thank you all for what you do in service for the greatest transportation system in this world. Appreciate all that you do. Haiti.
So you got it right.
Floor is yours.
Thank you, everyone. And sorry it took so long. I hope we have a photographer to take a picture after we're done. Okay, good. All right. Now we're moving on to Q.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Last month, we launched a new system for real-time elevators and escalators alerts to better keep our customers informed on any changes in our systems. This new and improved system merges all of the various customer alert systems, and it's also highly customizable. For customers who use our elevators and escalators, this can get as granular as choosing to receive alerts for a specific elevator or escalator at their preferred station. For example, if you only want to receive alerts, you only want to know about a specific elevator from the street to the shuttle for Grand Central, you can select that update and get specific information on that machine without getting any other alerts on anything else happening at Times Square. Users can choose which days and times of the day they would like to receive alerts, and there's an option for a daily digest that summarizes the relevant outages system-wide. We are always exploring how we can better communicate with our customers and are pleased to be improving this operation. What that means is that we are able to deliver our customers information that they care about when they want to hear about it. It is a huge step in enhancing our effective communication, lines of communication, not only to our customers with disabilities who rely on these accessible features, but also to any customer who wants to learn about stations, to learn about planned outages, to learn about real-time outages in real time. This is how we create a better future at the MTA. I want to take 1 second to thank Shanifa and her team, Kevin Call and his team, who made this possible. It's really this wonderful synergy that we've got going on that's going to deliver a new and better MTA. Also, we heard from the audience, and I know that there's a lot of attention around elevator outages. So for board members, just want to bring you back to the facts. There are 372 elevators in New York City Transit. 323 of those are owned by New York City Transit, and 49 by private developers owned and maintained. Today, as of this morning, there were 15 elevators out for capital replacement, and 7 were out for unplanned maintenance or repairs or investigations. That means that today we are performing at 98% availability of our elevators system-wide. Those are the facts as of this morning. So while we're not interested in entertaining a settlement conversation, we are damned sure that we are delivering the service that the customers want and need. And with this update that I just gave, giving them that information in real time. And Shanifa's team will also be delivering that information on digital screens so that our customers have no ambiguity around what's working, where, and making sure that the service that they expect is the service that they encounter when traveling throughout our systems. We heard earlier about enhancements to our bus operations, and I have to say I am very excited about this new ACE system that will keep bus lanes and bus stops clear, speeding up buses and improving everyone's trip. As someone who has been unable to get on or off a bus because the stop was blocked, I know what a game changer this will be. Our bus fleet has been accessible for customers with mobility devices since 1993, the first large transit agency to do so in America. And we have been improving what access means in our bus service ever since. While our local buses have quick and effective ramps, many generations beyond what was out there in 1993, all these enhancements are moot if the bus stop is blocked. So I am so pleased and thankful to our partners at NYPD, DOT, my old house, and all the team that's keeping our bus stops clear so that all New Yorkers and tourists can move effectively system-wide. Keeping our bus stop cleared is a huge part of ensuring that we continue to have a reliable bus system for all our customers, whether you are a person with a disability, a mobility disability, pushing a stroller, or just need to use that ramp. This is why I'm so excited for ACE today and our collaboration with all of our partners. Looking forward, I just want to put a plug that July is Disability Pride Month, so you will be hearing about several events that we'll be doing both internal here in this very room, throughout the MTA, and with our partners celebrating Disability Pride Month, the 34th anniversary of the signing of the Americans with Disabilities Act. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Q. Andrew has a question.
We've heard a lot of great things about ACE, and I'm sure it's going to be a success. What happens when these major delivery companies get violations, you know, like an Amazon or a Fresh Direct or somebody that's in those? Will they just consider it a cost of doing business and continue the bad practice, or?
The beauty of ACE, from our perspective, is that there is no dispute as to whether you were doing something illegal.
Right.
And the facts here are the bus lanes are for buses and no one else. So everybody else who's captured in that bus lane will get an automated ticket that they will not be able to dispute. They're going to get reprimanded for that. Unfortunately, the issue that you're talking about is a New York City issue, and you're very well aware that they negotiate a lenience on those tickets.
Thanks.
Lisa asked how much the tickets were, Q. Do you know? Or Frank, do we know how much the tickets are?
Yeah, they start at $50 and they go up to $250.
Great. Thank you. Okay.
I remember Commissioner Rodriguez talking about in their camera systems, only 19% recidivism is seen. So after that first ticket, only 90% people will do the wrong thing again. So it is a very effective operation.
Great. Okay. Any questions for Q? Okay. If not, we move on to Lou. Lou, we got some procurements?
Yes, quite a few, actually.
All right. Let's go.
Good afternoon.
One question.
Mary Jo, Deputy Mayor Mary Joshi, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just had one quick question for Q, just a clarification. Is the question about will the tickets become the cost of doing business for the big companies? is in part like how much do the fines escalate? And obviously there's a finite amount. But is the second part that you answered because those fleets are part of the city's fleet program? So the Able bus tickets are automatically going to be considered part of that program?
No, Commissioner, Deputy Mayor Yoshi. The question was what happens to those fees that the Amazons and those delivery companies pay? And my answer to Commissioner Albert was that they negotiate those fees and what they pay based on the agreements with the city. So we're really not in those conversations.
But I think I just am a little confused, but the fees are the set fees from the ABLE program, right?
Yes, that is correct.
So what's negotiated?
When it comes to the Department of, sorry, Mira, we started it under the Bloomberg
Yeah, is
administration.
that the fleet program?
Yeah.
Certain
Yes.
fleet- Okay,
Yes.
so that, I guess, was my question. Is it automatically assumed that these ABLE bus tickets will be included in part of fleet program negotiations?
That is my understanding. Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, but we could find out whether they are or they aren't.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Lou, take two.
Thank you. Good afternoon. The New York City Transit procurement package includes 4 action items this month. The first consists of 4 items. The first 3 are requests to exercise the option years in the individual contracts awarded to Arrow, CTG, and Century to continue to provide broker car service for the paratransit accessoride program. The 4th item under this action includes an extension to the contract with Islander Transportation for the provision of broker car service on Staten Island alone. In December 2020, a competitive RFP was solicited, resulting in the awards of broker contracts in August 2021 for 3-year base terms, each with an option for up to 2 additional years. Arrow, CTG, and Century have been performing satisfactorily. The current contracts expired July 31st of 24. The exercise of these options will extend these terms through July 31st, 2026. Islander's contract was awarded in 2019 as part of a separate competitive RFP, currently expiring July 31st, 2024. This contract will be extended through July 31st, 2026 to have coterminous expiration, and it's our intention to do a competitive RFP to replace these contracts as well. During the RFP...
Lou, can I just ask you a question? Because I know this is, I just want to understand this. So it's only one option that we're giving them till 2026, and then in 2026, we're doing an RFP for everything?
The base contract included an option for 2 years.
Just
That's
one option?
Just one option.
Okay.
And we want it all to be coterminous, so that's why we included Staten Island.
Great, thank you.
And we'll do a competitive RFP.
Perfect, makes sense, thank you.
Okay. During the RFP process related to these procurements, proposers had the opportunity to provide different pricing for the option period, and the option period from these 3 companies was secured during negotiations prior to award. It should be noted that price incentives were subsequently added to these contracts in order to ensure driver availability in the aftermath of the pandemic, and such incentives have proven to be highly effective. Similarly, Islander's pricing has been fixed for the duration of their base contract, to which a price increase was negotiated for this extension. The Staten Island contract does not have incentives. The total estimated expenditure of $521 million is anticipated during this extension period across all 4 vendors' contracts. However, we're only requesting $310 million as there are funds remaining in the contracts from the base. The next 2 actions are awards of 3-year miscellaneous service contracts to Clever Devices and Via Nova Technologies for the provision of maintenance and support services related to on-bus digital information screens, or the DIS system. DIS systems are designed to enhance the customer experience on buses by providing audio-visual route and next stop information, planned and unplanned service advisories, as well as geographic-specific advertising on screens throughout the bus. As of May 2024, there are currently 4,744 buses with the DIS system, and of these, 4,140 are from Villanova and 604 are from Clever. Clever's base award will be in the estimated amount of $1.855 million, and the estimated awards for the option periods would be $2.7 million, making the total estimated amount $4.6 million. Sorry. Villanova's base award will be in the estimated amount of $4.2 million. The estimated amount for the options is $9.2, and the total estimated amount, both base and option, is $13.5. The MTA's cost price unit performed an analysis on the proposed pricings for the base and option and deemed all to be fair and reasonable. The board is also requested to authorize the MTA Senior Director of Procurement Operations to approve the exercise of up to 2 5-year option periods for each contract.
So
The
that's
last-
you, Lou?
I'm sorry?
Is that you? Are we
No,
authorizing
it's
you to do
a
it?
staff member of ours.
Okay.
With any of these circumstances where we ask the board for approval in advance, we evaluate the marketplace to determine if there's additional competition or there are other circumstances involved, and whether in fact it's beneficial for us to exercise the option. So it's a conscious research decision to go forward.
Right, but it's 5 2-year options, so
Yes.
that's 10 years. We're going to
Yes.
go with the same companies.
Yeah, well, and the reason is, in each one of those periods, we could make decisions not to go forward with them, to take a different direction, to do a different approach to maintenance. It gives us literally options
Every
to
2
make
years.
decisions along the way without being locked into a
Got it.
contract for that
Okay,
period.
perfect.
All right, and you could imagine that there would be opportunities
Sure.
for
No, no.
change.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right, and then the last action is a request to approve the exercise of the 2 5-year options contained in the SAG Corrector Service Agreement for the Department of Subways awarded to Turtle and Hughes. These options address the continuing need to ensure a reliable and consistent supply of electrical power to the signal system at a firm fixed all-inclusive monthly rate. The base contract was ratified in September 2019 and included 2 5-year options. Option 1, as I described before, will be exercised upon board approval and will extend the maintenance period for 5 years through June 30, 2029. The board is also requested to authorize the MTA Senior Director to approve the exercise of Option 2 to extend the contract through June 30th, 2024. June 30th, 2034. The pricing for these options were negotiated and established as part of the base contract and found to be fair and reasonable. The total estimated amounts for Options 1 and 2 are $3.5 million and $3.8 million respectively. I submit these procurements for board approval.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Lou? Okay, if not, can I entertain a motion to approve all 3 procurements? Lisa, David, all those in favor? Aye. Against? Motion carried. Thank you, Lou. Okay, if that's all the business we have for today, except for taking a picture with our All-Stars. We're going to do that right after this is over. Can I entertain a motion to adjourn till Wednesday? Thank you, everyone. All right. Demetrius made it through his first committee meeting. Woohoo!
My name is Winnie Espada. I'm a car appearance maintainer, and I've been doing this job for 10 years. I work out of Shea Yard. I was interested in helping the community, the public, so when our passengers get on the train, they'll see that I cleaned it. I'll feel good that I did the job, that they're comfortable, and they don't have to worry about the mess because we took care of it.
Well, I always had a background in cleaning with janitorial work
and also car detailing. So I came to the railroad and used my skills that I learned from there to help clean the trains. I like working on the train, working with the equipment. I always enjoyed cleaning, so that's really it.
A typical day is thorough cleaning here in the EIC dock, where we take the seats apart, make sure the sides of the seats are clean from garbage. Any newspaper cans that are left behind, we clean that up. Clean the windows, we take care of the doors. We make sure that the engineer's cab is clean and ready for him to go for the day.
So we take pride in making sure we sanitize everything from the bathrooms itself and everything the customer put their hands on. So it's very important to make sure we take care of our customers here. We sanitize everything.
My work is important because we have to make sure the trains are clean, especially in the times of the pandemic. We have to make sure the trains are disinfected and ready for all riders to be comfortable getting onto the train. There's a lot of anxiety going on right now with passengers and customers getting onto dirty trains. So our job is to keep everybody safe and keep everybody's head in the right place.
Hi, my name is Ryan Motley. I'm a stock worker here at East New York Depot. I've been with MTA Bus for 1 year, 4 months. As a stock worker, typical day in the job is issue parts to the maintenance facility. I process transactions. I do express issues, inter-unit transfers. I also help restock parts or receive parts from different manufacturers, give them their respective locations. We do cycle counts to find any discrepancies within our inventory also. Here at the East New York Depot, which is the central maintenance facility, we actually process a lot of parts for various depots.
Here in this stock room, it's a CMF, Central Maintenance Facility. Buses come in for major work, so we store bigger items, high dollar value items, engines, radiators, transmissions, generators, motors. Because when the buses come here, they're here for an extended period of time to get a complete overhaul. So whatever buses that are active in our fleet right now, we have the parts for it.
We also store cleaning products for our cleaners that are located in the depot to help them get their job done. We help the maintainers get the correct parts needed for the buses to make service. We have our regular chores of making sure that the stockroom is clean, no tripping hazards on the floor. That's one of our daily chores as stock workers to ensure the safety of the operation in the stockroom itself.
In order to be a good stock worker, one of the best qualities you need to have, the top ones are good retention, safety, responsibility. You want to have that kind of characteristic in you to try to do your best in everything you do and deliver the best. It makes me smile. It makes me feel good knowing that I work for a company where it has a lot to offer. We all play a different role in what we do to keep the buses rolling out.
Without these parts, these buses will be out of service and the customers would be upset. MTA basically moves New York, and that feels great to know that I work for a company like that.
What does a record do?
Hi, my name is Devin Mullen. I'm an assistant maintainer at the Verrazano Bridge, and I've been with Bridge and Tunnel Authority for 5 years now. Well, basically, we make sure that anything that happens on the bridge, whether it's a collision or a disabled vehicle, contractors working, we make sure everyone gets on and off the bridge safely. Any 5-minute delay turns into 20 minutes of traffic.
The city is busy. Rush hour is tough. Roadways are congested to begin with, so we want to make sure that we can keep those roadways clear, and that's main function of a record driver. Every day they save the day. That little disabled vehicle, if that disabled vehicle is not removed, a lot of people are not getting to work in the morning. So that quick response is going to determine how the rest of the day is going to go for a lot of people. They are the go-to guys. We depend on them on a daily basis, and they perform their job very well.
Our truck is our main tool. We make sure it works well and then it serves us well. The light duty record is usually we use for flat tires, overheat, small vehicles. The medium duties, they're basically utility. Anything we need other than tractor trailers and heavy trucks. Anything that requires heavy boom lifting, winch outs, things like that, we're gonna use the heavy records. Working on the roadway, it's a dangerous condition. You have vehicles flying by you at 60 miles an hour. People aren't paying attention half the time, so you do run the risk of getting hit.
So they never know what's going to happen when they're up there. I mean, there's different types of, disables, there's all
We're good? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to call the meeting of the Diversity Committee to order, please. My name is Blanca Lopez. I am the chair of this committee, and I would like to acknowledge my committee members who are present this afternoon. We have Neil Zuckerman, and we have Dr. John Ross Rizzo with us. I believe Mr. Chu should be joining us shortly, and thank you for joining us, Jerry Brigham. Ms. Valdivia is not here today, but we do have a quorum. Ms. Zapata, are there any public speakers?
Good afternoon.
There you go.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. We have EPEC Fulford and Mark Frazier. EPEC, do we have any speakers this afternoon?
Good afternoon. We have 2 members of public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and the fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Charlton D'Souza, followed by Maddie Bucky's Highline.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Charlton D'Souza. I'm the president of Passengers United. So this is the Diversity Committee. Why is diversity important? It's important because New Yorkers make up diversity, and congestion pricing discriminates against people because you're charging poor and middle class people a fee to do business, to go to work, and the subway system is not sufficient enough, the bus system is not sufficient enough, and the commuter rail system is too expensive for people to access. So there's bus redesigns happening now, and the bus redesigns that are happening in Queens, Brooklyn, Manhattan, and Staten Island, they should be competitive with car travel, and that's where equity comes into play. So I would encourage all of you to go to our Passengers United YouTube channel and watch our training video. We talk about equity in transportation planning, and that's what's missing from the Queens bus redesign, and that equity is what's missing from congestion pricing. What about communities in transit deserts who don't have adequate transit service? So I'm glad that the governor postponed congestion pricing, but we all know it's going to come back because of all the lobbyists that are, literally lobbying you guys to vote as a board on Wednesday for congestion pricing. And I would say, no, don't do it. There's other ways to fund the MTA. I've been attending these meetings now for the last 18 years. So the MTA was the 5th largest debtor in 2008 under Governor Patterson. Why is that? And since then, everything is ballooned to even higher amounts. So, why should we give the MTA more money when it can't handle money? And you board members have an important job to play. And this is where equity, diversity, and fairness comes into play. Please do not support congestion pricing. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Our next and final speaker will be Maddie Bucky's Highline.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair Lopez, and to the committee members. This is Maddie Bucky's Highland with you. Well, I want to speak today about diversity and accessibility. With Disability Pride Month next month coming up, it's important to realize that disabilities are part of diversity. As someone who's living with autism for the past 23 years, it's important to recognize that disabilities rights are humans' rights. It did not take long for the ADA to come out. On May 9th, 1989, a U.S. senator by the name of Tom Harkin, a Democrat from Iowa, sponsored a bill called the Americans with Disabilities Act. And on July 26th, 1990, President George Herbert Walker Bush, a World War II veteran, signed the ADA into law, prohibiting discrimination. Anyway, that's all I have to say for this month. God bless each one of you. Thank you. Back over.
Chair, that concludes the public comment session.
Thank you, IPEC, and thank you to the speakers this afternoon. The next item on our agenda is to approve the meeting minutes, but before I do that, I just wanted to congratulate Lourdes for her inclusion on the City and States 2024 Bronx Power 100. So it was lovely to see your picture and a nice
Thank you for that.
write-up, so congratulations. Everybody knows that this committee meets on a quarterly basis, so we are approving the April 29th, 2024 meeting minutes. May I have a motion in a second? Thank you, Mr. Stuckman. Thank you, Mr. Risen. All in favor? Aye. Meeting minutes are approved. And we move on to any updates on the 2024 work plan?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. The work plan can be found on pages 6 through 9 of the committee workbook. We do have 2 updates that are proposed. The first is with respect to the 5-year DEI strategic plan, which began on July 1st and ends on June 30th of 2024. We will be reporting the first year's progress as well as any second-year modifications of the plan during the September Diversity Committee meeting. We're meeting with the agencies and recording our first-year progress now, and we've moved the update from this meeting to the September meeting accordingly. And then with respect to the committee charter review, which was also scheduled for June, all the charters were reviewed in the corporate governance meeting in December of 2023, so there were no recommended changes to any of the charters. The corporate governance committee, which actually approves any changes to the committee charter, will next meet in November, so we will review the charter prior to the September meeting. December will be the appropriate time for the next review, so that item has been moved as well.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on the changes to the work plan? If not, we can move on to the executive summary.
Thank you. So this afternoon, I will be leading our presentation and discussion with the support of my colleagues and the leadership team at DDCR. I'm joined this afternoon by Deputy Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer Dr. Rosalind Green, who's also joined by our D&I Director Barbara Cockfield, Deputy Chief CDO for Tech Operations, DBE Certification and Outreach Christine Norman, Deputy Chief for Contract Compliance Ray Burke, and I'm also pleased to share that Cherie Owens, who served as our acting CDO of the Small Business Mentoring Program, was formally appointed in that role as of May 22nd. She's an invaluable member of the team and seamlessly stepped into the leadership role. We're very thrilled to have her leadership on a permanent basis. We also, yes, congratulations, Shireen. We are also joined by some of our agency chiefs. We have Vanessa Moses from MTA Bus, James Keys, from New York City Transit, as well as Myra Bell from Metro North, and Alana Smith-Pizarro, who's our senior director. So I'm really pleased to have the support of our talented team here. We have 4 primary agenda items today, which are going to include an overview of DDCR's programs and target constituencies, as well as a peek into our calendar year 24 goals. We are, of course, be reporting on our fiscal year MWBE, DBE, and SDVOB activities and accomplishments, and noting that we will be reporting on the fiscal year for the state contracting, which ended March 31st, and we're in the process of vetting our final numbers, so that will be completed by the early fall, though we don't expect much movement in that. We'll report on our Q1 activities for the Small Business Mentoring Program, as well as our 23-24 EEO activities that are focused on workforce demographic statistics and highlighting the hard work of our employee research group. So we wanted to start the discussion just going through a little bit what DDCR is and does. I know some of this will be repeated for some members, but we thought it'd be important just to check in. You tend to hear a lot of acronyms thrown out quite a bit, and so we wanted to just touch base and go through these. Our department is charged with the development and implementation of proactive diversity, equity, and inclusion activities for the MTA's workforce, our business partners, as well as our customers. And we're proud to champion the importance and values of a diverse and inclusive MTA. Our focus and programs are centered on 4 key partnership groups: businesses, employees, our customers, and overall MTA stakeholders. We have programming that's tailored to each of these partnership groups, which we're going to review. So our work with respect to small businesses takes place on the direction of various state and federal programs, many of which you've heard mentioned repeatedly. We'll start with NYS MWBE, which is the New York State Minority and Women's Business Enterprise Program. You hear that often. The authorizing legislation is Executive Law Article 15A, and that establishes the authority to assign goals for the participation of minority and women-owned businesses in New York State contracting opportunities. The MTA, as well as the other 96 state agencies and authorities, are subject to Article 15A and reportable to the governor on our activities and efforts to achieve the state's goal of 30% MWB participation in our contracting. That figure was established by the New York State Disparity Study, which analyzed New York State contracting data and developed methodologies to determine the appropriate rate of contracting in gender and race-neutral environments. The MTA, it's important to note, has exceeded this 30% goal for 4 years and counting, so we're very proud of our progress. The New York State SDVOB program is similar to the MWBE program, but focused on service-disabled veterans. It is race and gender neutral, and the state has established a 6% goal for SDVOB certified businesses. The Disadvantaged Business Enterprise, which is DBE, is a federal program which focuses on socially and/or economically disadvantaged individuals for certification purposes. It relies on economic indicators for certification and is also race and gender neutral. The MTA SBMP is a small business mentoring program, which you've heard us discuss repeatedly and we'll provide you some updates on today. And then lastly, the MTA SBFP refers to the Small Business Mentoring Program Federal Edition, which has higher contract thresholds for participation. So again, during our conversations, you'll hear a lot of these acronyms thrown out. We thought it'd be helpful to just do a quick recap. With respect to our EEO, Equal Employment Opportunity Programs, I'd like to ask Dr. Green to provide us an overview.
Thank you. The Equal Employment Opportunity Program is the program that is a proactive plan that we look at every 4 years and submit to the FTA for their approval. I say proactive is because what that plan does is it's a forward look. We look to see who's out there that's available, that can partake on our employment opportunities that we have at the MTA. Based on that figure and the internal workforce, we determine whether or not we are being fully inclusive in our hiring practices. What most people see us as is the department that actually investigate complaints. That's the reactive part. But if we do a very good job in our proactiveness and following our plan and looking at who's out there, looking at any decision that touches our employees, then we prevent those complaints from happening at the end of the day. So that's what the EEO plan is about. You have a slide there that kind of gives you the circular language, but it is a proactive plan that focuses on our workforce and every decision that impacts our employees and potential employees, the applicants that would like to come in and work for the MTA. So now we also have a plan that focuses on our customers, communities, and that plan is our Title VI plan. Our Title VI program is one that we submit to the FTA every 3 years. That program has us look at every decision that's made by the MTA to look at the impact on the minority and low-income communities. Those decisions could encompass fare changes, service modifications, any activities that touch any of our federal funding. We look at those activities to see what is that impact and are we being inclusive and equitable to our minority and low-income communities. Again, this is a proactive plan. We don't wait until the decision is made and then review what impacts were there. We look ahead of time to see what are the impacts, what are the potential scenarios that we could also apply before making the final decision. And that is part of what we do with our Title VI plan. And these are abbreviated conversations regarding these plans. So we also have our first ever, and we have talked to the board to the committee a couple of times about this, our first ever 5-year DEI strategic plan. The first one that we've had for the MTA. So we're very proud of this document. So the first year would be completed in June. June 30th of this year will be the completion of the first year. We have 4 to go. We have briefed the committee on the plan here. We did bring a couple of extra booklets in case anyone does not have a copy of that plan. That is a state directive from Executive Order 187. You will be getting more information about the initiatives that we are going to, that's already part of the plan and where we are in our progress towards the completion of those initiatives. Again, the DEO division within DDCR oversees plan. DDCR oversees plans that impacts every decision that's made by the MTA, whether it's going to impact a vendor or a contractor or a potential vendor, potential contractor, or an employee, potential employee, community, customer, potential customer. All of those decisions have an impact on diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility, and just the overall value that the MTA has for our entire tri-state area.
Thank you, Dr. Green. And then just to briefly go over the DDCR 2024 departmental goals. So we have a number of ambitious goals that are designed to help advance our diversity and inclusion goals at the MTA across all areas of engagement, starting with our first goal, which includes the full integration of a CMTA system that will allow for accurate and uniform complaint and data collection throughout the various MTA towers. Dr. Green has led the team in the integration of the system that will, for the first time, provide us the opportunity for more accurate data tracking and reporting. Our second goal speaks specifically to our small business mentoring program, and as you'll hear later in this presentation, the team is on track to deliver most or all of its goals by the end of Q3. The third goal is focused on increasing the number of DBE firms for which we are securing DBE certification and streamlining our processing. You'll hear more about our success in the relevant slides. Goal 4 relates to our marketing efforts to ensure appropriate representation of MWBE, DBE, and SDVOB firms, which is critical. And Christine Norman is leading the recruitment of a new director of business outreach who will focus on community engagement, with a goal to increase the number of firms that will be available to work with us here at the MTA. We are also in the process of having active discussions with Empire State Development to cross-train our certification staff in order to support the firms that are interested in securing New York State certification. Goal 5 speaks to our contract compliance activities, establishing standard operating procedures to implement data management systems so that we can again have some accurate data collection and analysis. And then the last goal really looks at the overall structure of DDCR, identifying opportunities to strengthen our own talent pool and addressing longstanding vacancies, as well as a backlog of some complaints that we have to address. And to that end, again, Dr. Green and her team has done an outstanding job of focusing on a number of key vacancies. We filled EO investigator positions, as well as leadership within certain towers. We've had 5 new investigators, Agency Chief Keys, and 3 Deputy Chief positions have also joined us recently, and all of these positions are incredibly difficult to fill, finding the right mix of skills and experience. And again, I tip my hat to Dr. Green and her team for their ability to get these positions filled. We can move on to the next section, unless there are any questions from the committee members. So on 2023-24 reporting activities, I'll ask Deputy Chief Ray Burke to speak to contract compliance, payments, and goal attainment, and then Christine Norman to speak to outreach, certification activities, and our success stories. Ray, if you could, please.
Sure. Good afternoon. As far as contract compliance is concerned, my unit monitors MWBE, DBE, MWBE contract compliance. My unit consists of about 13 staff members. Most of the heavy lifting is done by the managers. There's about 7 managers. And as of March, we're monitoring about 1,300 contracts, which comes to an average of about a minimum of about 150 contracts per manager. They also conduct site visits, and as of March, we've conducted about 151 site visits, which is an average of about 14 site visits per month. In addition to that, compliance also includes the daily monitoring of these contracts to make sure that they're meeting their respective goals. We monitor heavily at the 50% mark, but we actually start at the 25% mark. As far as site visits are concerned, we do site visits. They're both virtual and on-site, where we meet with the actual subs to make sure that the subs are actually doing the work that they're contracted to do. And as a part of contract compliance, there's always cases where we're looking at waivers that are submitted by prime contractors, because not all contracts can meet the goal. So we review those waivers for proper justification, and all those waivers are required to be approved by Lourdes. And if they're state waivers, they go as far as the governor's office. Next slide. Getting into the numbers, as far as DBE awards are concerned, at this present time, we're at a 15% awards against the overall awards to the federally funded contracts. So far, we are trending towards $350 million in DBE awards, which is less than the 20% goal. Last year, we were at 16%. Over the last 2 years, these shortfalls have been driven by our new model of design build. As far as contract awards are concerned, that basically means that, well, the problem with the design build contract concept is that we can't really award contracts to subcontractors because at the time of award, the actual design is not finalized. So over time, they become finalized, and that's when we build our contract awards. So we expect those numbers to go up as these designs become finalized. Next. MWBE and SDVOB, so far we're at 34% MWBE and 7% SDVOB. Right, we're trending towards $750 million in MWBE payments and $40 million in SDVOB payments. And we're currently achieving 4% more than the 30% goal. As Lourdes had mentioned, this will be like the 4th year that we've achieved the governor's goal as far as MWBE is concerned. And we're 1% above the SDVOB goal. Next. Right now, I want to get into the top awards as far as prime awards and subcontract awards. As far as top prime awards, the top MBE award for the period of April 2023 to March of 2024 was to CRV Associates, $57 million. Right, they're an electrical contractor, and that was awarded on a New York City Transit C&D contract. The top WBE award was to Externet Works, $15 million. Right, that was also on a New York City Transit C&D contract. They do computer-related services. The top SDVOB Prime Award was to Whitewood Renovations, LLC. It was for $1.3 million. Once again, on another New York City Transit C&D contract. They do carpentry, they're a carpentry contractor. And the top DBE award was to Voltramp Electrical Contractor. And it was for another New York City Transit C&D contract. As far as subcontract awards are concerned, the top MBE subcontract award was to FCS Group, LLC, $20 million. This was on a B&T C&D contract. It was they do painting and abatement. The prime on that contract was American Bridge Commodore Joint Venture. The top WBE award went to Northeast Structural Steel, $14 million. That's on a B&T C&D contract for bridge construction. The prime was Rosani ASW joint venture. The top SDVOB subcontract award went to Citadel Electrical, an electrical supplier, on a B&T C&D contract. The prime contractor was American Bridge Commodore also. And the top DBE subcontract award went to Dogner Hughes and Associates, Inc. for $32 million. That was on a New York City contract, C&D. New York City C&D contract. It's an electrical contractor, and the prime was Judlow. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ray. So between these two, we have about $104 million, over $104 million in prime award contracts awarded to these firms, as well as another $100 million in subcontracting awards, which is really impressive when you consider the level of work and the dollar value of the contracts to these firms. I'll now ask Deputy Chief Christine Norman if you could speak to, please, the non-construction. I'm sorry, we had a question?
Yeah, Mr. Burke, when you were talking about monitoring, you said something about closing out 14 contracts. Were these 14 contractors that were in non-compliance that you removed, or?
No,
It was
actually,
in the first slide.
The first slide. No, that was site visits, actually. We do
Yeah.
site visits.
Yeah, and then you said you closed out 14
Oh,
contracts.
I'm sorry. If I said closed out, I mean.
Yeah.
Yes, we do close out contracts. We closed out 14 contracts during the course of the year. So the closeout process is after the contract's been closed by the agencies. What we do is we make sure that all the subcontractors have been paid what they're saying they've been paid in the system before we can actually close out the contract.
Okay, so then everything that you've monitored, everything's been in compliance, then you haven't had to remove anybody?
Excuse me, repeat that?
So everybody that you monitored has been in compliance and you haven't had to remove anybody? This was 14 successful closeouts?
Yo, those are, yes.
Okay.
Those contracts are just contracts that are closed by the agencies as far as the agency's work is concerned. But once they do what they have to do as far as closing out the contract, we have to make sure that the MWBE and SDVOB, DBE is in compliance as far as meeting the goals. All the numbers that have been reported are correct.
Okay, great. Thank you, sir.
No problem.
Good afternoon, everyone. So these slides represent discretionary awards and also legal fee payments. So discretionary procurement is a method of procurement used to level the playing field for MWBEs and SDVOB and small businesses. Small and certified firms compete with one another rather than against large corporations for the supply of goods and services. Discretionary procurement opportunities also allows the MTA to promote diversity in the supply chain and provides a great entry point for these firms to do business with the MTA. As you can see from the numbers, the MTA spends a staggering amount on goods and services valued below $1.5 million. In order to increase awareness, procurement has created an all-agency discretionary procurement opportunities listing on the MTA website, and firms can look at currently available solicitations, register and bid on the opportunities, and in addition, DDCR promotes these opportunities through outreach and encourage new firms to register to do business with the MTA. During FY23 and 24, 16% of awards valued below 1.5 went to MWBEs and 2% went to small business concerns. Additionally, the MTA is consistently incorporating MWBEs in the use of outside legal services, and 16% of payments for outside legal fees went to MWBEs. Okay, next slide. We seek to ensure that certified firms have equal access to the full spectrum of contracting opportunities with the MTA. As you can see, New York State certified MWBEs and SDVOBs are providing services and performing successfully in areas such as MTA's asset fund and underwriting management services. The total assets managed by MWBEs equal 3.28 billion, or 31%. The majority of assets are in traditional asset classes like U.S. equities and real estate, among others, and a small percentage are of alternative investments. Of the 15.8 million spent in total underwriting fees, 35% of those fees went to New York State certified MBEs and SDVOBs. So, these numbers represent the fact that there are opportunities outside of construction for MWBE participation, and we're ensuring that those firms are participating in other areas within the MTA. All right. So we also certify disadvantaged business enterprises, and these slides represent our first quarter certification, and it compares it to 2023. All right, so we are on track to meet and or exceed the number of certifications completed last year, and we've also decreased the average time for firms to process certification by 10 days. So we went from 49 days to 39 days to complete certification. And for our outreach efforts, during the state fiscal year of 23-24, DDCR participated in 42 outside MWBE, SDVOB, and SDVOBE outreach events, and those were sponsored by other agencies and or advocacy groups. Additionally, DDCR held 6 DBE certification workshops virtually and 4 new firm orientation workshops that was also virtual. Over the past year, we met with over 700 firms and have separated them by industry to help us consider areas for development. Empire State Development classifies firms into 4 industries: commodities, construction consulting, and service consulting. Service consulting is a broad category that includes professional services like IT consultants, but it also includes standard services like exterminating, rubbish removal, and a variety of maintenance and repair services. So you'll see here that our outreach efforts netted a significant number of firms in the services industry, with construction-related industries as the second largest group. Okay. And lastly, I wanted to share with you a success story, Quality and Assurance Technology, which they go by Q&A. And Q&A Tech has over 20 years experience in supporting private and public sector clients with design, development, and maintenance of data center solutions, ranging from traditional legacy environments to its state-of-the-art SDDC, software-defined data centers, and provide flexibility with and leverage the hybrid cloud. Moving forward, we will be featuring noteworthy certified firms that make our program great by providing value-added services to the MTA. And this firm began working with the MTA as a subcontractor to Dell and is currently participating in open, competitively solicited procurement opportunities as a prime. In 2023, Q&A bid on and won a 3-year contract valued at $8 million for Varonis software, which protects against cyber attacks. And Q&A also holds other prime contracts with the MTA to provide Dell products and other software licenses and maintenance agreements. Subcontracting opportunities allows firms to gain experience, build capacity, and provides exposure to doing business with the MTA, which can result in the firm's growth and ability to bid on larger contracts and become a prime contractor like Q&A. So we congratulate Q&A for their accomplishments with the MTA thus far. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. I don't know if there are any questions from the committee. Okay. Moving on to the Small Business Development Program update, Deputy Chief Cherie Owens, if you could.
Sure. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Next slide, please. Thank you. Recruitment of new firms increased by 17%, exceeding the 2023 departmental goal of 10%. In the first quarter of 2024, we held 3 informational outreach sessions with 214 attendees, which is a 50% increase from the entire year of 2023, when we only had 420 attendees. We are currently holding 1 informational session a month with various advocacy groups to increase the number of newly recruited firms to get pre-qualified for the program. The RFP process is ongoing, and we have received proposals. The Small Business Development Town Hall. The Town Hall event was an exclusive gathering reserved solely for pre-qualified construction firms in the MTA's mentoring and federal programs. It was a unique opportunity for these esteemed contractors to meet with MTA staff members, including our new Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer, Ms. Lourdes Zapata, and most importantly, to network amongst their peers for possible subcontracting prospects. Approximately 60 firms attended the event, and we were delighted to receive numerous emails expressing gratitude to the MTA for our unwavering commitment to our firms and the growth and success of them being in the program. Quarter 1 activity. I would like to note first that the value of bonding secured should be $60 million instead of $60, so please make that note an adjustment. In quarter 1, 3 contracts have been awarded and several projects are still in the design phase. The number of contracts awarded will increase as each quarter progresses. All contracts in the Small Business Mentoring Program and the Small Business Federal Program are awarded, and they're also managed throughout closeout through C&D. 4 loans have been approved and issued in the first quarter, and we anticipate this number will double by the end of the fourth quarter of 2024, as well as you will see the additional contracts awarded. There are currently 32 firms enrolled in the spring 2024 training class. We are actively participating in MWBE and SDVOB outreach events to increase the number of firms participating in the training program, as well as prepare them for upcoming contracts. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Cherie. Usually we will see an upward trajectory of contracts being awarded as we move forward into the contract year. So even though you only see 3 for the first quarter, we're going to start seeing that increasing as we move on, as time goes on. I don't know if there are any questions from the committee. We're happy to continue our progress.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Have you calculated what impact specifically there will be on MBE contracts in relation to the capital program austerity?
Yeah, well, like all things at the MTA, it's TBD. I think, there's still a lot of recalibration that is going on there with respect to the overall budget and the contract and what projects will be moving forward, which ones will not. And obviously, those will impact our MWBE engagement accordingly. Our goal is always to meet or exceed our 30% goal. So whether we're talking about 30% of 58 million or 30% of 32 million, we want to stick to that 30%, although obviously the hope and expectation and desire was always to go on the higher end.
As you track those numbers for this year, I'd also be interested in the ratio for the percentage that also drops the overall state procurement for WMBEs and disadvantaged businesses, because we are the largest. Yeah, we are the largest contract agencies for all of these entities, so it'd be interesting to understand. So we might have a disproportionate impact on the overall community of, WMBEs and disadvantaged businesses and SDVOBs than we have on the overall contracting pie. So it's just something to be, my point is that this can have an impact on equity. That's beyond just what's happening here at our agency.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there are 97 state agencies and authorities, and it takes the next 10 agencies to make up what the MTA spends alone. So absolutely, the impact that the MTA budget will have on the statewide spend will reverberate across the entire state. Right now, we're on reporting 23-24 numbers, so we won't see those numbers. If there's any impact at all, we won't see it until next year. But certainly, we'll be able to report, and the state publishes an annual report of all of the agencies in the state of New York and their spend and their MWBE goal attainment, of which the MTA is one of them. So we'll all be able to see that as publicly available. And we can certainly report back to the committee specifically.
Yeah, and then also, I mean, to the extent we can communicate to, not that they're not following the news, but even maybe more proactively communicating to our community of contractors that might be expecting and relying upon some of this, business who have, taking on financing and, and structure that business around projected revenue of perhaps getting some bids that we might be letting. They should be planning for around that.
Absolutely. So just moving on our agenda, we'll speak to our 2023-24 MTA-wide EEO activities. I'll ask Dr. Green to make that report, please.
Thank you, and I'm going to be brief because I know we're short on time. During the first quarter 2024, MTA hired 1,578 employees. I just want to put a little asterisk out there. Every statistic that we report is through self-identification. So you either self-identified as a male, self-identified as a female, self-identified as an individual with disabilities, or self-identified as a veteran. So all of our information is voluntarily self-identified statistics that the employees have given us. During the same period, we had 1,262 employees separate from the MTA. This gave us a net increase of 105 self-identified females, and an increase of 211 self-identified males. The number of employees who self-identified as a veteran increased by 1, and there were 37 veterans hired and 36 separated. So we do keep an eye on that. So the self-identified veterans during the first quarter, there were 37 hired and 36 that separated, gave us a net increase of 1. Okay, next slide, please. So our current workforce as of the March 31st, 2024, I want to make sure that we know what data we're reporting. Our workforce was comprised of 73,437 employees, of which 19% self-identified as females. That's 14,163. And 73% were minority. 3% were veteran, and 1% self-identified as persons with disabilities. Now, we're going to kind of talk about each of the agencies because we've been asked to kind of give a brief overview of the agencies. So I'm just going to say all of the agencies, when compared to 2023, had a net increase of women in the workplace, individuals who self-identified as females in the workplace, and all of the agencies had a net increase when compared to 2023 for individuals who self-identified as a minority. So we'll just kind of, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am, I know it's kind of delicate, self-identifying with sex and ethnicity and stuff, but I do take objection to self-identifying as a veteran. Either you're a veteran or you're not a veteran. No, I mean, seriously, I mean, if I didn't serve in the military, I couldn't come to the MTA and say, well, I self-identify as a veteran and have you, count me in on the statistics. On that one particular note, do you verify that these individuals are indeed veterans?
Absolutely. If someone identifies as a veteran, there's paperwork that has to be presented and verified.
Okay.
So
no,
absolutely.
Just wanted to be 100% sure of that. Thank you, ma'am.
Absolutely.
Well, and that particular item, that would account for, it's part of their work history, would account for, lying on an application. So it would say that, I would imagine there's a really high instance of, but this survey, this survey is separate, right?
Unless someone just does not let us know that they
It's
have
probably
their
underreporting
veteran
might be,
status. So you'd have to let us know your veteran status, and we do verify that. Okay? So again, we're going to quickly look at the B&T workforce. First quarter, it was comprised of 882 employees, of which 20% self-identified as female and 60% self-identified as minorities. Next slide.
Can I ask a quick question? Sorry, if you don't mind. Going back to the net changes for employees with disability, do you have any data on that for quarter one? I heard veterans and some of the other social demographics, but not disability. Or maybe I missed it, I'm sorry.
For quarter one, let me look, just one second. We absolutely have the data on it. I can get that for you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure it's in the book as well.
Yeah, and I should note that the breakdown of this data, this was really just a high-level overview. The breakdown of this data is available in the committee book on pages 80 through 93, and 85 gives a detailed demographic breakdown for each employee. So the bigger tables are available, but for the purposes of this presentation, we really stuck to higher levels. We can certainly provide you, if there's something in there that you don't see that you'd like to get, we would most certainly be able to provide that.
Thank you.
And one extra note for our individuals that self-identify as persons with disabilities, we know that the workforce has a lot of employees who just do not self-identify. So I'm 100% sure that although our numbers appear to be a small percentage, we do employ a lot of employees that are individuals with disabilities.
I appreciate that, and I know it's an ongoing struggle at most enterprises. If there are any thoughts, and perhaps at one future committee meeting, we could talk more about nurture campaigns. Something that
Absolutely.
we've tried to tackle at the hospital, and I'd be happy to share best practices.
Okay.
That would be great, yes.
Thank you. Okay, so we're up to the C&D workforce. Oh, so B&T, we did have one, B&T, we have one of the Chief EO officers who's not here today. The Chief EO officer for B&T is Joyce Brown. Just want to make sure we identify our officers. For C&D, the workforce comprised of 1,774 employees, of which 32% self-identified as females, and that is great for construction and development areas. And
I'm sorry, Dr.
65%.
Green. The chart mentioned 29% self-identified females? Or is this not the?
C&D.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Just want to make sure I'm
It
hearing
is
correctly.
29%. Thank you for correcting me there. I'm looking at the notes and not the chart. 29% self-identified as females. And as you can see there, those numbers are pretty consistent from last year. The Chief EO officer for C&D would be myself. I serve as the Chief EO officer for C&D. The Chief EO officer for BUS is Vanessa Moses. You met her a little bit earlier. And as of the first quarter, 11% of the individuals there, of the 3,779 employees, 11% self-identified as female and 89% as male. And for minorities, 86%. New York City Transit, again, the Chief EO officer for New York City Transit is James Keys, pretty new here to the agency, so welcome again, James. Workforce comprised of 47,898 employees, of which 20% self-identified as female, and 83% were minority. Long Island Railroad, that's another one of the EO officers who's not here today. That's Jody Savage. As of the first quarter, their workforce comprised of 7,517 employees, of which 13% self-identified as female and 41% were minority. Then we're on to Metro North, and the Chief EO officer for Metro North again is Myra Bell. As of the first quarter, the workforce was comprised of 6,315 employees, of which 11% self-identified as female and 43% are minority.
Thank you, Dr. Green. I don't know if there are any questions from the committee on the data that was shared. So I know that we do have another piece of the presentation with apologies to Senior Director Cockfield. And in the interest of time, we're going to skip that presentation. We'll make sure that we have it for the next one. And please understand, it's not at all minimizing the important work that our employee resource groups do. Unfortunately, we're running tight on schedule. So with that, that concludes our presentation for this committee meeting.
Thank you, Lourdes, and thank you to your staff. I would like to have a motion to adjourn, please.
So moved.
Second, thank you. All in favor? Aye, meeting's adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank
Have a
you very
great
much.
afternoon.
What does an electronic equipment maintainer do?
Paul Julian, electronic equipment maintainer. I've been in transit for 5 years. I work in the department of RSS, Radio and Security Systems. Our responsibility is to ensure that the radio system is functioning very efficiently, for that provides communication to the trains. It also provides crucial and important communication for the police in the system, the EMS in the system, and the fire department in the transit system. Also, the surveillance system must be maintained. Therefore, we can have proper security and proper recording of activities in the subway system. The intrusion alarm system must also be maintained. These security systems are responsible for preventing, and if it happens, to alert any breach, whether it's the breach of a door that has sensitive equipment beyond it, or whether someone enters the tunnel beyond the platform without permission. A key motivator in what we do is to know how important communication, surveillance, and security is to New York City Transit and New York City as a whole. That gives you a sense of duty and pride in doing what we do.
What does a record do?
Hi, my name is Devin Mullen. I'm an assistant maintainer at the Verrazano Bridge, and I've been with Bridge and Tunnel Authority for 5 years now. Well, basically, we make sure that anything that happens on the bridge, whether it's a collision or a disabled vehicle, contractors working, we make sure everyone gets on and off the bridge safely. Any 5-minute delay turns into 20 minutes of traffic.
The city is busy. Rush hour is tough. Roadways are congested to begin with, so we want to make sure that we can keep those roadways clear, and that's, main function of a record driver. Every day they save the day. That little disabled vehicle, if that disabled vehicle is not removed, a lot of people are not getting to work in the morning. So their quick response is going to determine how the rest of the day is going to go for a lot of people. They are the go-to guys. We depend on them on a daily basis, and they perform their job very well.
Our truck is our main tool. We make sure it works well, and then it serves us well. The light duty wrecker is usually we use for flat tires, overheat, small vehicles. The medium duties, they're basically utility. Anything we need other than tractor trailers and heavy trucks. Anything that requires heavy boom lifting, winch outs, things like that, we're going to use the heavy wreckers. Working on the roadway, it's a dangerous condition. You have vehicles flying by you at 60 miles an hour. People aren't paying attention half the time, so you do run the risk of getting hit.
So they never know what's going to happen when they're up there. I mean, there's different types of, disables. There's all kinds of different vehicles. There's trucks. There's hazmat vehicles that are carrying chemicals. So there's always a challenge when they get up there.
We're first on scene a lot of the time. We just try to help people. We try to get the bridge moving, the traffic moving, get people where they got to go. And we try to get them there safely. It gives you a sense of responsibility, and it's satisfying at the end of the day to know that you are part of keeping this running and keeping everyone safe.
What does a system operator do?
My name is Sejan Edi, BMT Chief System Operator. I have 27 years with New York City Transit. As a chief system operator, I'm in charge of the supplying of DC power, traction power.
The system operator's responsibility is to oversee all the third rail power that we provide to run the trains in the New York City transit system. The way that we power up the third rail is we get electricity from Con Edison. We go through our substation, which is converting the AC from Con Edison's high voltage into 650 volt DC. And then from there, going into the third rail, which power the trains.
A typical day for system operator involves general order. General order, or GO, it's a planned work outage. Normally they're working next to the third rail or nearby, so they want power off.
Let's bring to order the June Capital Program Committee. Do we have members of the public, Ms. King, that
Yes.
are registered to speak?
Good afternoon, Chair. We have 7 members of the public registered to speak today, 4 in person and 3 virtual. As a reminder, we ask that all our public speakers please adhere to the MTA rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Bruce Haynes, followed by Jason Anthony.
Good morning, Chairman Jano and committee. The CPOC, is it, or you left out oversight? Anyway, it's nice to have a good streamlined name. I was at Jamaica. I go, a couple of times a month by LIRR, and I wanted to see how the bird bath there was doing, the permanent bird bath where they don't have drainage and it's eating away at the profile of structural members, I should think. Of course, that's the Port Authorities, is it? I don't know. The Port Authority designed the Jamaica, the air train, and it's inferior sort of to the station. It's an iconic station. You should see that it gets kept up. And I came in over that flyover. The propaganda kink is still there. The DOT has finished with that bridge now, as far as I can tell. So it's upgraded. So why the propaganda kink in the middle of the flyover? That should be a 45-mile-an-hour curve there. It's 100 feet broader by radius than the Frankfurt curve. So why not 40 anyway, as long as you're right next to the platforms? That's what it should be. And then you come in and you see spalled tracks. You see stuff that hasn't had any attention paid to it in years. All the tracks are worn perfectly flat. And you have spalling. When you have spalling on switches like that, it gets removed. That's the rule, isn't it? So why doesn't it happen? You've changed.
Please
all right,
conclude your
you very
remarks.
much.
Thank you.
Very much. I'd like to see something happen fast.
Our next speaker is Jason Anthony, followed by Jack Connors.
Good afternoon, Jano, Jamie, and the rest of the Capital Construction meeting. On the Monday after my 38th birthday. Thank you. Let's talk about rolling stock. That's the topic that's on the agenda this month. It is so lovely to see the updates regarding the R211s and the M9s. It is good that we have almost 24 of the R211 combined. Let's say between the R211As, Ts, and S already in town. We will want to say goodbye to the old R46 because it's older than myself and it needs to get some rest, and same as the Metropolitans, in other words, the M3. But at the same time, we need more accessibility, and that is in part, this is why we need congestion pricing, because we need more accessibility, and this is why we need more rolling stock, and this is why we need more buses, and this is why we need zero emissions fleet, and this is why New York State is called the Empire State, and this is why New York leads the way. By the way, Jano, read the article that appears in the New York Times. I read it, is the perfect recipe that why congestion pricing needs to go forward. And this is why New York sets a sample for everything. I'll see you guys later.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jack Connors, followed by Jessica Figueroa. I'm sorry, Jesse Figueroa.
Good afternoon. I'm Jack Connors, Research and Communications Associate at PCAC. East Harlem has dreamed of transit access for decades, and we're committed to getting the job done. I'm committed to improving accessibility across the MTA and ensuring the disability community has a voice and a seat at the table in deciding the future of transit in New York. New train cars, additional security cameras, and more reliable service will make the subway system even better for decades to come. All these are statements made by Governor Hochul, formerly MTA riders' best friend. Now, it feels like we're estranged roommates. We don't have to think back to 2017 to understand the consequences of transit disinvestment. Just look west to our friends in New Jersey, who saw 3 consecutive days of meltdowns on NJ Transit, as our region experienced 3 consecutive days of air quality alerts, even as their fares are set to go up 15% on July 1st. Now, with an indefinite pause on congestion pricing, and no plan to close a $15 billion hole in the capital plan, much less address gridlock traffic or street safety, air quality issues, and climate change concerns, New Yorkers are staring down a status quo we know all too well. Disinvestment in the MTA system and despair for the riders across the region who count on it. This not only gouges a $15 billion hole in the MTA's capital plan, including $3 billion for the commuter rails, it puts billions of dollars of hard-fought federal matching funds in jeopardy and destabilizes the historic agreement on operating funding reached during last year's state budget, potentially leading to layoffs, more drastic fare increases, and service cuts. Transit's the lifeblood of our city and a climate solution, but you get what you pay for, and nothing gets cheaper the longer you wait. We're told everything that will be fine, that $15 billion will materialize out of our imagination, but we can't have it both ways. As Jamie always says, you cannot award contracts without a revenue source. And without congestion pricing, there is no revenue source and no plan B. So, Governor Hochul, riders deserve to know, what's your plan? When will you unpause that pause and get the MTA back on track? And its riders as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now have our virtual speakers. I see that we have 2 extra speakers
Ms.
added.
King, I think you missed Mr. Figueroa.
Oh, you're right, Chair. Sorry, Mr. Figueroa.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. You too, sir. Jesse Figueroa here, U.S. Army veteran, member of the MTA Long Island Railroad Accessibility Task Force. I do not agree with Governor Hochul's decision to delay congestion pricing. It is crucial that we need the funding for MTA accessibility. I'm also an advocate and a veteran with a disability. We just need the funding for our station, such as elevators, ramps, and other things. And we just need the funding to make sure this happens. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you. We now are moving to our virtual speakers. Originally, we had 3 speakers. We now have 5. We will start with Charlton D'Souza. Following him, Senator Jessica Scarcella-Spanton.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Charlton D'Souza. I'm the president of Passengers United. So the Hollis LIRR project has been put on hold by the MTA, as was announced yesterday in the New York Post. And the contractor had already started the work, put the gating. So this is obviously directed towards Passengers United because we fought so hard and we supported the Hollis LIRR station. Now I have a question for all of you. We were told by MTA Capital Construction and by MTA officials that the Hollis LIRR station was not included in congestion pricing, and it wasn't funded by the congestion pricing money. Okay, now I have a question for you. So why is that project canceled? The Forest Hills project canceled, but the Babylon project is still on. What's really going on here? So you guys are trying to hold us hostage because you want your congestion pricing money. Well, too bad, because guess what? We're not supporting congestion pricing, and we still won't support it. Because in 2008, the MTA was the fifth largest debtor in the United States. How come none of the advocates have mentioned this? How come none of the board members are concerned about this? I mean, why should the taxpayers of New York State give more money to an agency when you guys were the fifth largest debtor? And actually, the debt has actually gone up now, twice as much. So that's the concern. So all I would say to all of you, for all of us who do not support congestion pricing, call your elected officials. Keep pushing. Because when we told the chairman we wanted the MT funded by corporations, why can Amazon pay a tax? Why can that be done? And you have corporate sponsorships. We were told by the chairman corporate sponsorships couldn't be done. I think it's something that we need to go back to, and another look needs to be taken at it. Thank you so much. Have a good afternoon, and bye.
The next speaker is Senator Jessica Scarcella Spanton, followed by Assemblyman David Weprin.
Thank you, everybody. I'm Senator Jessica Scarcella Spanton. I represent the North and East Shore of Staten Island and Southern Brooklyn. I want to personally thank the governor for putting a pause on congestion pricing. This is the wrong plan for my constituents. Not only do Staten Islanders and Coney Islanders have some of the longest commutes in the country, we also have some of the highest tolls as well. Beyond just the economic burden that this would place on my constituents, the crux of the reason why I will never be supporting congestion pricing is that the air quality would decrease and get worse on the North Shore of Staten Island, which is predominantly Black and Hispanic, while getting better in the Central Business District. I don't think that it's fair to put one borough over the other when it's in terms of the environmental issues. We already have extremely high asthma rates. We have respiratory issues. And I would never support a plan that would put one borough over the other and call it an environmental plan. And to the point of the last person who just spoke, there are so many projects that are already in the pipeline that were not dependent on congestion pricing that are now being pulled and canceled. While I think it's really important that we fund the MTA appropriately, especially for our disability community, making sure that our subways are accessible, this is not the path forward, and I will not be supporting this plan, nor will I support any plan that adds an additional burden to our already burdened constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Assemblyman David Weprin, followed by Jasmine Robinson.
Good afternoon. I'm Assemblyman David Weprin, and as the representative for the 24th Assembly District in Queens, I was pleasantly surprised by Governor Kathy Hochul's decision to indefinitely pause the implementation of congestion pricing. Rather than seeing this as a cynical calculation, as some have alleged, I see the governor's decision as a deeply pragmatic response to the crescendo of public concerns that I and many others have raised for many years. Much of my district in Queens is a public transit desert and will be one of the most adversely impacted by the proposed congestion pricing tax. The middle-class communities in New York City cannot afford a tax hike in the form of congestion pricing, which will add hundreds of dollars in additional monthly expenses for working-class families and will serve as yet another tax on New York's middle class. I believe there are other alternatives to help fund the MTA. I propose an adopt a station or adopt a bus stop program, just like we have Citi Field that gives naming rights to Citibank, who pays an annual fee, a substantial annual fee.
Should we go to the next speaker?
Next speaker is Jasmine Robinson, followed by Theo Allen.
Jazzy Robinson. I am female district leader of the 61st Assembly District, which is in Staten Island, and I'm also the vice president of the NAACP, the Staten Island branch. And I just want to commend my state senator, Jessica Scarcella-Spanton, for defending and protecting our district, because of the fact is that we in the North Shore will be heavily and greatly impacted if congestion pricing goes through. The NAACP, the Staten Island branch, supports the governor, and we stand with our local elected officials in being against congestion pricing. Again, this will be an undue economic burden to our community, and also an environmental issue for our community. As noted by our state senator, we are greatly impacted by high cancer rates, respiratory illnesses, and asthma. And I am personally affected by it because my younger sister is asthmatic, and this plan, should it go through, will greatly impact her health. And regarding with me, being that I travel to the city on a regular basis, and this will be an economic burden to me as well and other working class folks in this community. This is not right. This is not fair, and we are going to stand against it. But we are pleased that the governor heard our pleas, and I hope that she remains steadfast against congestive pricing. This is not the right plan. There are other ways that we can get funding. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Theo Allen.
I want to thank the MTA board for holding these public comment period, but contrary to what I have heard all across the hearings and the comments for the capital program, the MTA must by law implement congestion pricing, unless the legislature somehow wants to change that requirement set by the 2019 budget bill. Because the MTA has no discretion but to implement it, why is the MTA pausing congestion pricing should be the question on everyone's minds. The answer is she has basically directed the MTA to not implement it through the Department of Transportation not signing the value pricing pilot program, which we know that the Federal Highway Authority is saying that they will offer it if the governor will suspend the pause. This is unlawful, and I urge the MTA to file an Article 78 proceeding immediately and board members against the Department of Transportation, the Commissioner, and the Chief Engineer of the Department of Transportation to force them to implement congestion pricing through signing this agreement. In addition, I urge advocates to file an Article 78 if the MTA board does not take the correct steps to file such a proceeding to force Governor Hochul to implement congestion pricing. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, that concludes the public comment session.
Thank you, Ms. King, and thank you to our public speakers. I'm going to turn it over to Jamie Torres-Springer for the President's report, but I think we're going to start with the procurements, if I'm not mistaken, in light of the schedule of some of our board members. So, Jamie, have at it.
Thank you, Chair. Over to Ms. Boudoir for the procurements.
Thank you. Construction and Development is presenting one procurement action totaling $2.9 million to the Capital Program Committee for approval this month. The item is a ratification to modify a contract to replace the transformer and rectifier at the 62nd Road substation. This item is described in detail in the staff summary contained within your committee books, and I hereby submit it for your consideration and vote.
Hearing no questions or comments, I'll take a motion. Thank you, Ms. Barbas. Second, Dr. Rizzo. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition or abstention? The item is carried. Are there any other procurements, Ms. Boudoir?
No, they're not.
Okay. Mr. Torres Springer, your report, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Today will be based on the work plan, which hasn't changed. We will be reporting to the committee on the status of rolling stock production efforts, as well as diversity efforts within the MTA, and our Chief Diversity Officer, Lourdes Zapata, is here with us to report on that item. You can see here, we're proud that the Amityville station opened as fully ADA accessible last week. That's the second Long Island Railroad station that's part of that package, and we have Lindenhurst coming up as well. I do want to share an update on the status of the Park Avenue Viaduct. I think we mentioned at last month's Capital Program Committee meeting that we were making steady progress and we're about to begin the process of replacing the first segment of the viaduct. And so we've created a little animation here to show you exactly what's happening. As the board will recall, the viaduct carries 98%. Actually, hang on, let me pause this because I think there's a little captioning. The viaduct carries 98% of Metro North service. We have found that it is substantially in disrepair, and in the effort to ensure that we are attacking the state of good repair needs to support safe and reliable existing service. That has been the focus of the MTA for some time. We awarded this design build project to fully replace the first section, phase 1 of the Park Avenue Viaduct, without any disruption in service whatsoever. And here, this video will show you exactly how that's happening. No, I don't know. I may have broken it, but okay, here we go.
Here you go. This is, ladies and gentlemen, this is innovative construction.
What street is that at?
This is 115th Street, 117th Street, where we did the first section of it last weekend. So you can see basically what we're doing is removing a full section of the viaduct. We've got the substructure in place that's already been rebuilt, and so this is just a matter of on a weekend removing a section and then putting the new section into place. You can see it getting dropped in here. Reconnecting everything with those gantries that we put in place so that we wouldn't be relying on cranes. And then you can see putting the new superstructure into place. That usually happens by Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening. And then, as it says there, the track, the third rail, the signals get fully restored, usually over the course of Sunday. And then the test train runs through, and by Monday, the new section is in service. Actually, that was our first effort at this last weekend. This past weekend, concluding last night, we replaced 3 full sections of the viaduct over the course of one weekend. And, really impressive effort by Metro North, our railroad business unit, our project CEO, Michael Sheehan, sort of seems to not sleep for weeks on end in order to coordinate all of this, and it's being run very smoothly, even in the heat this weekend. As I say, we got 3 sections replaced. So great progress investing in state of good repair. As you know, we're preparing a presentation for Wednesday's board meeting on the capital reprioritization effort that Tim Mulligan is leading within C&D, along with some of our other colleagues. No news or updates on that today. We're saving the story for Wednesday for the full board, so we'll be back to you on that. And with that, we're going to get to the rolling stock updates from the various agencies. I took note that we were having some trouble tracking down Sue Coe from New York City Transit. I could probably deliver this. I'm just sort of checking my notes here and seeing what our team is saying. Okay, so we're gonna skip ahead and ask Craig Daly from Long Island Railroad to give us a status update on the M9 production.
Thank you, Jamie. Good afternoon. I'm Craig Daly, Chief Rolling Stock Programs Officer from Long Island Railroad, and I'll be presenting on Long Island's M9 project.
They tracked her down.
Next slide, please. The M9 trains continue to be a critical part of Long Island Railroad's modernization strategy to provide more reliable and comfortable equipment for our customers. They operate in our electric territory and have provided the additional capacity necessary to provide service to Grand Central Madison. Since our last report, the budget has remained on track and is forecasted to do so, continue to do so. I'm also happy to report that on April 3rd of this year, when 9201 and 9202 rolled into Queens, the final shipment of the 202-car order occurred, and all M9s have been delivered. I'm also happy to report that our efforts in working closely with Kawasaki and the sub-suppliers to quickly tackle any reliability affecting issues has paid off. The 12-month average mean distance between failures increased by more than 40% as compared to the same time last year, and it exceeds our contractual requirement by over 160%. And if there are no questions, I can turn it over to our IEC.
There was some, we did conditional acceptance of some with some defects that didn't prevent us from putting the cars into use. Where do we stand on the correction of those, punch list type defects?
So we have 12 cars yet to be conditionally accepted that are being, some are still in operational testing. 4 of those cars have just completed the 1,000-mile operational testing and are ready to be conditionally accepted. And there's some cars still remaining in Art Street getting some punch list items completed. So those will be done by the end of the year. Right now we're forecasting by September. We have the cars that are conditionally accepted. We have a modification program ongoing. So they're right now there's accepting, they're working through with all the vendors and sub-suppliers of the systems and getting parts and kits ready. And for the mods that are ready to be installed, we have a couple cars out of service in Art Street getting those modifications installed.
And so that we're not losing any utility from the process of having those cars rotated out of operation so these punch list type items can be addressed?
Correct. We're going to continue to rotate cars through Art Street for that.
Okay. Good, thank you.
Suresh?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon. My name is Suresh Payeti, Program Director of the IEC, and I will be reporting on IEC's review of the MTA's rolling stock. The IEC is reporting on 4 vehicle procurement programs, which begin on page 22 of your committee book. On the LIRR M9 railcar program, the project reports a current budget of $736 million and forecasts an EAC of $735 million, and the IEC concurs with the forecast. Regarding schedule, all 202 cars were delivered to LIRR's facilities in April and forecast conditional acceptance of the last vehicles by December of this year. We concur with the acceptance will likely be completed by December 2024, a 12-month slip from the IEC's previous forecast caused by ongoing quality issues and parts shortages. The IEC continues to support the LIRR practice of holding off on vehicle acceptance until all quality issues have been addressed as per contractual requirements. The IEC notes that the mean distance between failure rate continues to far exceed contract requirements, a very positive measure of car quality.
Thank you, and thanks to the IEC, and we're pleased to note that the project remains on budget. So I believe we have Sue Ko from New York City Transit Car Equipment online now. Yeah?
Yes. Can you hear me?
There we go.
Okay.
Okay.
I
Welcome,
apologize.
welcome, Sue. I'll work your slides for you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Like I said, I apologize. Got the dates mixed up. But we'll start. My name is Sue Ko, Vice President and Chief Mechanical Officer for Car Equipment, Department of Subways. Today, I'll be updating the New York City Transit's R211 program. Since our last report to the CPC, our budget remains on track. with the base order of $1.75 billion and option one at $1.92 billion. Unfortunately, there was a schedule delay due to assembly workmanship issues at one of the gear case suppliers. Rework was completed at that supplier, at KMM, and at New York City Transit. There were 70 R211A cars affected by this. Some were in service, and 5 R211S cars in Staten Island that require rework. This impacted the car delivery schedule, but all has been addressed as of today. Okay. On the production side, I'm happy to report there is a high level of activity on KMM's production lines, as shown in this photo. At the last CPC, Kawasaki was still concerned with maintaining a full staff due to the low unemployment rate at Lincoln, Nebraska. But confirmed by our oversight and monthly reviews with Kawasaki, the Lincoln, Nebraska facility has continuously remained fully staffed. Next slide, please. Okay, and with a full staff, Kawasaki was able to achieve a production rate of 1 car a day. This photo takes a closer look at the stations at KMM where there are only R211 cars being produced. Now I'll be updating the status of each car type, starting with the R211A. We currently receive 235 cars with 200 cars, 20 trains accepted, 19 trains released to service, and 1 train being used for CBTC testing. The remaining 35 cars are going through various stages of acceptance tests, and Kawasaki is projecting 355 cars delivered by the end of 2024. Next, the R211S. Staten Island cars were transferred to the Staten Island Railway for testing in October of 2023. During qualification tests for the new ATC, we found an issue with the software. Countermeasures were developed by Kawasaki and Alstom with a target to complete by August of 2024. Once the correction is implemented, in-service 30-day test is scheduled to start in the middle of August of 2024. And at the completion of the 30-day test, we'll begin delivery of the production cars, targeting Q4 of 2024. Now I want to discuss the R211 open gangway status. Both trains went into service on February 1st, 2024. This was the start of the in-service evaluation, where some key parameters will be monitored as listed. We are targeting completion of this effort in Q4 of 2024. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Suresh?
Sure. On the R211 subway car program, the project budget and estimated completion EAC of $3.67 billion has not changed since our last report. The IEC notes that the rate of production of subway cars under this contract has dramatically improved since our last report in May of 2023. Although the R211 program has experienced a 4-month schedule slip, the schedule has stabilized, and at this point, approximately 1 car per day is completed, which meets production requirements. The project schedule currently reflects a final conditional acceptance date of May 2025 for the base order of 535 cars. To date, approximately 235 R211A cars have been shipped, and 200 of those have been conditionally accepted, and 190 are available for revenue service. Since last report, the required conditional acceptance date for the balance of the full fleet of 440 R211A cars for the 8th Avenue CBTC project has shifted from January to May 2025. In the IEC's opinion, this date is achievable, but an additional 1 to 3 month schedule slip is possible based on prior history during production and testing. The CBTC project and R211 vehicle delivery must continue to be closely coordinated. The IEC endorses initiatives underway to ensure that fleet performance meets or exceeds the requirements. The IEC would like to echo SUCO's recommendation of the successful rollout of the open gangway cars. Lastly, the IEC notes that the project team has implemented recommendations mentioned in prior reports to more closely monitor schedule performance and car quality to good effect. That's it.
Thank you, Suresh. Any questions from the board members on the for Sue on New York City Transit deliveries?
I think Norm.
Yeah, the R211s that are destined for Staten Island, is there anything specific mechanically about them that could not be moved over to, the 4 other boroughs, since the representatives from Staten Island on the state, local, and federal level do not support the capital plan? Is there, since they don't really care, could we run them on like the A line or the?
We technically can, but there's some special features that we did for Staten Island, which we will have to look into to disable in order to run here on this side of the water. But once we resolve the software problem, which hopefully will be soon, and we should be able to start commissioning cars this year. But like I said, by the time we figure out how to disable some of the functions that Staten Island requires, the issue might have resolved itself already.
Yeah, that's just curiosity on my part. Now, the other question I got is...
Mr. Brown, I would just also note, the R44s on Staten Island are really very old. And the Staten Island Railway is an important part of the mass transit system in the region, and we're working to protect safe and reliable service across the entire MTA system.
I'm aware. That's why I support the capital plan. Now, the other question is on the Park Avenue train shed. Is the Park Avenue train shed part of the same financial tranche that pays for the viaduct? Thank you, Jano.
Separate projects, separate needs. We've started in looking ahead and planning for the future. We've started to look at the whole Grand Central Artery, which includes the historic terminal, as you mentioned, the train shed underneath the terminal, which really is in a state of disrepair and suffering particularly through the failure of waterproofing above Park Avenue. We've talked about that a lot. Into the tunnel that then leads up to the above-ground viaduct up to the Harlem River Lift Bridge. We're looking comprehensively at that and attacking wherever we have the means to the need to get the infrastructure in a state of good repair. So the viaduct consists now of 2 phases. The board approved the award of an additional work to do the 2nd phase of the viaduct. And the train shed, the first sector of the train shed work is getting done along with the construction of the J.P. Morgan Chase headquarters, up underneath Park Avenue. We're looking at how to implement future sectors of the train shed reconstruction. Unfortunately, until we get to it, we're really just slapping Band-Aids on it, but we still have to make those priority repairs. The question of whether we have the funding available for remaining work on the train shed is an open question at this point.
So it's possible that if we don't get the money, the train shed sleeps with the fishes?
Well, as I say, we'll continue to conduct priority repairs, which is we're going in and doing spot repairs to make sure that the structure stands and that we can provide safe and reliable service. In the long run, we do need to reconstruct the train shed in full.
Yeah, but I think the point of your question is well taken, which is this entire network supports 98% of Metro North service, and all of it needs to be functional. So you're right that even as we're hearing about one project that is going really well, that Park Avenue Viaduct, very, very innovative, cost-saving construction that minimizes impacts to service. We're not going to be in good shape unless we have the tunnel in good shape and the train shed. And if you walk in that train shed, and I know you've done it, what you see is you get to the north end and there's concrete spalling, there's exposed steel, because this is a 100-year-old structure that's been subjected to salt and water and chemicals like crazy from our friends in the utilities and everybody else poking holes. And it is deteriorating rapidly. It is one of the things that we want to accelerate into the next get going in the next capital program even faster. Although we took the first steps, big steps, in this capital program with that J.P. Morgan Chase deal that we cut. So we got to get going. Your point is well taken.
There are impressive stalagmites and stalactites in there.
Okay. Other questions, observations, or spelunking insights?
We have two more presentations.
Go for it.
Chair, Joe Reynolds on Metro North, the dual modes. I'll advance you here, Joe. There you go.
Jamie, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee, good afternoon. My name is Joseph Reynolds. I'm the Senior Director for Rolling Stock Delivery and Integration for Metro North, and I'm here to provide a status update on the dual mode locomotives. Next slide, please. I've reintroduced this slide to highlight the importance of this program, specifically to provide a reliable and safe service to our riders in the non-electrified territory, but also to highlight also the significant environmental benefit that these locomotives will have on our service area. Obviously, it slashes the airborne emissions, nitrogen oxides and particulate matter by 86% and 84% respectively. It reduces carbon emission by 25 metric tons, and it expands the electric service, from 4 miles to 102 miles. Thank you. The program is on schedule and is on budget. The only change that we've had is that the CDOT has exercised the options for 6 locomotives. But overall, we are on target with our objectives. Next slide, please. This slides highlight the key milestones that we have accomplished. Where we are today is that we have 2 pilot locomotives that are undergoing type testing in Pueblo, Colorado. They were undergoing this testing for the next 6 months, at which time they will be delivered to Metro North. We will commence our commissioning activities and acceptance. So again, we are on a target with our objectives. Any questions or comments?
On budget, on schedule, right, Joe?
Correct.
Yeah, good.
Mr. Glucksman.
Great report. Look forward to seeing them in service. But why do we have to have them out in Pueblo for 6 months?
To type testing. To basically what it boils down to is you validate all the propulsion, all the braking, you validate all the networking of the third rail collector assembly with the overall propulsion package of the locomotives, and you validate all the performance and functionality of all the systems on the locomotive.
And then we do it all over again here. Thank you.
Over to Suresh.
Metro North Dual Mode Locomotive Program. This project remains on schedule with the acceptance of all dual mode locomotives forecast for April 2027. Likewise, the current budget and EAC of $414 million remain unchanged since last report, and the IEC finds there is sufficient budget to complete the current scope of work. In the last report, the IEC noted that a diesel exhaust fluid storage and dispensing system, which is required for the diesel fuel additive to achieve the expected 85% emission reduction on the new locomotives, would be provided in a separate project. Discussions with MNR indicate that to date, a permanent solution and funding source have not been identified, but that a temporary solution using operating funds is under development, and that will be sufficient in the near term to maintain fleet operation.
Thank you, Suresh. No questions. The last presentation is from Danny Cardozo with Frank Anacaros here with us as well on status of the bus program.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Daniel Cardoza. I'm Vice President and Chief Maintenance Officer for buses. I will be providing the buses update. Let's begin with an overview of our current bus fleet. We have approximately 5,800 buses operating out of our 28 bus depots citywide. It is the largest fleet in the country, operating on one of the harshest duty cycles in North America. The useful life of a bus is 12 years, and our average fleet age is approximately 8 years. The capital program is vital in replacing our aging fleet as we continue to introduce new electric buses. A brief update to the 2015 through 2019 capital plan. To date, 98% of the buses have been accepted for revenue service. The remaining 2% are 45 battery electric buses currently in production. This order of 45 battery electric buses is combined with part of the 20 to 24 plan projects for a total of 60 buses. We have already received 6 of the battery electric buses, and we expect to have a full delivery this calendar year. The 20 to 24 capital program consists of 2,177 buses. Of the total program, 37% have been delivered, and another 9% are in production. 31% are in pre-production, and 5% are in the initial solicitation stages. 396 buses are currently in an open status, consisting of 265 battery electric buses, 21 articulated diesels, and 110 compressed natural gas buses. We currently have 8 bus contracts that are all on budget and are either in production or recently awarded in the first quarter of this year. Our managers meet regularly with principals and executive officers of each bus manufacturer to assist in resolving issues and mitigating further delays. We work closely with each bus manufacturer to ensure that only quality buses are accepted on a daily basis, and we continue to assess liquidated damages with every payment. Although the supply chain is still volatile, with alternate suppliers entering the market, we are actively testing new products to improve lead times for deliveries. I am pleased to report that our newest local hybrid and diesel buses are operating consistently, and our MDBF continues to improve. As we approach the 10,000-mile MDBF contract goal, the 40-foot local hybrid and diesel buses show a 13% improvement in lifetime MDBF. Our Prevost coaches, which operate in a different duty cycle, continue to excel with an MDBF average of over 22,000 miles in lifetime MDBF. We are continuing to make progress on our zero emissions bus fleet transition by 2040. As previously mentioned, we have already received 6 buses of the 60 battery electric buses that are already in production. The production for new Nova battery electric buses is underway. In-service and qualification testing will begin this summer. In early Q1 of this year, we awarded a contract for the purchase of 205 battery electric buses to New Flyer. Deliveries are planned to begin Q4 of next year. Lastly, New York City Transit will be purchasing hydrogen buses to test and evaluate a new zero emissions type of vehicle. This was made possible from a grant awarded to us from NYSERDA. We are currently in the process of testing several improvements to the bus operator compartment that will provide extra protection for our operators. The full driver enclosure will provide an unobstructed view of the windshield and entryway. We are currently testing prototypes on 2 local buses in service. In addition, our express buses are being delivered with a new driver's enclosure. Additional improvements for our operator compartment include the fresh air vent redesign to the side window. This will provide fresh air without the need to open the side window. This will provide further protection to prevent operator assaults. This design is currently being tested on 11 buses. In addition, E-mirrors use cameras to provide a better view of the surrounding environment of the bus for the operator and reduces accidents involving impacts to mirrors. And currently, 25% of our collisions involve mirrors. E-mirrors are being tested on 6 buses. Our ACE program has been upgraded to allow for ticketing vehicles blocking bus stops, as well as enforcing and ticketing vehicles that are double parked along the route. This was made possible from legislation passed last year to expand this enforcement program. The MTA currently has over 600 buses equipped with ACE and plans to equip another 2,400 buses. Since the inception of the program, nearly 460,000 summonses have been issued across 21 routes covering all 5 boroughs. Data has shown an increase in bus speed, a reduction in collisions, and a success in deterring repeat offenders. And now our Senior Vice President of Buses, Frank Anacaro, would like to say a few words.
Thank you, Danny. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just wanted to give the committee an update on a high level or a national effort that the MTA led. In the wake of COVID, we lost many bus manufacturers, and the ones that are existing were really on the brink of financial ruin. So, we saw if we're going to meet our future fleet goals, we needed to step in and take some national action. So the MTA, we began to work closely with the FTA and multiple other U.S. transit agencies to figure out ways that we can shore up the bus suppliers, and so that they have the necessary tools for success. So in February, then President Davey traveled to Washington, D.C. to participate in a White House roundtable on clean bus manufacturing in coordination with the FTA and APTA. The focus was on U.S. capacity to manufacture clean transit buses and transit buses in general at scale at a pace that is necessary to meet the market demand and achieve nationwide climate and equity goals. As co-chairs on this task force, the MTA and CTA, Chicago Transit Authority, presented recommendation for ways to strengthen bus manufacturers in the U.S. to meet these goals. And, in a nutshell, we're happy to note that the FDA took the feedback, and they thereafter released a set of directives in the form of a Dear Colleagues letter dated February 7th, 2024, and that this letter outlines different steps and methods by which agencies can work more efficiently with bus manufacturers to ensure success. So, I want to point out, I commend the efforts of President Davey and CTA's Dorval Carter, because now this is providing us a means for bus manufacturers to help finance and also different terms and conditions for success. Now, moreover, additionally, the MTA, we took on an effort here to lead a holistic review that brings multiple transit agencies, the larger agencies together would have similar service levels, to develop a common specification for our buses. The aim was to specify a base bus model, something that could, we can all agree on, and then we could customize as needed in the future for that niche things. So we're undergoing right now this review. The aim is to streamline the production and the workflow for these buses, but also drive down the costs associated with the development of the bus and the customization. So I'm happy to report this is going well, and we should be wrapping this up soon. But thank you very much.
Thanks, Frank. Last IEC report.
The IEC is monitoring the entire bus procurement program as outlined in our report. 5 contracts reported on last year have been completed. The battery electric bus contract with NOVA has been further delayed, with initial delivery now planned for 2025. 4 contracts are active, with the deliveries underway. They remain on budget, but the delivery dates have slipped by several months since last year's report. The IEC concurs with the new delivery dates. 4 contracts identified in last year's report remain active in procurement. However, due to funding constraints, the number of buses in the base order have been reduced, with options added for the remaining vehicles. Additionally, 3 new solicitations are in process. Manufacturers and vendors have resolved previous technical and quality issues, and the IEC concurs with the MTA's strategy of not accepting buses that fail to meet contract requirements. Lastly, the IEC has reviewed the initial zero emissions fleet transition study, and we consider it to be a comprehensive document. We are aware of the many variables addressed by the plan between now and 2040 and will continue to monitor its implementation. In addition, the first quarter traffic light report and the rolling stock business unit summary are located on page 66 of the committee book for your review. The IEC's rolling stock business unit summary is represented by our review of 20 projects monitored for cost and schedule variances in the quarterly TLR. C&D's variance report for charging station installations at 5 bus depots is included in this month's CPC package with the overall quarterly TLR results for all MTA's agencies and business units. This concludes the IEC's update on the MTA's rolling stock.
Thank you. Any questions from committee members on bus rolling stock?
I just want to emphasize this is a serious challenge for the industry, and what Danny and Frank Anacaro just talked about is a major national issue, which is we don't have enough bus production capacity in the United States right now to meet the demand, especially as the whole world is going electric or hydrogen or zero emissions. So, the MTA is the largest customer, and to get a unified spec and other steps that will make it easier for foreign companies, where there's a lot of production capacity around the world, but that doesn't come to America because it's too complicated to get certified, to meet the standards of the Buy America, and because there's too much difference among the major customers in terms of the models that they want. We got to get, this really is really important for us and everybody in the United States who wants to get to a zero emissions fleet, Frank. So I just want to underscore for the board what a significant piece of our future in the rolling stock world. The whole rolling stock industry is a little bit roiled right now. Nova has gone out of business in the United States and consolidated back into Canada. We only have one certified manufacturer in the state of New York right now, New Flyer, right, Frank? So we're working hard to get some more certified manufacturers into New York and to meet MTA specifications in addition to this national effort that was discussed with you. You're going to hear a lot more about it in the months and years to come. There's just a little extra oomph on that one issue and the importance for all of us. Anything else that we want to discuss today?
We have an update from Lourdes Zapata on MWBE, DBE, and SDVOB participation.
Thank you, Jamie. Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, committee members and MTA colleagues. I'm pleased to be able to provide our report on engagement and goal attainment specific to MBE, MWBE, DBE, and SDVOB, specifically on the capital projects. Do the first slide, please. This chart represents the performance which FTA measures against DBE goals by contract awards. You'll see that for the reporting period of October 2023 through March of 2024, DBE firms were awarded $168 million in capital projects, or 11% of all of the capital awards that were issued. The payments to the DBE firms during the same period includes all active capital projects with goals for DBE participation and excludes rolling stock and signal contracts that were awarded. New York State, on the other hand, measures MWBE and SDVOB goal attainment by payments. And so for fiscal year 23-24, the MTA exceeded the MBE goal of 15% by 2%. We did fall short of the WBE goal of 15% by 3%. So we were at 17 and 2% respectively. The SDVOB goal, we achieved 4% of the 6% goal, but again, to note, these are specific to our construction contracts, not agency-wide. On an agency level, we're doing extremely well. We have exceeded our 6% goal agency-wide. For SDVOB, we're at 7%, and our 30% goal overall for the agency of 30%, we are at 34%. So we are doing well, but clearly the construction and capital projects are a significant piece of our ability to attain and exceed those goals. On the DBE work, as the MTA often employs a design-build approach when awarding its capital projects, prime contractors will typically identify subcontractors over the time as the design elements unfold. So we fully expect that we will be achieving our subcontracting goals over time as these projects continue. We've experienced more success when MWBE goals are applied to design-build projects and attribute this to the greater availability of New York State certified MWBE firms. We also noted that there seems to be a shortage of SDVOB firms that are certified for heavy civil construction, so that also poses a challenge for us. However, we continue to focus very much on outreach and identifying and engaging and helping to certify firms so that they can participate in our MWBE contracting. We reach out to advocacy groups, professional organizations, and our certifying partners so that we can identify certification eligible firms and help assist them in this process. In addition, as of May of 2024, USDOT, which manages the DBE program, officially increased their personal net worth cap for DBE firms in order to be certified. They increased it from 1.32 million to 2.047 million. So that does provide us an opportunity and a new subset of DBE firms that may be eligible to qualify as certified firms. And of course, here at the MTA, we also help. We have a strong certification team that can certify within 39 days firms that are seeking their DBE certification. So we do provide that support in-house. Next slide. In March of 2024, the MTA joined 55 public entities, including the cities of Philadelphia, County of Los Angeles, transportation agencies in Kansas, Louisiana, Maryland, and Washington State, as well as private organizations and others, in signing a pledge to advance racial equity and support to underserved communities. The IEP was established in anticipation of the $1.2 trillion Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, and to advance President Biden's Justice 40 initiative and his executive order pledging to increase by 2026 the share of federal contracts that go to small and disadvantaged businesses. Participating agencies are required to submit their information on existing subcontracting programs, including the utilization of small business enterprises, MWBEs, and DBEs. The MTA signed the pledge and will track and report our progress towards our pledge through December 2025. And our pledge includes awarding over $1 billion in contracts to MWBE and DBE firms each year. And as a reminder, in 2022-23, our performance exceeded this number. We did over $800 million in contract payments to MWBEs and over $392 million in contract awards to DBE firms. And we are also on track to exceed this $1 billion number this year in 2023-24. We also pledged to award larger contracts to small businesses, as well as expand the pool of MW and DBE firms that the MTA does work with. We are exploring award mechanisms for contracts over $10 million and also developing strategic outreach and a certification strategy for firms to be able to get them qualified to perform with us. And then lastly, we also pledged to increase discretionary contracts for design and engineering firms that are MWBE certified by 20% over the next 5 years. And the C&D team has done an amazing job of working towards that goal as well. We wanted to share, because utilization numbers are often shared in a vacuum, we wanted to provide you some insight on some specific firms that have been particularly successful over this last year. Collectively, these firms have secured over $104 million in prime contracts, starting with CRC Associates, which secured a $57 million contract as an electrical contractor. Eter Networks, which is a New York State certified WBE firm and is operating a $15 million contract as an electrical contractor. Whitewood Renovations is a service-disabled veteran firm which is operating a $1.3 million contract to initiate repairs to the Yankee Stadium elevated station. And lastly, Voltamp Electrical Contractors is a Nassau County-based DBE firm working on a $31 million carpentry contract throughout Brooklyn, Manhattan, and Queens. So these are our highest performing prime contracting certified firms.
Can I just interrupt you? So, Mark Herbst, you know, I hope you can attest to the fact, Mark, that moving our M's and W's and SDVOB firms and DBEs up the scale so they can do bigger prime contracts is essential to growing the talent pool, right? This is really important for us because we have a shortage. We don't have enough contractors who can be prime at lots of different levels. So, you know, this is something that you, I know, in the industry have pushed for many years. Go ahead.
Thank you. And then on the topic of subcontractor awards, which we have 4 firms that are our top performers and represent $71 million in contracts that are awarded to certified firms. And these vendors are operating in construction, electrical contractor, and suppliers, and bridge construction. And you can see them here. It is Fine, FCS Incorporated at $20 million. Our MBE firm, our WBE firm is Northeast Structural Steel with a $15 million project. Our SDVOB firm, Citadel Electrical Supply, has a $4 million contract, and our DBE is Dashanu and Associates at $32 million. And these are all our top performing subcontractor awards. Next slide, please. Our small business development program is a real diamond in the crown of the MTA with respect to MWBE engagement. It's a program that has been in operation for over 10 years and has really been successful for us in our ability to engage MWBE and DBE firms. Through this program, we seek to contract with firms that will apply their construction management and oversight experience. We also provide guidance to small contracting opportunities and technical assistance support in the areas of how to do business with the MTA. We support their access to capital needs, securing insurance and bonding opportunities. We usually, this is a legislatively authorized program, and we are in the process of, we have issued a request for proposals to identify a new vendor that will be working with the MTA and supporting this program. Under Scope A of this program, that is specific to construction management programming, which is managed under the C&D department, and Scope B is the technical assistance support arm of the RFP, and that is handled by DDCR. The program, incredibly successful, in 2023 alone, awarded $68 million in prime contracting opportunities, and speaks directly to the chairman's point about our ability to not just identify firms that can operate as primes, but are also ready, willing, and able to grow into prime roles. To date, the program, since its inception, has awarded almost $700 million in contracts, and we've trained about 1,200 businesses. So it's an incredibly successful and critical program for the MTA and its ability to engage MWBEs in our contracting opportunities. And then lastly, we wanted to speak as well to our ability to take advantage of new federal programs. Next slide, please, Jamie.
Actually, Lourdes, if we can go back, I just wanted, you didn't brag on it, but I just wanted to point out to the board members, one of the great benefits so far of having Lourdes Zapata with all of her experience as Chief Diversity Officer, she got here and she said, hang on a second, let's pull back on this Scope B. We were, sort of about to go to market on it and really take a look at how we really mentor small businesses. And I think Lourdes has really recast the scope of this so that we're providing training and technical assistance that will be much more meaningful. It's exactly to that point of, this is not just an effort to get work to small businesses of a certain kind. We're trying to grow small businesses so that they graduate through the tiers of the program. We've also, through legislation, increased the upper tier of the program so that within this program you can run a $5 million job at this point, but then you graduate from that upper tier and you can go and prime work that's of an increasingly large scale. And I think Lourdes gets a lot of credit for recasting the way we're going to do that assistance work in the future.
Thank you for that, Jamie. We were also, just through the incredible hard work of the MTA, not just increase the thresholds of contracts, but we were also able to extend the time that firms are able to participate in our program. So we're now, it used to be you were able to participate in the program for 4 years and then you were graduated out. Now we can keep them in for 5 years and make sure that they're maximizing their ability to work on our contracts. With respect to the federal program, the MTA's capital program relies on and supports an enormous labor workforce within New York and our region. Recent federal guidelines from the Biden administration and the bipartisan infrastructure law has opened up the possibility of including local hiring on public projects. This really represents a significant opportunity for us. By encouraging local hiring, our MTA capital projects can stimulate economic growth within the very communities that they are set to serve. And that does inject income and opportunities into areas that are often struggling with limited resources. So the MTA launched a pilot program where we selected 4 projects that were awarded in late 2022 and 2023, and we established local hiring goals for all of them, starting with the design build services for ADA upgrade at various stations. That includes the installation of new elevators or replacement of existing elevators, and some state of good repair work at 4 stations in Brooklyn, Queens, the Bronx, and Manhattan. These stations will be brought into full ADA compliance. Our second project entails the design and construction of the new Jamaica Bus Depot and parking lot, and that will convert 3.5 acres of York College property to a temporary parking lot to accommodate the relocation of buses from the Jamaica Bus Depot. The Rockaway Line Resiliency and Rehabilitation Project has 9 separate elements, primarily focused around utilities and viaduct structural rehabilitation. And the last project, again, is also ADA upgrade and circulation improvements at the Broadway Junction project. So each of these hiring goals have a 20%, each of these projects have a 20% hiring goal, and that requires that 20% of the hours that are worked by New York State residents must be worked by local residents that are living in the zip codes that are surrounding the construction site, or by economically disadvantaged workers living in the zip codes where at least 15% of the residents are below the poverty line. So this is a relatively, I see you have a question, this is a relatively new project. They are in various stages of completion, but we are pleased to report that they are almost all have either met or on track to meet or exceed the 20% hiring goal, and we're very much looking forward to continuing that impact across the various projects that are federally funded.
Okay. That's a great presentation. I think we have Mr. Herbst and Mr. Chu.
Thank you. This is very interesting. I'm interested particularly in the local hiring, the pilot program. A lot of the contractors have bid on the work. If they are unionized contractors, how do you deal with the collective bargaining agreements in the particular projects that are in the area? Has that been reviewed and discussed?
And James, you want to speak to that?
Happy to speak to that. We're very proud of this because it really is a first. And we've been doing it hand in hand with labor. We've been talking with BCTC, in particular in the city, the whole way along. So far, we haven't had any concerns about meeting CBA requirements. The 20% means that the contractors are able to go to the union hall, get the workers, but there's also an incentive for them to, first of all, ensure that their non-construction labor is sourced locally, and then also creating that pathway into the union hall. And that's what really makes a difference here. That happens through pre-apprenticeship programs, local hiring days that the contractors will hold with the unions, and then actually, apprenticeships and making sure that there's some retention from apprenticeships. So I don't think, we haven't figured it all out yet, but we have very good collaboration with the contractors and labor in recognition that that's an important aspect of it.
Yeah, I know the day is running long, so I don't belabor it. I just wanted on this specific point, because I've been working on programs like this for close to 20 years, and they're incredibly challenging to pull off. I think the scale at which we're operating helps. So I would just ask for a future date to have like a more in-depth presentation on this one specific local hire component, and any information, even the agreements, because like this is Yeah, this is real. If you pull off 20% on these projects, it's a big, big deal.
The politicians who say 20 is not enough, just how significant a lift this is when you're talking about you not reconciling this with normal the training and hiring through the union hall that we're obviously obligated to do through our union contract.
I appreciate that you assume that politicians listen to me. Thank you.
Yeah.
It means a lot to me.
But other thoughts on this? I appreciate that we have two construction experienced members of this committee and recognize that this is a significant lift and we're getting there. Great presentations. I think we're about ready to call for a motion to adjourn. Thank you, Mr. Herbst. Second, Mr. Chu. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Donna Charles. I am a station appearance maintainer. We basically maintain the appearance of restrooms, waiting rooms, platforms, sidewalks. We mop, sweep, dust, sanitize, salt, shovel snow, whatever it takes to keep our stations clean.
When you work a line job to go in between the stations, you take out a truck. We have cleaning supplies in it. Certain stations don't have facilities to keep the buckets and stuff like that, so there's always a bucket on the truck, a mop on the truck, and then basically we work out of the truck. And if we have to do quick graffiti removal or something like that, we have something to clean it up with.
I'm a platform cleaner. It makes me happy that my job is important because it's important to me to make sure that the people want to come back, that they have a clean place to come to.
My favorite part of being a station appearance maintainer is the general public, just getting their positive feedback. We had commuters just say, thank you, and we appreciate everything that you guys do, just making it safe for us to be out here to and from, work and home.
My work impacts the Long Island community because we just make it safe for the customer itself. We keep the conditions of all the stations clean, you don't want a dirty station. We do just more than cleaning. We help out in any way we can.
My favorite part of the job is meeting new people, the people I work with, experiencing new things. I like my job, and I wake up every morning and know that I have a great job to get to go to.
What does an electronic equipment maintainer do?
Paul Julian, electronic equipment maintainer. I've been in transit for 5 years. I work in the department of RSS, Radio and Security Systems. Our responsibility is to ensure that the radio system is functioning very efficiently, for that provides communication to the trains. It also provides crucial and important communication for the police in the system, the EMS in the system, and the fire department in the transit system. Also, the surveillance system must be maintained. Therefore, we can have proper security and proper recording of activities in the subway system. The intrusion alarm system must also be maintained. These security systems are responsible for preventing, and if it happens, to alert any breach, whether it's the breach of a door that has sensitive equipment beyond it, or whether someone enters the tunnel beyond the platform without permission. A key motivator in what we do is to know how important communication, surveillance, and security is to New York City Transit and New York City as a whole. That gives you a sense of duty and pride in doing what we do.
Sometimes the public may call us train drivers. Honestly, it doesn't bother me because I know they don't know. My name is Keisha Cole. I'm a train operator, and I've been with MTA for 6 years. I work on the 7 line. It's approximately 21 stops from Main Street to 34th Street, and it takes about 36 minutes from end to end.
My name is Jim Van Name. I'm a train operator for New York City Transit. I've been here about 3.5 years. I operate the train on the Q line, which end to end is approximately 44 stops, and it takes me about an hour to complete.
My earliest train memory is I was a kid. I got on the F train with my mom. The first time I was on the train, I was excited. It was fun.
I was raised on Staten Island, and my friends and I used to take Staten Island Ferry over to the city, and we used to ride the train all over the place. That's probably where I got my first love of the subways.
As a train operator, there are 2 different ways you can pick up your train. You can pick up your train in the yard as a put-in, which means you okay your train for service and bring it into the terminal station, which is the last stop on the train line. Or you can actually pick it up from the terminal station. When preparing my train for service, I do various checks to make sure it's safe for myself and for the public. Once my day starts, I have about 3 round trips. I take passengers from Main Street to 34th Street and back to Main Street. That's 1 round trip.
I start over at the yard.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Let's call to order the final meeting of the day of the Finance Committee. This is where the true stalwarts of the MTA Board and members of our staff show their true stripes. Mark Herbst, thank you very much for your efforts. Norman, Albert, to the bitter end. We unfortunately do not have a quorum, but I will still call the meeting to order. And so I don't think we've ever done this before, at least in finance, at least in my tenure, but we will not be taking votes on any of the actions brought before us because of the lack of a quorum, but we will have staff recommend their recommendations, and they'll be brought forward to the full board on Wednesday. So with that in mind, David, would you tell us about any public speakers?
Certainly. We have 11 public speakers today, 2 in
Well,
person.
at least they came and stayed for us.
Yes, 2 stayed for us, 2 in person, 9 virtual. The first speaker is Lisa Daglian, who will be followed by Jason Anthony.
Because you're interested in active public
also state. Good evening. I'm Lisa Dagley, and I'm the Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. Today, we should be celebrating the June 30th start of congestion pricing and the revenue and other benefits it will bring, but no. And it's only going to get worse as the week goes on. In case there was any doubt, toll revenues are higher than they were in 2019 because more people are driving than ever before, creating more congestion and more climate crisis. Unfortunately, revenue on transit is lower than anticipated, in large part because people still aren't paying their fares. It's critical that fare evasion be drastically reduced. The fare box revenue is essential for the operating budget that's going to take a hit without congestion pricing. Those funds will be needed to pay down early debt service. Way too much money is walking through the slam gates, hopping over turnstiles, and breezing past bus drivers. But even if it was all recouped, it wouldn't be possible to bond that money out to fund the MTA's capital program. You can't bond a fare revenue crackdown. This handy IOU can't be bonded out either. This month's agenda doesn't include significant actions for capital projects, and we're very concerned that the further out we get, the harder it will be to get started and restarted. Companies staffed up in anticipation of jobs, but several construction companies were just told to stand down. Obviously, this is not a situation of your doing or liking, but it's terrible, and riders across the system are going to be the ones to suffer. As the MTA's finances suffer, so too will the region, with MTA dollars flowing to every single congressional and state Senate district in 147 of 150 assembly districts. This pause is already beginning to have economic development and financial repercussions across the state. We thought the days of angst over the fiscal cliff were over, along with the agita experience before the 2019 vote on the legislation. But now, just like then, it's an easy fix. Congestion pricing now.
Thank you. Our second speaker is Jason Anthony, who will be followed by Susan Zhuang.
Hey, Neil. Good afternoon, Kevin. Thank you, Neil. Luckily, I stayed to the end. Let's make this simple. This past weekend, yours truly had the worst nightmare ever. Let's make this short. 2 days in a row, I saw huge amount of passengers entering through the rear door on the M42 at 12th Avenue West 42nd Street. Imagine that if we had all buses of passengers doing that and not having congestion pricing in effect. That'll be, in words of our beloved Chairman and CEO, John Lieber, the worst fiscal cliff ever. Imagine that in the worst case scenario. And then we having the New Jersey Transit Corporation implementing their fare hike in the next couple of days. And then they're having a meltdown that ×3 last week. Imagine that. But I would love to say, let's get our things together, do the common good for our beloved Empire State. I know, Kevin, you will do the correct thing for our state. Let's get things done, and let's get congestion pricing approved the correct way. I'll see you guys on Wednesday.
Thank you. I have the list of speakers, so the next speaker who's online is Theo Allen, who will be followed by Charlton D'Souza.
Thank you for those who stayed, and the MTA has things even worse. What caused all the price hikes on previous things such as 2nd Avenue Subway, Eddyside Access especially? Stopping and restarting, and Second Avenue has been suspended and other contractors have been told to stand down. Now, what does congestion pricing pay for? Well, according to the 2023 contract, over $100 million for 37 elevators. Really? If you want to meet your 2055 goal of full accessibility on the subway, you can spend 10% of the congestion pricing funds, and even with $1 billion, that means it's 80%, and then just 10% of that's 80 million. That's how you get full accessibility on the subway. How do you get the CLCPA goals done of full bus electrification? You need money to get all of the things in the bus maintenance facilities done, and you need new buses. You can't do that without capital funding, which comes from congestion pricing. No congestion pricing means that the MTA doesn't have the revenue to do what it needs to do. Thank you for hearing this comment.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Charlton D'Souza, who will be followed by Maddie Bucky's Highland.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Charlton D'Souza, President of Passengers United. And as you all know, we're against congestion pricing. And the reason why we're against congestion pricing, one, I served on the Environmental Justice Committee for the MT on congestion pricing. And 2 years ago, we were asking simple questions. Are you going to add more bus service, more train service? Are you going to issue discounted fares? You guys took away the Atlantic ticket, the weekly. That was the first straw failure. And, it's just been failure after that. And one thing all these so-called advocates from all these other organizations are not talking about is the MTA in 2008 was the 5th largest debtor in the United States. And since then, the amount that the MTA owes the banks has increased substantially. That's that. And then you have other issues going on. So, we just feel like there's a lot of discrimination going on. And why is it Uber, Lyft, and the for-hire vehicles have been given a carve-out? And many of these so-called environmental advocates that have been speaking for congestion pricing are getting money from Uber, Lyft, and the for-hire vehicles. I find that kind of odd. And what I also find kind of strange is all these nonprofits are also getting funded by MTA contractors. So the name of the game is play by scheme. So everybody's getting money, everyone's, benefiting so they can get congestion pricing. This whole thing is the biggest con job of a lifetime. That's why it's called congestion pricing. And we're going to keep being persistent, and we're going to keep protesting outside our elected officials' offices. We do not support congestion pricing. The MT has millions and billions of dollars being squandered and wasted in overpaid contracts. Why don't you try to reduce your contracts expenditures and get them on time? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maddie Bucky's Highland, who will be followed by Kathleen Irwin.
David, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Maddie W. Bucky's Highland. Earlier today, actually, I spoke at the Bridges and Tunnels Committee meeting in relation to the pause on congestion pricing. To give you a perspective, congestion pricing was part of the budget that was signed by former Governor Andrew Cuomo in 2019 as part of Chapter 59 of the laws of 2019. At that time, the MTA Bridges was led by the acting president, Danny DiCrescenzo. At the MTA was led by Chairman and CEO Patrick J. Foy and the Chief Financial Officer, Robert E. Bob Foran. Anyway, that could really be, I recently heard that if it's not implemented on Sunday, I know City Comptroller Brad Lander will take action on it to get it passed through the finish line. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I hope everybody has a good 4th of July weekend, and God bless each and every one. Thank you very much, David.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kathleen Irwin, who will be followed by Dennis Siri.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathleen Irwin. I'm with the New York State Restaurant Association. And I'd like to take a moment to remark on congestion pricing. Our association represents members across the state, including in the city, and we have members in Manhattan south of 60th Street who would be directly impacted by congestion pricing. Over the months leading up to the expected implementation of congestion pricing, there was a lot of fear and anxiety about how congestion pricing would impact their restaurants, from both an operational and cost perspective and from a customer foot traffic perspective. In particular, we heard the following concerns: that making and receiving deliveries would become more expensive, that scheduling deliveries during business hours would become more difficult, that customers driving in from outside the congestion zone, especially those driving in only for leisure, would limit or eliminate trips into the congestion zone and therefore harm the foot traffic at restaurants. Thank you for taking the time to hear those concerns.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dennis Siri.
Thank you for having me and for having this meeting. I am speaking just on behalf of the Suffolk County Village officials also, and I'm the mayor with the Village of Amityville. Congestion pricing is not a bad idea. I think it needs to be done in a way just to help people decide to use alternate forms of transportation. But I think the idea of holding off on it for right now is not a bad decision, because it probably needs a little more ironing out, such as when they pushed bail reform out. And bail reform, as we see, there were a couple issues that had to be adjusted with that and still need to be adjusted. But we're here to talk about congestion pricing. And I think we should get everything ironed out, such as Charlton mentioned, about maybe some type of discount for people that have to go down every day into the area where it will be affected, and maybe some monthly rates. I know you're going to add more trains for people that are using the trains and the subway system now, and are you going to have them coming by more frequently? I'm not sure how much of this is already in effect and already planned. And then also, I'm a retired firefighter also, and I would like to say something for any first responders or any essential workers that are working down in that area. I don't think it's fair that they need to get affected by this and have to pay the extra money just to go to work every day. Plus, besides the fact that all the delivery people too, they should get some type of benefits that wouldn't hurt them so much, where the cost is going to be passed on to the consumer. So they're just some of my concerns with the congestion pricing, but I think it needs to go forward to help the MTA out overall, but it needs to be thought out better. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. That concludes the public speaking section.
All right, thank you, David. Thank you very much. We will skip the minute approval until next month, as that's not, we don't have a quorum for that. Next up, we'll hit Budget Watch. If I just may for a moment, as a prelude, David, just say a couple of things. Obviously, there's an elephant in the room when we talk in the Finance Committee at the MTA, and since there's very few people in this room, there's room for a much bigger elephant. And in this case, I can't come up with a bigger elephant than that of the loss of our capital funding, at least a significant portion of it, in congestion pricing. I bring this up now just because I think what we haven't really thought about, or talked about, I should say, and it will be something we will be talking about at the July plan, is how that change of funding not only affects, obviously, the capital plan, but eventually will affect our operating budget. And that will show up in the not-too-distant future. And I just want to make clear to everyone, when we look at our charter of the Finance Committee, we have a number of responsibilities. The number one responsibility is to review, quote, review the MTA's annual budget and ensure that the MTA operates on a self-sustaining basis as required by applicable law and with the support of various levels of government. That is our number one responsibility as a committee. And so I take that seriously as the chair of this committee. I know the members of this committee do as well. And I think we have to be mindful that that change led outside of the MTA is something we're going to have to work on. I know the staff, I know Kevin and Jay and many, many hundreds of people are probably working on this diligently to assess the implications of the loss of congestion pricing's funding on the operating plan. And so I think maybe Jay, just give us a minute, maybe if you wouldn't mind, about what some of those levers are, because I think it's worthy of us thinking about this, because they may not be as obvious to some folks here or the public as may be apparent.
Thank you, Chair. And as you said, as part of the July plan, we'll probably bring a thoughtful presentation to the committee and the board for further discussion of the full impacts, hopefully, of the congestion pricing pause to the financial plan. Just to highlight a couple of things that we're thinking about from the finance side and the impacts on the operating budget is congestion pricing infrastructure. We know there's capital costs associated with the infrastructure, the maintenance costs, as well as contracts, and then staffing, whether that's in-house or the contracted staff. There's a couple different ways that we fund that, and mostly congestion pricing was dedicated to be funded from the lockbox. So we're also thinking about how that impacts capital and operating. Another thing that we're focused on is the debt service costs. As many of you can recall, the MTA was going to issue debt as the last piece of the funding for the $55 billion capital program. With the pause on congestion pricing, we would have to move up our own issuance of debt, and that would be an impact to the operating budget for debt service costs incurred earlier in the financial plan than originally thought about and anticipated. Fare box revenue. As part of congestion pricing, we anticipated to see an increase in our subway, bus, and railroad ridership in the financial plan. So there will be an impact on ridership, which would lead to a change in our fare box revenue assumptions. We anticipated about 1.25% of ridership increase from the movement of people from cars onto our public transportation. So we'll look at that in more depth and bring that to your attention in the July plan. A couple other things that we're thinking about are staffing levels, the capital plan. There's about 7,300 employees that are reimbursed by the capital program. That's over $2 billion of reimbursed capital funds that come into the operating budget for their time and efforts as working on the capital program. And then something that we're also thinking about is the operating maintenance impacts from the delay of or pause of the capital program, particularly around signals, any fleet purchases, and any other impacts as we start seeing sort of the pause or deprioritization of the capital program.
Any questions on that? Please, Andrew.
When you mentioned the change in the amount of people that were likely going to switch to mass transit and the fares achieved by that, are you assuming the same or a better, in other words, a reduced level of fare evasion when you anticipate those numbers?
So I think one of the things that we had built, there's multiple factors that we build into our fare box revenue assumptions, and you have been here for the McKinsey projections that we've been presenting, and there's fare evasion built into the midpoint that we've been using. But in addition to that, we had anticipated mode shift from vehicles into our subways, buses, and the railroads. And so that is the piece that we're thinking about adjusting. In addition, as you'll hear from David in a moment, that fare box revenue itself isn't coming on budget for subways and buses. So we'll be looking at all the factors that affect fare box and making adjustments and bring a detailed presentation on sort of those levers and changes.
And the last thing you mentioned, which was the car equipment issue, the longer our 46s and M3s remain in service, the more they're going to cost to keep up.
Exactly, because
as opposed to new equipment.
Exactly. We do, our maintenance planning around vehicle fleet, new versus old, and that will be impactful on our selective maintenance schedules and RCM for the railroad. So we're looking at all those impacts to come to you with a full analysis.
Thank you.
However, I'd like to point out it's often an overtime gold mine for the guys that stick around. Keeping that junk running is, good money.
Mark, you want to ask something?
Yeah, well, that's one of the issues. I think there's confusion in the public, the difference between the operating budget and the capital program. The capital program was associated with congestion pricing, and I just wish the education would be out there that's even greater. But there is an effect that you've clearly pointed out, and Mr. Chairman, you did as well, about the connection between the two. There is going to be a loss on the operating side. The maintenance, of course, it's going to be extended. We're going to have to pay more overtime to fix those machines and equipment, everything, switches, rails, anything that's needed. That's not going to be repaired through the capital improvements. The overtime probably will increase, and that's going to be a cost. There's also a concern that I have with the program that if you stop the delivery of the capital programs, there's going to be task assignments. What's in the process right now with job delivery? Now everyone's going to have to put things on pause that were not anticipated, things in state of good repair. The normal bid process is going to be delayed because personnel are going to be working on other things and working on things that are going to affect the program. So I am concerned about those types of issues that are taking place. And hopefully we will see a revenue source that's going to replace this, that our public officials have said they're looking for and searching. Where that answer comes from, I don't know. But the final point I just want to make, or question I have, is regarding the loss of, or the lost opportunity of the matching funds from the federal programs. What is that going to do to the program, the existing capital program and the future one that we're looking to develop at this point?
I think in terms of the federal matching, that'll be presented more by C&D at Wednesday's board meeting. But generally, the approach is, we're working hard to, preserve as much of our federal funds as possible. Some categories like the formula funds are much easier to reallocate to the the core projects that we need to get done, and then it's the discretionary federal money that we've got to make sure we're working with the FTA to keep in place if there's some delays in us being able to provide a local match.
Thanks for the questions, Mark. And I think you catch it correctly that I'm raising these issues not to be pedantic and not to hassle people, but to raise them for the public's consumption. However the public hears about it, whether it's from us, to the press, to the advocates, that this issue related to the capital plan, which is obviously out of the hands of the MTA, will not only affect what we use the capital for explicitly, but will affect the operating budget. And as David will now walk us through Budget Watch, or what we formerly called Budget Watch, I think you can see, regardless of the capital plan, things are not as great as they think. I describe it, without taking any more of your thunder away, as a tale of two cities, or at least multiple cities, that we have in the numbers. So would you walk us through them, please?
Certainly. Year-to-date May 2024 preliminary results were unfavorable by $83 million, while the month of May was favorable by $29 million. In March, there was a favorable accounting adjustment of $43 million, and without that one-time adjustment, May year-to-date would have been $125 million unfavorable. Operating revenues on a year-to-date basis were $35 million, or 1% favorable. Passenger revenues were $57 million unfavorable, which was offset by favorable toll revenue of $34 million and favorable other operating revenue of $58 million. As a reminder, the adopted budget includes a provision of $100 million for 2024 to offset unfavorable passenger revenue results. In May, operating revenues were $25 million, or 4% favorable. Passenger revenues were $500,000 unfavorable, while toll revenue was $4 million unfavorable, and other operating revenue was $30 million favorable. Subway and both commuter railroads exceeded their passenger revenue forecasts in May, while New York City Transit Bus and MTA Bus were unfavorable. The unfavorable toll revenue results reflect a delay in the processing of intermediate tolls and the timing of a bad reserve allocation for unpaid tolls. The favorable results for other operating revenue reflect favorable city reimbursement for paratransit operations to cover higher paratransit operating expenses, advertising revenue and station retail revenue, as well as insurance reimbursement related to Tropical Storm Ida that were received by New York City Transit in the month of May. Operating subsidies year-to-date through May were $148 million, or 5% unfavorable. Most of this result is attributable to the MRT and the urban taxes, which collectively were $103 million unfavorable of the $148 million total. There were also unfavorable results for the payroll mobility tax, MTA aid, the for-hire vehicle surcharge, and automated camera enforcement. These were partially offset by favorable results for the petroleum business tax, which includes a receipt of $36 million that we received in early January that reflects a payment that we should have received back in December 2023. Investment income was also favorable by $21 million. Of note, the payroll mobility tax, which was unfavorable by $29 million year-to-date through May, will be slightly favorable to budget when we report next month. For May, operating subsidies, including investment income, were $37 million or 4% unfavorable. Capital subsidies year-to-date through May were $12 million unfavorable, reflecting unfavorable receipts from the mansion tax. Operating expenses year-to-date through May were favorable by $45 million, which is less than 1%. Without the one-time favorable accounting adjustment of $43 million in March, year-to-date May results would have been $2 million favorable, while May expenses were $56 million favorable. Debt service was $14 million unfavorable through May and was $16 million favorable for May, reflecting the timing of debt service accruals. And there's further information in the financial performance report.
Thank you, David. Our CFO probably wants to amplify a couple of those messages, please.
Thanks, Neil, and thanks, David. Yeah, as you mentioned, next month we'll roll out the July plan, which is really the mid-year update. So we take the kind of the results year to date and any other changes and reforecast them. So looking forward to next month, again, it's what Jay mentioned. We're going to have to look at how congestion pricing impacts the overall operating budget. But that said, as Neil pointed out, that the operating budget is having other challenges, that congestion pricing will just add to. And the big ones is that we've discussed is the real estate taxes, the mortgage recording tax, and the urban tax or real estate transfer tax. If it stays at this pace, it's going to be a little over $300 million lower than we budgeted, which is $600 million lower than 2022's number already. So we're seeing this huge hit to the real estate taxes. And then the other big challenges that we've talked about is on the fare box revenue, primarily at transit, where Subway had a slightly better month in May, but we're watching closely whether paid ridership, how we still are projecting we need growth out of the Subway ridership, and then the bus paid ridership is clearly suffering and continuing to suffer because of the fare evasion. So we'll kind of walk through all the adjustments that we need to make on projected, both projected tax revenue, projected fare box revenue, then all the other impacts, and expect July plan will be quite a different picture than the 5 years of balanced budgets that we were able to show prior.
What an incredible contrast to a year ago when we had 5 years of a balanced budget compared to where we are now. And I think well, all we can do today, yeah, exactly, Andrew. Thank you for that. I think it's a question, an analytical question. So if you look at the charts, and David, I thank you for putting these up. I think maybe next time when we present it to the Budget Watch, I actually think you should walk through these midpoint charts, because I think they're very important, and the data is very clear. We've been trending 11 months now under the midpoint for Subway paid ridership, for example. So it's now a systemic problem that we're tracking underneath, not dramatically, but we're tracking underneath. And the analytical question which may be difficult to get at, so I'm not going to be difficult about the question, which is how much do we know is from being under this line is fare evasion, meaning effectively the price people pay, people who evade the fare pay zero, right, versus quantity of those who are actually physically using the system and those who are shirking, like saying, I don't want to go down there because of safety, or I use a paid hire vehicle, or I walk, or I use micro-mobility. And again, I'm not asking for it now, but I would like, if we have the way to answer that question, I think it'd be useful to understand what is the fare evasion component of our underperformance versus midpoint, and what's the pure ridership. Do you have a sense?
No, I think what I wanted to say was I think you'll see a full analysis of that in the July plan. So let us put some slides together and give you better information than off the cuff.
I'm going to talk to the general counsel, because I think she has maybe able to help us get a better time slot at the. Can you do that with us? Maybe we can get a better time slot, because I feel like this is going to be a pretty important meeting, the July plan. I'd love to get I want to get an audience together. I'm in the media business. I like to have an audience. It won't be at 4 anymore. Okay, great. Well, this is at least not for July. That's okay. July is what we need. Anyway, speaking of that, David Good, Olga, please walk us through what used to be called Finance Watch.
Hello, everyone. Today I'm reporting on 2 upcoming bond transactions scheduled to be executed in July. And just to be clear, these transactions do not relate to the accelerated bond issuance Jay noted. These are refunding transactions or transactions refinancing outstanding notes. So currently we're working on an $800 million refunding transaction that is expected to refund outstanding bonds, including bonds issued as Build America bonds, pursuant to the refunding authorization approved by the board last month. This transaction will be led by book running senior manager JP Morgan. And later in July, we also expect to price dedicated tax fund bonds, which will pay off outstanding $426 million of bond anticipation notes, which will be due in August. As always, I will be back to the committee reporting results of these transactions once executed. This concludes my remarks. Let me know if there are any questions.
Questions? Hearing none, David, back to you. All agency items. Thank you, Olga.
There's one non-procurement item this month that we would have been requesting approval for if there was a quorum. It's to pay the New York assessment on the MTA and its constituent agencies for the calendar year 2024 to the Public Work Enforcement Fund. Chapter 511 of the laws of 1995 as amended requires state agencies and authorities to pay an assessment based on 0.1% of the value of public work construction projects entered into, which excludes rolling stock contracts. The assessments reimburse the State Department of Labor for its costs in enforcing the state's prevailing wage law. Per agreement with the state, annual MTA payments are based on the estimated amount of public work contracts and are adjusted to reflect the actual experience from the prior year. MTA estimates the 2024 assessment to be $1,608,341. In 2023, the estimated 2023 assessment of $5.2 million was more than the actual assessment of $3.6 million by $1.6 million. This true up of $1.6 million, when deducted from the estimated 2024 assessment of $1.6 million, requires a total payment of $14,365, which we are requesting the authorization to pay by the July 1st payment deadline.
Thanks very much. Again, we're not going to vote on anything. We're just going to say thank you, and if anyone has any questions. Sir.
Yeah, just to clarify for my ears, I guess. That means we picked up the failure of the contractors to pay prevailing wage? Is that?
This fund is used by the State Department of Labor to enforce the prevailing wage, so it's their expenses. So we're
basically an insurance plan.
It's for their employees to investigate, I believe. That's what it's for.
Thanks very much, David. Lizette, all agency and headquarters procurements, please.
There's one action this month for MTA headquarters for Finance Committee recommendation, I guess, for the full board to approve in the estimated amount of $5 million. This action is found in the June 2024 Finance Committee book. This item is the extension of a miscellaneous service contract awarded to TDX Construction Corporation for the Small Business Mentoring Program Management for a period of up to 6 months through March 31st, 2025. Funding in the amount of $5 million will also be added. The purpose of the requested funding and extension are to ensure that the mentoring program continues during the request for proposal process to award a replacement contract, and two, to provide ample transitioning time for vendors and ongoing projects currently managed by the incumbent, TDX, should a new vendor be selected. Under this program, which is managed by MTA Construction and Development, qualified organizations are trained and assisted in competing for larger and more complex MTA construction management projects. The current contract price structure will remain consistent and unchanged for this extension. The total estimated cost is consistent with the rate of spend from previous years.
Great. Any questions? Hearing none, Lizette, you can continue.
Sure. There are two information items for the Railroad Committee as follows. The first item is a request that the board approve the award of a 2-year contract for a continuous work platform for Metro North to Loram Maintenance of Way, Inc. The second item is a request that the board approve the award of a contract for rail vacuum services to Loram Maintenance of Way, Inc. for the needs of both Long Island Railroad and Metro North. There are 4 items for New York City Transit this month approved by its respective committee. The first 2 items are requests that the board approve the award of 3-year miscellaneous service contracts to Clever Devices Limited and Via Nova Technologies, GmbH, for the provision of maintenance and support services related to digital information screen systems installed on buses. The third item is a request that the board approve the exercise of options 1 and 2 of the SAG Corrector Service Agreement for the Department of Subways awarded to Turtle & Hughes, Inc., in order to add 2 additional 5-year maintenance periods. And the final item is a request that the board approve the exercise of option years for Arrow, Inc., Corporate Transportation Group Limited, and Fijost, LLC, DBA Century Management Solutions for the provision of broker car service for paratransit accessoride service, and extend the contract with Bell Linda, DBA Islander Transportation for the provision of broker car service for accessoride service on Staten Island for the same period. There are no information items for B&T this month.
Thank you, Lizette. Any questions? Hearing none, Mr. Florio, bring us home with the real estate items.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, real estate has 2 transactional action items for consideration and approval. The first is for MTA Metro North Railroad and is a lease with Airport Mart for retail space in the Hartsdale Station building. The second action item is for MTA Long Island Railroad and is a license with North Ferry Company for the operation of a ferry terminal in Greenport. There are, in addition, 10 information items. And let me note that information items brought to the committee and board are done directly, the transaction is done directly by the real estate department pursuant to board policy. These transactions have already been completed and reporting back. The first 3 information items are for MTA Metro North Railroad and include a second amendment to the license with Access One Solutions for ATMs at Croton Harmon, Tarrytown, and Yonkers, a short-term parking permit between Metro North and Dia Art Foundation for the use of parking spaces at the Beacon Station, a license between M&R and MLF Properties for the reconstruction of a retaining wall in Portchester. The 4th and 5th information items are for MTA Long Island Railroad and include an easement between the Long Island Railroad and 166 Archer Avenue in connection with the Jamaica Capacity Improvement Project Phase 2, and an easement between the Long Island Railroad and the State of New York in support of the Jamaica Capacity Improvement Project Phase 2. And the next 4 information items are for MTA New York City Transit. They include a temporary access agreement between Transit and Bennett Property Owner LLC for access to property adjacent to 181st Street Subway Station in connection with the ADA Elevator Project in Manhattan, a construction access agreement between Transit and DCAS for underpinning of 209 Gerolamo Street in Brooklyn in support of ADA improvements at the Borough Hall Subway Station, the addition of property located at 210 Gerolamo Street in Brooklyn to the master lease with the City of New York in support of ADA improvements also at the Borough Hall Subway Station, and lastly, a lease amendment between Transit and Jomat LLC for a employee parking lot adjacent to PS 248 Transit Learning Center in Brooklyn. The final information item is the report on agreements entered into directly by the Real Estate Department pursuant to board policy.
Thank you. Please, Andrew.
Yeah, David, in the future, I think it would be helpful if, when you're doing something like the easement for 181st Street, since there's two 181st Street stations, if you had put A train.
Okay.
Because I read further, it's Fort Washington Avenue, and obviously that's the A train, but not everybody would know that. But with a glance, if it just says that, it would be just easier.
Understood.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions? All right, hearing none, thank you,
Yep.
Dave. Oh,
Just a quick question, if you clarify a little bit about the ferry terminal for me.
Right now, there's only one operator that operates ferry service from Greenport to Shelter Island. And the current agreement has been there for quite some time. They are the only operator, and it made sense to basically extend the existing license
But
agreement.
the property is owned by the Long Island Railroad?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
all right, great. Thank you, David. As always, very thoughtful. Any questions, further questions for David? Hearing none. Any new business for the committee? Hearing none, since we don't have a quorum, I don't need to ask for a motion to adjourn, so just say bye-bye and buy bonds, and thank you.